Hey listeners, this is your host, Cosmic Naruto. Thank you so much for being here. You can check other videos too. Now let's get on to the video. His last decree. He doesn't allow us or anyone who holds power here in the Inferno to do anything to a pure or living soul without them consenting to it. Basically, they must willingly give themselves to us, or we cannot take them. Hades was well aware of what his servants might become and took precautionary measures. Samael explained and then went silent while Naruto and he rode the elevator. It sounds like he was a good leader. Naruto noted and Samael nodded his head with the slightest of smiles. Mortals feared Lord Hades, but he wasn't a monster, regardless of how he looked. He wasn't compassionate to most. But he did understand that children should not suffer for the sins of their fathers. We or even our uncle can even trick mortals into making choices we want, but, in the end, the choice is still theirs. Lysandra is protected by the decree from Lord Hades, and even now awaits our father, believing that he will return for her. Samael explained once more and Naruto hummed for a moment as the elevator came to a stop and they two walked forward and looked down at the city of Dis. What is this city here for? Naruto questioned and Samael shook his head and then raised his scythe, a long row of platforms rising up to form a bridge. You do not need to understand the Inferno, Naruto. You only need reach our uncle, and hopefully, grow strong enough that we can defeat the kami of your lands. Samael replied and Naruto was silent for a moment before nodding his head in agreement with the demon lord. Frowning in thought for a moment, Samael then snapped his fingers and walked forward, Naruto following him as he did. Speaking of which, I know of a weapon to replace my death scythe for you. One that was used by my grandfather Kronos to castrate and kill his father Uranus. Samael added, and Naruto raised a brow before deciding not to ask even as he walked beside of Samael. Soon the two came to the center of the bridge and Samael hit it with the butt of his scythe, sections of the bridge lowering into a flight of stairs. Walk down there and you will find the scythe of Kronos. With it, you will hold great power. Samael stated and Naruto frowned for only a moment before walking past the demon lord and down the flight of stairs, Samael vanishing in a wave of smokes as Naruto did so. Wandering down into the city of Dis, Naruto wandered down and watched as the bridge folded back up and moved away from him. Of course, he muttered under his breath while cracking his neck and walking forward, arms folded over his chest. Looking to either side of the city, Naruto noticed shadowy figures moving about. Stopping to look at him for only a moment before continuing on their paths. Frowning, Naruto then stopped as he saw a familiar white-winged figure above him, fighting off robed figures and ghouls. Just who is she? Naruto wondered as the woman finished her fight and flew towards the back edge of the city and out of sight. Frowning, Naruto then looked to his side, back eye, into the city and narrowed his eyes when he saw something sparkle below. Spotting a ray of light that was tearing through a section of the city, and everything else in its path, Naruto made his way towards it. Reaching out and placing his hands into the light, the Ashen warrior raised a brow when nothing happened to him. Something about this place, it can't stand the light. Naruto mumbled before walking over to the side and saw a column of bones leading down and into the city of Dis. Jumping onto the column, Naruto slid down it while looking around, passing by several windows and other such things before jumping back and landing on the ground in a low crouch. Looking up, Naruto saw a cage of some kind hanging in the air with something glinting brightly inside of it. Must be the scythe, or more likely a key to get to it. Naruto mused to himself before frowning as he looked to the chain to the cage, following it with his eyes and frowning when he saw it led over to the side, disappearing behind a large wall. Nodding his head, Naruto walked over to the wall and checked for a path of soft rock. Not finding one, Naruto focused some power into the boots of Hermes and the wings on them unfolded. Crouching down, Naruto then lunged forward and ran up the side of the wall before flipping off and over the wall. Landing in a crouch on the ground behind it, Naruto turned and frowned seeing a stairway down while the chain to the cage ran vertically above him. It's never simple, Naruto mused to himself while walking deeper into the city. Making his way down the stairs, Naruto mentally rolled his eyes as several ghouls started to rise out of the ground. More than just sick. Of all the ghouls, Naruto grabbed one and used it as a battering ram into the others before slamming its head into the wall to his side. Quickly pulling the blades of Pandora from his back, Naruto then twisted on one foot, spinning the blades of Pandora around and decapitating most of the next couple of ghouls before swinging the blades in an X at the final ghoul. Twirling the blades into a reverse grip, Naruto then sighed as a more heavily armored ghoul rose up. Lunging forward, Naruto evaded a SW-ing from a side in its left arm before grabbing its right arm and moving towards its back. Kicking his right foot under the ghouls and knocking it forward, Naruto felt the spray of blood from the creature as it shrieked in pain. Then was thrown down onto its back by the Ashen Warrior. Reaching a hand up, Naruto then wiped some of the blood off of his face and placed the blades of Pandora onto his back before continuing forward. Seeing several archers rise up on a ledge up ahead of him. Child's play, he muttered with a deep frown on his face while forming Karen's wrath, then sent a large blast of green flames at the archers. The flames consumed them all, the shrill shrieks of the archers echoing in the depths of the city of Dis. Ignoring the sound, Naruto hopped up and grabbed the LEDG before pulling himself up and brushing off one shoulder with a clearly bored expression across his face. Crossing his arms and looking up, Naruto clicked his tongue and drummed his fingers on one bicep while looking to the chain. Humming to himself and looking around more thoroughly, Naruto saw several large chains forming down from the ceiling, all of them seemingly attaching in some way to four circular shields to either side. The floor looked as if it was too small for the room with a turnstile in the center, and two heavy, yet heavily cracked and nearly broken rocks were jutting out of the walls. Walking forward and over to the turnstile, Naruto could easily tell what needed to be done and cracked his neck. Placing his hands onto the handle for the turnstile, Naruto started to turn the heavy object and grunted even as sparks formed from the shields to either side of him. Soon reaching the first rock, Naruto grunted as the turnstile stopped and he released it. Groaning as it started to fall, Naruto ran over to the rock and threw the blades of Pandora, both instantly bursting into blue flame and destroying the rock. Sliding to a halt and then rushing back over to the turnstile. Naruto grunted while catching it and then began the rigorous task of turning it once more. Digging his heels into the ground as he pushed on the turnstile, Naruto grit his teeth while the floor continued to rise. Sparks flying from the shields before finally grunting as he hit the next rock. Moving quickly, Naruto ran over to the next rock and like the one before it, Naruto swung the blades of Pandora at it. The blades exploded in a burst of blue flames once more, shattering the rock while he moved 1 foot forward to stop himself. Quickly placing his blades onto his back, Naruto rushed over to the door and twisted around to catch the turnstile, gritting his teeth and grunting as it started to push him back. Growling in his throat, Naruto pushed forward on the turnstile once more, forcing the flat. Digging his feet down as he continued to push the turnstile, soon coming to a halt while the turnstile's handle shuddered. Looking over to the chain, Naruto then ran over to it, activating boots of Hermes to rush over and jump onto a ledge while the circular floor began to fall down into the depths below. Looking around, Naruto frowned up at the chain before reaching up to take hold of it. Reaching back for one of the blades of Pandora, the Ashen Warrior then cut the chain and held on as it rocketed back towards where the cage had been. Holding on as it went, Naruto then cursed it swung him up and he grabbed onto a ledge before pulling himself up and onto it. Grunting as he got up, Naruto turned to look down and saw the floor from before fall down into a pit, lava rising up where it had once been. Lava then rising up and covering the path back to the wall from before. Turning and looking around, Naruto frowned as he found himself in an archway, still a fair distance from the cage. I'll have to find a way around, Naruto mused to himself before walking forward and into the archway. Walking further and further into the realm, Naruto noticed a doorway nearby, a depiction of the man with spikes in his body over it. So, you must be Hades. Naruto mumbled and then took a step back as the helmet of the depiction began to glow red. Yes, it's been so long since you were last in my palace. Hasn't it, Spartan? Though I must admit that you're looking quite well. For a dead man. A deep rumbling voice echoed out from the picture and then spread all around Naruto endlessly. Hades. How? Naruto grit out while grasping his head, and the depiction of the Lord of the Underworld laughed at him. Oh, so your memory is gone. That's almost too bad. It'll just make it all the easier to destroy you. The depiction laughed before the fire vanished from the picture of Hades and Naruto fell down to his knees. How? Where is he? Naruto wondered to himself while gripping his head harder and gnashing his teeth together. Breathing heavily, Naruto closed his eyes even as flashes of memory appeared before them once more. Like before, it was almost like they were not his own. Instead, the depictions were more like someone else's instead. The flash that gave him the most information, however, had him rearing back two chains with hooks on the ends, ripping the Spectre Lee K-shape out of someone who looked like Hades and pulling it into his own body. Shaking his head even as the vision faded, Naruto stood up and looked back to the doorway with a deep frown. Something is wrong with me, Naruto mumbled while looking to his hands and then clenched his fists. But I don't have time to figure out what it is. I still have a job to do, Naruto stated while getting back to his feet and grabbed a handle that was a part of the door he'd seen. Gritting his teeth and moving his feet to either side, Naruto roared out while lifting the door up and then quickly rolled under it and came out in the hallway behind it. Looking around, Naruto saw people in cages hanging above him, some dead, some dying, and some even worse than those. Grunting and shaking his head at their pitiable state, Naruto walked forward only for one of them to reach out. Wait, warrior, I beg of you to assist me, a voice cried, and Naruto looked up and saw a brown-haired man with ragged clothes and sunken skin. And just who are you? Naruto questioned while the man took hold of the bars to his cage. My name is Perseus, I beg of you to free me so that I might find my beloved and rescue her from this hell. Perseus pleaded, and Naruto raised a brow before rolling his eyes and turning his back to him. Please, I'll give you my prized helm of darkness if it would help, but please help me, I must save her, Perseus pleaded pitifully while showing Naruto a golden helmet that would cover part of the face, and Naruto scoffed before looking up at him with a frown. Even if I did help you, she has been down here for far too long. She's probably be already dead, Naruto said grimly and then walked off, deeper down the hall even as Perseus hung his head and started to weep behind him. Making his way deeper into the hall, Naruto soon came to a strange room, a large pair of burners to either side of him. Now what do we have here? Naruto wondered before walking forward and found a vial of some kind embedded into the wall of the room. Seeing a message on the wall, Naruto narrowed his eyes as he read it for a moment. The Lord of Hell demands a sacrifice of you before you may continue forward on your journey. The note read, and Naruto took a step back and stared at it with wide eyes before soon calming himself. A sacrifice? I'll make sure to murder that beast once I finally reach him, Naruto grumbled out before turning to look down the hall, then to the two burners, and felt one of his hands twitch. So that's why they're down there, Naruto realized and then frowned for a moment. And before narrowing his eyes and making his way back down the hall, soon coming to a lever, Naruto pulled it and flinched as Perseus's cage fell down. Warrior, have you changed your mind and decided to come to my aid after all? Perseus questioned, and Naruto clenched his fists before walking over to Perseus with a deep frown. You'll see your love again, but not in this life, Naruto stated before gripping the sides of the cage, then placed his foot onto it and kicked, sending the cage skidding towards the burner room. Wait, what treachery is this? Perseus demanded while Naruto made his way closer to Perseus and grabbed the cage once more. Turning with a grunt, Perseus's eyes widened as he saw the depression in the floor of the next room as well as the two burners. Be by the gods, have you no mercy? Perseus demanded, and Naruto was silent while placing his foot onto the cage and kicked it into the room, the cage sinking into the depression in the floor. No, all my mercy was bled away a long time ago, Naruto muttered while walking into the room and looked over to the side to another lever. Please warrior, spare me, please don't do this, Perseus tried to plead while reaching out of the cage. I'll give you the helm, just please spare me my life, he pleaded while holding out the gold helm towards the ashen warrior, and Naruto stopped at the lever for only a moment before grasping its handle. Staying silent as the grave, Naruto then yanked down on the handle and Perseus dropped his gold helm while looking to either side as the burners came on. No, he screamed. out even as the flames quickly consumed his body, burning him alive, while the helm of darkness turning bright white as it was scorched and burned by the flames of the inferno, soon a trapdoor opening and pulling the screaming Perseus into its depths. As soon as Perseus was gone, the burners slowly slid back and then folded into the ground, while the vial on the wall filled with ashen blood. The wall then slid down into the ground, revealing an open passageway back to the area with the cage that Naruto had started in. I hope you see your love again. Death is better than this kind of torment, Naruto mumbled to himself while walking towards the door, only to stop and kneel down as he saw the helm of darkness Perseus had with him. However, he also noticed that it was now blazing hot, and after a few moments, it seemed as if the flames of the inferno actually caused the artifact to change shape. The shape soon became apparent as the helm took on a distinctly more jagged and vicious appearance. Starting with a blade at the top that swooped back, two more coming from it back along the sides of its band and forming a trident shape, spikes positioned along the band that made up the side of the helm. The mask portion of the helm was now noticeably more stylized, with the eye holes being smaller than before, the portion covering the nose coming to a sharp point with a short blade rising up the bridge into the trident portion of it, with the entire thing now colored black, now with jagged glowing red cracks flowing throughout the look as if it was made from molten earth. Reaching down, Naruto tapped the helm for a moment before picking it up, then placed it on the top of his head and pulled the mask portion down over his face. Instantly he felt a strange feeling over his body and looked to his hands. What the? Naruto wondered upon seeing, or rather not seeing, his hands before his face. It makes me invisible, he wondered before his hands reappeared and he lifted the mask up afterwards. For a little while at the least, Naruto mumbled to himself before shaking his head and took the helm off before watching as it vanished, clearly a godly relic. Calling the relic back out for a moment, Naruto then flipped it into the air before putting it onto his head. Allowing it to vanish, Naruto nodded before calling it back out, smirking as it appeared over his head as he did. This could come in handy, Naruto mused before forcing the helm to vanish once more as he walked to the door and then looked down towards the cage that had clearly slammed into the ground. Looking around, Naruto saw a hook above him and quickly threw one of his blades at it before swinging on it and flipped into the air before landing in a crouch near the cage. Walking over to it, Naruto pried open the cage and then reached inside and frowned when he found an omega symbol. Must be the key to the next area, Naruto surmised to himself before turning and walking over to the back of the room. Finding a depression to fit the omega symbol into, Naruto placed it into the door and took a step back as it slid away to reveal a new path. However, upon looking down, Naruto felt his eyes widen and took several steps back just so he could be sure of what he was seeing. Pandora. Having traversed tests and trials in search of the scythe of Kronos, Naruto soon came to see a sight unlike anything he had ever seen before. Here in this forgotten place lay the body of the king of the Titans, Kronos himself. Imprisoned after death in Tartarus, the new lord of the underworld had teed his body up and turned it into an obstacle to guard his scythe. Unfortunately, he was right, what the bridge was actually the spine and ribs of an enormous giant with his skull cracked open and his jaw hanging to one side. Heavy-looking gigantic chains wrapped around its body while a spike was jutting up through its lower jaw. Kronos, Naruto realized while looking towards the Titan in show. CK for only a moment before shaking his head. Seeing a book on a pedestal before him, Naruto walked over to it first and then opened it up. Here lay the remains of the Titan Kronos, the grandfather to the Lord of the Inferno. To reach his great weapon, one must stay out of his watchful eye's gaze. The book read and Naruto raised a brow before looking towards the skull of Kronos and saw an eye in it. The eye then looked down and a beam of light flashed from it and along the path to the inside of his ribs. Frowning for a moment, Naruto took a quick few seconds to watch the eye. The light from it moved forward, meaning if he could get past it for even a second he could move towards the ribs. Also, while the Titan was simply enormous in size, he was sitting up, thus the path wasn't quite as long as it could have been had he been on his back. Snapping his fingers when he realized a way over, Naruto called the helm of darkness out and walked towards the spine. Hopping on, Naruto waited for the light to near him before pulling it down and running forward. soon lifting it as he ran across the bridge. Naruto then pulled it back down as they light neared him yet again. Seeing the inside of Chronos' ribs, Naruto lifted the helm for a few moments and then pulled it back down for the rest of the way. Sliding to a halt inside of Chronos' ribs, Naruto looked up and narrowed his eyes upon seeing something shin in his skull. However, the only route up was by using Chronos' ribs and neck, the back of his spine having been ripped out somehow, and added onto that was that Chronos' eye seemed to be able to look inside of himself as well. Figures, Naruto thought to himself before jumping onto a rib and digging the blades of Pandora into it. Hopping from rib to rib afterwards, Naruto soon stowed PPED and pulled the helm of darkness back on as Chronos' eye looked down into himself. As soon as the light passed, Naruto continued upwards towards his skull. Soon reached the collarbone of Chronos, Naruto. To pulled the helm on once more as light flashed over him and then down into his body. Once it had passed, Naruto jumped over and grabbed onto the lower mandible of Chronos' skull, gritting his teeth as it bobbed up and down for a moment. Sighing when it didn't fall, he then threw a blade up and it dug into the upper portion of the mouth. Making his way back over the back of the skull, Naruto climbed up to a hole in the top of his head. Pulling the helm of darkness back on when he saw light rise towards him, Naruto jumped down into the skull and waited for it to pass. Once it had, Naruto ran over to the eye still in Chronos' socket and rammed his shoulder into it, knocking it loose and causing it to fall into the depths below. Looking around once that was done with, Naruto saw a pedestal with a book, a platform behind it, and upon it Naruto finally saw the scythe of Chronos. Gazing at the weapon for a moment, Naruto then walked over to it. The scythe had an obsidian shaft made from individual segments like a spine of some sort. Silver weaved into either end of it and formed into the shape of curled vines with thorns forming off of them. One of these scythes had a long obsidian outstretched bat's wing formed into the scythe's blade, the silver vines twining around it, while on the opposite side a shorter blade was formed out of silver with thorns along it. Stopping in front of the book, Naruto looked down at it and frowned for a moment. The scythe of Chronos, used by Chronos to castrate his own father on order from his mother Gaia, this scythe wields the power of Uranos. The book read, and Naruto raised a brow for a moment before frowning and walking past the book to take hold of the scythe. Reaching out, Naruto quickly took it before looking around, sure that nothing was going to happen. Naruto turned the weapon in his hands for a moment before twirling it around above his head and swung it in a low arch before slamming it into the ground, causing the ground to shake for a moment. Suddenly jabbing it forward, Naruto watched as the blade of the scythe arched up like the death scythe and the shaft lengthened as it would as well. Pulling it back to him, Naruto twirled the weapon over his head for a moment more before twisting it, both blades folding inward on it before the shaft compacted and he placed the weapon onto his back. Turning and heading towards the spine of Chronos once that was over, Naruto cursed as the entire skeleton began to shudder and a familiar deep rumbling voice echoed from down below him. "Ah, so you found the old man's scythe. Not too surprised, Spartan, but now, you must face me." The voice echoed out all around Naruto as he looked around for its source. "Where are you? Stop hiding," Naruto demanded through gritted teeth, and the voice of Hades echoed with a laugh. "Come now, Spartan, why so eager to meet your fate? It'll be the death of you," Hades said mockingly before a pair of hooks on chains suddenly rose up from below and dug into the bones of Chronos. "But if you truly wish to face me, Spartan, who am I to deny you?" Hades then roared out before the hooks were yanked down, Naruto cursing as Chronos' body then began to fall apart. Swaying in place for a few moments, Naruto then swung the blades of Pandora and latched onto the ground even as the skull fell down into the depths of the inferno. Riding it down, Naruto then cursed when he saw he was falling towards a pit of molten rock. Jumping off of the skull, Naruto saw a building and raised a brow for a moment, then cursed and crossed his arms as he broke through the top of it. Landing with a groan, Naruto pushed himself up and onto his feet before looking around. The hole in the ceiling sent him. "Welcome, Spartan. Make yourself at home. This time, you won't be leaving," Hades exclaimed from all around the dark room, Naruto growling low in his throat. Looking around, Naruto growled upon finding himself in a completely dark area, only a single light keeping him illuminated. "Where are you, coward? Show yourself." Naruto shouted into the darkness while pulling the blades of Pandora from his back and looked for Hades. What's the matter, Spartan? Are your eyes as bad as your memory? Either way it makes no matter, I will see you suffer as I have suffered. Hades rumbled out darkly and Naruto narrowed his eyes while looking around for the man. Your soul is mine, he then bellowed out and Naruto heard as Hades stomped forward, the former god of the underworld walking into the light just in time for him to swing his weapons. Naruto then cursed as Hades' pair of chains with double-bladed hooks at the ends came at him and bit into his flesh. Gritting his teeth, Naruto then saw a blue specter as the chains tried to rip it out of his very being. And no, you don't. Naruto growled out while forcing his soul back into his body, Hades stumbling back as a light formed and landed on Hades, illuminating him at last. Narrowing his eyes while rolling back, Naruto panted while placing a hand to his chest and taking a good look at Hades. This god looked more like some kind of a demon to Naruto. He was at the very least 13 feet tall and all muscle, his body had numerous spikes driven down into his form that seemed mostly stationed over his shoulders, arms and back, with a helmet that had 2 horns curving off the sides and a field of grates over his face. A spiked collar was worn around his neck, an old-looking loincloth with chains wrapped around his waist, old bandages around his wrists, biceps and thighs, very old leather sandals over his feet, ith chains wrapping around his shins with shin guards under them. However, oddly, this was also very clearly not Hades, or at the very least not the original Hades. Its skin and most of its body was black with wisps of black smoke arching off of his body. His helm had a purple glow with black smoke rising out of it, and the only thing that looked as if it was truly a part of Hades was its weapons. Its weapons were the claws of Hades. If Naruto remembered Lilith's story right, they were a pair of very long chains that ended with double-bladed hooks with small spikes over them and a purple glow to the ends of the hooks. Hades, Naruto mumbled while the former god didn't bother speaking. Instead he whipped one of his hooks forward. Cursing, Naruto rolled out of the way as the hook arched low to the ground and he then snapped it back, causing it to crash down into the ground where Naruto had been. Coming out into a crouch, Naruto then lunged at Smoke Hades and swung his blades of Pandora into Smoke Hades' left calf. Grunting as Naruto's blades lashed out and cut into his skin, Smoke Hades then turned around and brought his foot down. Rolling out of the way, Naruto then jumped back to High's feet and swung both of his blades of Pandora at the former god. Smoke Hades, however, twirled one of his hooks even as Naruto cut another chunk of flesh from him. Swinging his arm, Smoke Hades slammed the hook into the ground, creating a small shockwave that impacted with Naruto and threw him back. Chuckling as Naruto slowly got back up, Smoke Hades then whipped out his other chain, the hook. Ing low to the ground before arching up, and Smoke Hades reared back on it, causing the hook to slam down into Naruto from above. Groaning and quickly pushing himself up, Naruto looked up and cursed Eel, rolling out of the way of another attack by Smoke Hades. Flipping up and onto his feet, Naruto roared out while swinging his blades of Pandora at Smoke Hades, catching him in the side only. He then turned and swung one of his hooks. Rolling out of the way and then evading the second whip attack, Naruto narrowed his eyes on Smoke Hades as he then laughed. Come now, Spartan, surely you're stronger than this. Smoke Hades rumbled out while Naruto growled low in his throat and lunged at the fallen god. Dodging around several whips from Smoke Hades' hooks, Naruto then roared while jumping up and winging his blades of Pandora into Smoke Hades' gut. Cutting out a few chunks of flesh from the god, Naruto watched him stumble back with a roar before shaking his head and lashing out with his hooks furiously. Swinging his hooks towards the Ashen warrior, Smoke Hades chuckled as Naruto rolled out of the way only to curse as flames erupted from the hooks this time, searing his flesh as he moved out of the way of the next attack. This guy makes Poseidon look like a pansy, Naruto noted to himself before lunging at Smoke Hades once more, lashing out with his blades of Pandora yet again. Carving into Smoke Hades' flesh, Naruto then cursed as he twirled his hook in hand, clearly ignoring the cuts and gashes in his skin, and swung his hook at the ashen-skinned warrior. Rolling out of the way, Naruto then flipped back to evade the next swing and looked on, only to widen his eyes as he noticed the flesh he'd cut out of Smoke Hades move along the ground before rising up his legs and reattaching to his body. That is the single most disgusting thing I have ever seen. Naruto mumbled while Smoke Hades merely grunted while swinging one of his hooks at him once more. Cursing and rolling out of the way, Naruto then lunged at Smoke Hades once more before jumping up, twirling the blades of Pandora at his side and forming a spinning double-bladed saw of some kind. Naruto tore into Smoke Hades' front, causing him to cry out and take several steps back, roaring out furiously as Naruto landed. Smoke Hades then threw his hooks towards the ceiling and pulled himself up and over to it. Releasing himself from the ceiling and slamming into the ground, Smoke Hades created a shockwave that knocked Naruto off his feet and sent him flying back before slamming into the wall behind him. "You're in my domain now, Spartan!" Smoke Hades roared out while Naruto got back up and turned slightly, Naruto cursing as he jumped over a low swing from Smoke Hades. Seeing Smoke Hades prepare a higher swing, Naruto rolled forward to evade it, then jumped over another low swing before twisting into a spinning attack. Slicing several gashes out of Smoke Hades' torso once more, Naruto landed just as Smoke Hades swung his chains again. Thus his feet were knocked out from under him. Groaning and then rolling to his feet, Naruto then placed his blades of Pandora onto his back and pulled out the scythe of Kronos instead. Twirling it over his head, Naruto then lunged at Smoke Hades once more. Jumping over a low swing from Smoke Hades' hooks, Naruto then twisted around, swinging the scythe around and taking a chunk of flesh from Smoke Hades' chest. Landing in time to avoid a higher swing, Naruto then twisted the scythe around low to the ground before slamming it into Smoke Hades' foot. Jumping over another low attack from Smoke Hades' chains, Naruto then swung Kronos' scythe in mid-air before digging it into Smoke Hades' shoulder, then ripped out a chunk of it and caused him to back up for a moment. A moment's pain is nothing, Smoke Hades rumbled in a slight pant as fire rose up around him and Naruto while the Ashen Warrior narrowed his eyes and pulled his blades of Pandora back out. Lunging at the fallen god, Naruto then jumped onto him and climbed his body before stabbing one of his blades into Smoke Hades' chest. Using his other blade, Naruto then repeatedly stabbed into Smoke Hades before eventually cutting out a large chunk of the fallen god's flesh and ripped it out of him and threw it back. Smoke Hades hissed in pain and held a hand towards the flesh even as it moved closer to him. Growling, Naruto jumped to the ground and lunged forward with Kronos' scythe, cutting through black skeletal hands that tried to keep him back. Roaring out, Naruto twisted around and began to cut into the chunk of Smoke Hades' flesh. Then twisted his scythe causing it to form more into the weapon into the flesh. Twisting around, Naruto threw the piece of flesh into the air and sent the scythe arching out to stab into it. Then slammed the flesh into the ground to destroy it. Roaring out, Smoke Hades snarled and threw his arms to the side, his chains forming out of his body and shooting all around him. Seeing the floor start to blacken, Naruto's eyes widened as soon all of it save for one small portion was consumed. "Die!" Smoke Hades roared out and Naruto cursed while rolling into the one spot. And then watched as innumerous chains from Smoke Hades suddenly formed out of the ground. "That would have killed me," Naruto noted while Smoke Hades then pulled all of the chains back to him and glared towards the Ashen Warrior furiously. Swinging his hooks up and pulling himself back to the ceiling, Smoke Hades then let himself fall towards the ground once more. This time, however, Naruto flipped over the shockwave and then lunged at Smoke Hades. Swinging Kronos' scythe into the fallen god once, Naruto then cursed as he swung his hooks again and yanked himself to the ceiling once more. Releasing the ceiling, Smoke Hades tumbled towards the floor and Naruto flipped over the next shockwave before swinging his scythe and catching the side of Smoke Hades' helmet, causing him to stumble to one side. Roaring out furiously, Smoke Hades then swung his hooks at Naruto once more, the Ashen Warrior rolling out of the way before lunging at him. Jumping into an attack, Naruto swung his scythe yet again, tearing another chunk of flesh out of Smoke Hades and causing him to roar out in pain before throwing his hooks into the ceiling and yanking himself up. Most of the building they were in had been destroyed by Smoke Hades' earlier chain attack. Several sections of it were gone and Naruto could now see parts of the outside. Smoke Hades was now currently hanging onto the skeletal frame of the building before jumping off and slamming into the ground. Naruto merely jumped over the incoming shockwave however and lunged at Smoke Hades. Swinging Kronos' scythe, Naruto then turned and brought it up, yanking a section of Smoke Hades' stomach out of him and sending it flying into a wall as he stumbled back. Roaring out even as his missing chunks of flesh started to return to him, Smoke Hades SW. One of his two hooks towards the ground and at Naruto. Rolling to the side to evade it, Naruto then rolled to his other side to evade another swing from Smoke Hades' other hook. Roaring out, Smoke Hades then ripped both of his hooks up out of the ground while Naruto rolled back to evade them. Landing in a low crouch, Naruto then lunged forward with a roar and swung Chronos' scythe. Catching Smoke Hades' left thigh with the weapon, Naruto then grit his teeth and dug one heel into the ground before ripping another chunk of flesh out of the fallen god. Roaring out as he did, Smoke Hades swung his chains to the ceiling once more and then dropped back down to the ground yet again. Jumping over the shockwave, Naruto twirled Chronos' scythe above him while Smoke Hades then lashed out with his chains. Throwing one forward, it rose up and was yanked back by Smoke Hades faster than before. Rolling out of the way of the first, Naruto widened his eyes as the second caught him and slammed down onto him from above. Roaring out, Smoke Hades then threw both hooks down into the ground on top of the ashen-skinned warrior, sending Naruto spinning into the air before landing with a light groan as he looked up towards Smoke Hades. Shaking his head and quickly rising back onto his feet, Naruto switched out Chronos' scythe and formed the gauntlet of Zeus over his right arm. Roaring out, the ashen warrior then lunged forward and slammed the weapon into Smoke Hades' foot. Growling in pain, Smoke Hades lifted one foot and tried to step on Naruto, but he rolled out of the way before slamming the gauntlet into his left shin. Grunting, Smoke Hades nearly fell down from the hit while Naruto then moved back. Seeing Smoke Hades' panting breaths, Naruto then roared out and slammed an uppercut into his chin, knocking him back where he fell into a crouch, panting heavily. "I am stronger than you'll ever be," Smoke Hades rumbled while Naruto lunged forward and jumped onto him. Quickly pulling out the Blades of Pandora and sunk one into Smoke Hades' side to hold him in place. Repeatedly slamming his other blade into Smoke Hades' side, soon carving out another large chunk of the fallen god's flesh and sent it flying back. Jumping off of Smoke Hades' black skeletal arms rose up, Naruto formed the gauntlet of Zeus and narrowed his eyes. Lunging forward with a roar, Naruto destroyed the hands in his eye before slamming the gauntlet into the chunk of flesh, knocking it back. Twisting on one heel, Naruto slammed the gauntlet into it once more and Hades moved his hand to the side in an attempt to stop him. Seeing the move, Naruto slid to a halt on one foot and brought his arm back, gathering energy into it. Roaring out as he lunged forward, Naruto then slammed the gauntlet into the side of the chunk of flesh, disintegrating it instantly. Roaring out as Naruto did, a familiar black essence began to cover the ground while chains arched off of Hades, destroying more portions of the building. Laughing as the black began to spread, Smoke Hades looked towards Naruto darkly. "You cannot escape me," he uttered ominously while Naruto saw the open patch to the side and quickly rolled into it while chains lashed out at everything else. A sizable portion of the walls now completely destroyed. Quickly lunging towards Smoke Hades when that had passed, Naruto cursed and slid to a halt as Smoke Hades roared out, his chains warping and spinning around his body before he threw them into the ground. Looking around for them for a moment, Naruto then cried out as they came from below and sent him flying back. Groaning, Naruto then quickly rolled out of the was as the hooks came out of the ground several more times and Naruto flipped to his feet as Hades ripped them out of the earth. Moving quickly, Naruto jumped into the air and focused his power into the gauntlet before lunging forward and slamming it into Smoke Hades' chest. Grunting, Smoke Hades growled and then roared out, his chains spinning around him while three skulls flew from his body and slammed into a surprised Naruto before exploding. Groaning, Naruto pushed himself back to his feet and turned towards Smoke Hades, only for the fallen god to lash out, his chains coming forward before he yanked back on them, pulling Naruto to him. Lifting a foot as he did, Smoke Hades then stepped down when Naruto was close enough, catching him under his foot. Laughing, Smoke Hades began to push downwards while Naruto grit his teeth and tried to push up to keep from being crushed. "Any last words, Spartan?" Smoke Hades demanded with a clear, sadistic glee, and Naruto looked up at him and snarled as a familiar inner power welled within him. "Rage of the Fallen," Naruto exclaimed and roared out while changing, Smoke Hades taking a step back. K as black smoke and wisps rose off of his body as he then stood up and narrowed his dark amber gold eyes on the fallen god. Still have some fight left in you, No matter. You will die soon enough. Smoke Hades rumbled before his chains warped and spun around his form once more, Naruto quickly moving to evade the hooks as they started to rise out of the ground. Soon seeing Smoke Hades yank them out of the ground, Naruto slid to a halt and then lunged for the fallen god, rearing the gauntlet of Zeus back before lunging forward and slamming it into one of his shins. Grunting, Smoke Hades glared down at him only for Naruto to then slam the gauntlet into his gut, causing him to fall down. Moving quickly, Naruto then climbed up Smoke Hades and slammed one of his blades of Pandora into Smoke Hades' shoulder. Lifting the other blade, Naruto repeatedly slammed it into the back of Smoke Hades' helmet at the base of his skull. Growling and continuing to slam the blade down, Naruto was then thrown from Hades as he roared out loudly and swung large opening out of the ground while Naruto rolled back to evade it. Swinging his hooks forward afterwards, Smoke Hades growled as Naruto swung his blades of Pandora forward to catch it. Your pain is my pleasure. Smoke Hades rumbled while pulling on his chains to drag Naruto back. Gritting his teeth and digging his heels into the ground, Naruto swung his other arm slicing into Smoke Hades as he did so. Roaring out, Smoke Hades then swung his own weapon, but Naruto rolled out of the way and came out in a crouch where he swung his blades of Pandora into him again, tearing out another small chunk of flesh from the fallen god. Grunting as he nearly fell down into the chasm between them, Naruto then dug his extra blade into the ground to keep from falling. Quickly pulling himself forwards, Naruto then dragged himself away from the chasm by stabbing his blade of Pandora into the ground and pulling himself away. I enjoy listening to your pain. Smoke Hades' voice echoed out ominously around the room and Naruto narrowed his eyes onto the fallen god dangerously. No, it's your pain, Hades, not mine, Naruto roared out while swinging his blade of Pandora into the god, ripping out more chunks of flesh that quickly crawled back onto his body. Roaring out, Smoke Hades lashed out with his hook yet again, swinging one of them around and slamming it down into the ground. Naruto quickly rolled out of the way of the hook however and then swung into Hades again, causing him to take a step back. Moving quickly, Naruto threw his blade forward and caught Smoke Hades in the lower jaw with it. Gripping the chains to both of his blades, Naruto then threw them up and around a hook on the ceiling. Word of advice, Hades, next time don't talk so much, Naruto roared while pulling back on his chains and lifting Hades up by his throat. Growling, Naruto then yanked back on his chains, slamming Smoke Hades' head into the ceiling before he allowed any slack. Narrowing his eyes and growling, Naruto then began to repeatedly yank back on his chains, slamming Smoke Hades' head into the ceiling repeatedly before he roared out and yanked back with a mighty heave. The effect slammed Smoke Hades into the ceiling again, breaking the ceiling apart from the walls which crumbled as a result, while also ripping the claws of Hades from his arms, tearing the blades of Pandora out of his throat, and causing him to fall into the chasm below. Yanking his blades of Pandora into his hands, Naruto put them onto his back and caught the claws of Hades afterwards. Looking at them for a moment, Naruto then roared and the claws swung and spun around his body, giving off a light hum before he caught them in his hands once more. Seconds later, Smoke Hades roared out and grew at least 4 times his original size, his helmet gone to reveal his positively hideous face, purple flames flowing from his mouth, and a truly furious look on his face. Roaring out a second later, Smoke Hades lifted a hand and slammed his fist into the ground, Naruto rolling out of the way and swinging the claws of Hades into his body. Grunting and gritting his teeth as Naruto pulled chunks of flesh from his body, Smoke Hades roared out again and lifted both arms before slamming them into the ground. Naruto however rolled out of the way and started to rip chunks of flesh out of his arms. Hold still, Smoke Hades roared out while rearing his head back and spat out a blast of fire. Quickly evading, Naruto then swung one of the claws of Hades up at a post and swung around using the broken ceiling. Landing behind Smoke Hades, Naruto began to lash out at his back before the fallen god whirled around, using an arm to knock the ceiling around, making it impossible for Naruto to swing on it. Roaring out, Smoke Hades used one arm and swung it across the platform Naruto found himself on. The Ashen warrior easily flipped over the attack and quickly swung his hooks into Smoke Hades, ripping out chunks of flesh again. Suffer. The massive behemoth roared out while lifting a fist and slamming it into the ground. Naruto easily and quickly evading it, then swung around behind Smoke Hades again. Lashing out at Smoke Hades once more, Naruto threw both hooks forward before ripping them back. Skull-like spirits forming from them and lashing out at Smoke Hades. Like before, Smoke Hades turned around with a snarl on his face as he glared down at Naruto furiously. "You cannot destroy hell," he roared while rearing back and firing a beam of energy from his eyes towards him. Naruto remained silent while evading the attack and then threw one of the double-pronged hooks, and swung around, quickly landing behind Smoke Hades again. Growling in his throat, Naruto threw the two claws forward, causing them to dig into Smoke Hades' back and rip out two large chunks of flesh as he reared back on them a second later. Roaring out in pain, Smoke Hades twisted around, slammed a fist into the ground. Naruto rolling out of the way. Looking up as Smoke Hades then slammed his hands into the ground, Naruto rolled out of the way and Smoke Hades clenched his fists. "My kingdom," he cried, and Naruto threw one of the hooks from before and swung around behind Smoke Hades once more. Landing and swinging the hooks yet again, Naruto carved out several gashes into Smoke Hades' back, causing him to fall forward from clear exhaustion. Jumping onto his back, Naruto ran up its length and then swung on of the claws of Hades at his head while jumping into a flip, landing in a low C Rouch with the hook embedded in Smoke Hades' skull. Naruto yanked down on the chain, slamming Smoke Hades' head into the ground. As the fallen god rose back up, Naruto yanked down to slam him into the G round yet again, and then upon seeing the opening in his skull threw his other hook to catch the other side of it. Taking a step back, Naruto then pulled himself into the air and placed the claws of Day onto his back while forming the gauntlet of Zeus over his arm. Rearing it back, Naruto then lunged down, slamming it down and into Smoke Hades' skull. Holding onto the behemoth, Naruto then slammed the gauntlet into his skull once more, again and again, before kicking off of his face and landed in a low crouch. Pulling out Chronos' scythe this time, Naruto twirled it over his head before lunging forward. Jumping up and onto Smoke Hades again, Naruto lifted the scythe high into the air and jumped up. "This ends now," Naruto roared out before swinging Chronos' scythe and slicing through Smoke Hades' neck and cutting his head from his shoulders. Landing in a low crouch, Naruto then swung Chronos' scythe overhead for a moment before allowing it to compact and placed it onto his back. Looking to Smoke Hades' body, Naruto watched on silently as it slowly started to vanish, soon completely vanishing while Naruto looked to his hands. What is this power? He wondered to himself as the black smoke and silver that made up his new form slowly vanished as well, leaving him as an ashen-skinned warrior yet again. Clenching his fists once he was normal again, Naruto then grunted and reached down to his left leg, feeling a deep gash in it just below his knee and along the front of his shin. "No time to find a way to dress my wounds," Naruto noted before looking around and saw an old bronze-colored plate of some kind and some chains. "But at least I can protect a weak spot," Naruto mused while moving over to the plate and placed it over the wound before wrapping the chains over the plate. Soon finishing with that, Naruto stood back up and moved his leg around, making sure his mobility wouldn't be hampered by the additional armor. Nodding his head when he was assured as such, Naruto walked forward and looked down into the chasm that Smoke Hades had created. Seeing the river Styx down below, as well as a tunnel over to the side, Pandora's singing echoing from its depths. "Well, at least I know where to go," Naruto mused before then jumping into the river Styx, more than a littler surprised when it did nothing to him. Swimming down the river and into a tunnel, Naruto made his way deeper into the Inferno. Pandora, having found and taken the scythe of Chronos, defeated Hades, and then taken his wicked weapons for his own, Naruto traveled further still into the depths of the Inferno, unknowing of the dangers that awaited him. Moving down the river Styx took Naruto to the 7th layer of Hell, Violence, where his most taxing test still awaited him. Swimming down the tunnel, Naruto soon saw a patch of land and swam over to it before hopping up and onto it. Shaking himself off, Naruto looked around for a moment before hearing Pandora's song once more. Spotting a bit of gold, signifying her statue, Naruto walked in that direction. Soon finding her, Naruto knelt down as the tiny blue flame in its hands morphed into Pandora's shape. "Hello, how was your trip here, Naruto? Did Samael agree to convince his siblings to help you?" Pandora questioned of the Ashen Warrior, and Naruto frowned for only a moment. "Unfortunately, he says I need to prove myself to his other siblings. I need to free Lysandra or he won't be able to convince all of them to aid me." Naruto replied and saw a grimace pass over Pandora's face. "Oh, then, that means you have to continue down into the layers," Pandora noted, and Naruto narrowed his eyes onto the girl dangerously. "Pandora, what's wrong with that?" the Ashen Warrior questioned with a frown, and Pandora turned, Naruto following her gaze, and felt his eyes widen. They were on a cliff, and below them he could see a river of boiling blood, men and women alike boiling in its depths and pulling each other into it. "What is this place?" Naruto demanded, and Pandora bowed her head and let out a soft sigh. "This is the 7th layer of hell, where the violent are punished for all eternity. It is separated into 3 circles. The first circle is for those who are violent against others. They are forever boiled in the blood that they wished to spill from others. The second circle, those who are violent against themselves, where suicide. They are eternally tormented by sprouting, growing only in pain forevermore. And the third circle, where those who were violent unto God are tormented by the burning sands forever," Pandora explained, and Naruto looked at her for a moment before standing up and crossed his arms as he looked out over the layer of violence. "So all I have to do to reach the second circle is cross this river, right?" Naruto questioned, and Pandora was silent for a moment. "Pandora," Naruto questioned while turning to her and saw her looking at him strangely. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked with a frown and crossed his arms over his chest. "This layer is, well, it's dangerous, especially for you. I was hoping you wouldn't have to travel down this layer if you talked to Samael, but, at the end of the layers, the most powerful weapon to ever exist still remains. However, if you choose to go forward to get it, you must not only face the trials of this layer, you must also face yourself as well as," Pandora started to say before suddenly vanishing. The statue of her exploding a mere few seconds later. "Pandora!" Naruto cried while rushing to where the statue had been, then growled and looked back towards the first circle of violence. What the hell just happened? Did someone want to keep her quiet or what? Naruto wondered to himself for a moment, then shook his head and walked over to the edge of the cliff to get a better look at the realm he'd soon have to traverse. First, however, was a large wall cut him off from the first circle of this layer, with several enormous torches atop it to give off a faint light. With a pair of massive double doors, making Naruto scowl deeply. Before the wall was some kind of field filled to the brim with bones and sharp jagged rocks. Not only that, but Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw something moving below. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto then jumped forward and twisted around to stab his blades into the side of the cliff on his way down. Sliding down the length of the cliff, Naruto soon flipped off of it and then flipped in the air before landing in a low crouch. Looking around, Naruto narrowed his eyes for a few moments before walking towards the wall. Slowly approaching it, Naruto crossed his arms as a scowl came to his lips upon hearing a very familiar sound. Turning less than a second later, Naruto caught the horns of a creature disturbingly similar to an Ushi-Oni. Growling in his throat, Naruto then moved 1 foot forward and threw the beast back, causing it to stumble back, while the Ashen Warrior then quickly swung his blades, slicing out thin chunks of flesh and muscle as he did. The beast, which the Greeks had called a minotaur if he was correct, roared out at this and lowered its head, horns pointed forward while dragging its hoofed foot across the ground. Way too similar to an Ushi-Oni, Naruto thought to himself with a frown as the beast lunged forward and he moved to the side of its head and then wrapped an arm around its neck. Owling, he then twisted the minotaur around before moving one arm to stab it through the mouth. The minotaur quickly tried to stop him, but Naruto reared his arm back to stop it, then slammed his blade through its head. Throwing the corpse to the ground, Naruto then turned and placed his blades back onto his back. Walking back to the wall, Naruto soon saw the gates and frowned deeply before looking around. Taking several steps back, Naruto then formed the gauntlet of Zeus and narrowed his eyes. Roaring out, the Ashen Warrior then lunged forward and slammed the gauntlet into the gate, causing it to fall inward. Cursing as he saw a ledge, Naruto quickly turned and threw one of his blades into the ground to stop himself from falling into the next circle. Breathing a sigh of relief once he'd managed to stop himself, Naruto then yanked his blade from the ground and replaced it on his back. Walking to the edge of the cliff he'd found himself on, Naruto looked down into this next layer of hell, or at least the first circle, with a frown forming across his face. The circle as started before had a river of boiling blood with old broken statues, trees, and graves littering it. However, it also had an odd machine in the center of it with hanging cages and churning gears, somewhat like what he'd seen in Greed, only half as large as the one on that level. Also was that the people fighting one another in the river were pulling one another down into it, meaning getting close to them would be a bad idea. And last he could see large round platforms floating down river, and rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression. This place doesn't look too hard to get through. At least not harder than any of the other layers, though this is only the first circle of violence, Naruto reminded himself before looking down the side of the cliff he stood on. Below him, he could see a bone-like column designed to look like skeletons going down to hang over a hanging rope, as well as a ledge to his side. On the ledge was a chain that looked to lead over to the machine that churned and heated the boiling blood. Checking the other side, Naruto saw another ledge, however that one looked very unstable. Having seen enough, Naruto then jumped off of the cliff and caught onto the bone column. Sliding down its length, Naruto then let go and fell towards the hanging rope before grabbing onto it. Sliding down the length of the rope as well, Naruto stopped near the very bottom of it and exhaled a breath. Placing his feet onto the surface of the cliff, Naruto then ran over to one side before running back over to the other. Repeating that action once more to gain a greater momentum, Naruto then jumped from the rope, launching himself over to the ledge he'd seen. Landing in a roll, Naruto came out of it in a low crouch and then quickly jumped up onto the chain he'd seen earlier. Making his way across the chain and towards the machine, Naruto then frowned upon seeing a couple of heavily armored ghouls heading his way on the chain. Narrowing his eyes and moving closer to them, Naruto stopped one of the ghouls with one foot before kicking its arms off of its face, knocking it into the boiling blood below. An action he mirrored with the next ghoul. Seeing two more ghouls heading his way, Naruto moved closer to them before pulling one of his blades of Pandora free. Swinging the blade, Naruto sliced the first ghoul's arms off and then repeated the action with the second, causing them to fall to the river below as well. "I really hate ghouls," Naruto grumbled before making his way across he chain and mentally groaned upon seeing several archers rise up at the other end of the chain. Moving quickly across the chain, Naruto rolled on the chain to evade two arrows heading for him. Moving forward again, Naruto then flipped forward to evade two more arrows before flipping off of the chain. Landing beside of the two archers, Naruto reached to either side to grab the archers and then ran towards the wall of the machine. Roaring out, the Ashen Warrior then slammed their heads into the side of the machine before throwing their lifeless bodies to either side, both falling into the boiling blood below soon after. Turning around, Naruto crossed his arms and made his way across the machine, jumping over to a turning gear. Walking over the gear, Naruto soon made his way over to its side and jumped to another gear. Moving quickly over it, Naruto then jumped up onto another one, then jumped to the side onto another turning gear. Soon reaching the top of the machine, Naruto saw a pair of enormous heaters up above and a large pot of bubbling blood. Who would build such a device? Naruto had to wonder to himself before shaking his head and then turned on his heel and walked around the rim of the pot. Looking down on the cages he'd seen before, Naruto frowned upon noticing that it was too far from him for him to jump over to it. Instead, Naruto looked around thoughtfully, soon noticing a hanging chain between him and the first cage. "Perfect," Naruto said to himself before taking several steps back and crouched down. Narrowing his eyes before lunging forward. Jumping from the pot, the Ashen Warrior then grabbed the hanging chain, swinging forward. Naruto then flipped from the chain, landing on top of the cage in a low crouch. Standing on top of the cage, Naruto saw it start to lower into the boiling blood. The people within it screaming as the blood began to boil them. Looking to his side, Naruto saw another cage as it rose up and narrowed his eyes. Moving quickly, Ashen warrior ran over to the next cage and jumped on top of it, leaving the people in the last cage to boil. Like before, the cage he stood on lowered into the boiling blood, and soon the people within it began to scream. Turning, Naruto then saw as the next cage over started to rise up and narrowed his eyes before lunging at it at the last moment possible. Jumping on top of the cage, Naruto allowed it to lower as well. Walking over to its edge, he looked down on the river of boiling blood. Watching it, Naruto soon saw a circular platform moving downstream, and quickly he took a step back before lunging forward and jumping over to it. Landing on top of the platform, Naruto rolled into a low crouch before looking up and around. Frowning deeply, the Ashen warrior then slowly started to stand, only to fall to his knees as visions of a past that was not his own started to play before his eyes once again. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. Naruto found himself in a strange place. He saw soldiers standing before him, all wearing strange armor. Then, he noticed he was dressed differently, most of his armor gone and his clothes mostly red, a torch in one hand. They built this temple to offer prayers to Athena. This village stands as an affront to Lord Ares. Naruto heard the voice of Kratos shout before feeling his body turn and his eyes widened. Naruto saw a small, clearly poor village, the homes all small, clear. Too small for even the smallest family, and beside most of them was a patch of straw. Burn this village. Burn it to the ground. The voice of Kratos roared while Naruto felt his arm hurl his torch towards one of the homes. Instantly the straw next to it was set ablaze and the armored warriors lunged past him. Feeling his eyes narrow, Naruto made his way forward, watching as the soldiers continued his destruction. Killing man, woman and child alike, leaving no one and nothing to stand in their way. The death and carnage alone was brutal, but the ways the soldiers murdered the villagers even more so. Naruto felt his body walk forward, past them all, ignoring the cries of pain and the pleas to allow them to live that came from the people. Soon approaching a temple, Naruto stopped at its doors. A feeling of warning echoing out in the depths of his mind, his instincts telling him to turn back and to leave this place, never step inside. Beware Kratos, an old woman's voice echoed, and Naruto turned to the side. Seeing a dark-skinned old woman with a cane, an omega symbol hanging from her neck. The dangers in the temple are greater than you know, she told him simply, and Naruto reached out and pushed the old woman out of his way before reaching back and taking the blades of chaos from his back. Lunging forward, Naruto kicked the doors to the temple down and swung the blades of chaos, killing a man instantly and causing him to fall back. Moving forward, through the building, Naruto swung the blades again and again, throwing all in his way to his sides and killing them. He slaughtered all that stood in his path, murdering everyone before him before lashing out with one final strike. Lifting his blades in an X shape, the warm blood of his last two victims spilled over his arms. The lingering screams of two women echoing in his mind. Looking down, Naruto felt horror well up within his body before he fell to his knees, the blades of chaos slipping from his fingers and clanging as they hit the floor. Both were ignored as he looked upon the bodies of a woman and her child. No, Lysandra, Calliope, how? A voice echoed in Naruto's mind as he lifted his hands and looked to them with horror, wide eyes staring at the blood that coated his arms and hands. Bowing his head a moment later, Naruto felt himself rear his head back and scream, Kratos' cry echoing out in temple before he soon stopped and gritted his teeth while clenching his fists. Reaching out, Naruto saw his arms move, lifting up Lysandra, and holding her in his arms gently, as if she would break. My wife, Kratos whispered while looking to the woman before reaching up to wipe some blood from her face. My child, Kratos whispered softly, voice quivering as he looked over to the dead girl and closed his eyes. How? They were left in Sparta, Kratos said to himself while looking to the two dead women, then looked to the side as something appeared in the flames. You were becoming all I hoped you'd be, Kratos, Ares said as his vision appeared within the flames beside Naruto. Now with your wife and child dead, you have nothing to hold you back, you will become even stronger. You will become death itself, Ares said darkly, and Naruto felt his eyes close, his teeth gritting even as the vision of Ares vanished from the flames. Slowly lowering Lysandra's body to the ground, Naruto Ned his eyes and slowly moved Calliope to her mother's side, then placed Lyssandra's arms around her. "Watch over our daughter in Elysium, my love," Kratos' voice whispered before Naruto felt himself kiss her forehead and rise up. Turning away even as he called the blades of chaos to his hands, Naruto trudged out of the temple, the fires consuming all else held within the temple. He walked past blood and carnage he and his army had created. Naruto then fell to his knees outside of the temple, pain racking his heart before he reared his head back and Kratos' voice echoed forth once more. "Ares!" Kratos cried before panting, then heard a shuffling and looked up to see the village oracle from before walking towards him. "From this night forward, the mark of your terrible deeds shall be visible to all," the old woman said while raising a hand, and Naruto looked to the side, only to see G towards him. "The ashes of your wife and child shall be forever fastened to your skin, never to be removed," she stated, and Naruto felt his eyes widen just before the ash cloud swirled around him, turning his body white as ash, staring at his feet and then slowly working its way up his body, leaving him pale and white, leaving Kratos to be forever known to all as the ghost of Sparta. Present. Naruto came out of the visions and widened his eyes as he lurched forward. What was that? Was that a memory of Kratos? But if it was, how? No, why did I have it? Naruto wondered to himself before shaking his head and looking up. Seeing he was approaching a large circular platform before a forest, Naruto quickly got up. Taking a few steps back, Naruto then lunged forward and jumped onto the circular platform, rolling into a crouch. However, as soon as he did, a red barrier rose up before the forest, keeping him from it. Seconds later, Naruto then looked down and saw black smoke flow from his body and into his shadow. Turning around, the Ashen warrior saw a glowing Omega symbol emblazoned on the ground. However, Naruto then widened his eyes as his shadow began to rise up from it, numerous black wisps of smoke rising off of it even as it took form. Its form was that of a tall muscular man. He was bald, however, with a slightly pointed goatee. Naruto could also tell that it wore a loincloth with a thick belt around his waist, with a pair of sturdy leather sandals and armor chains wrapped around its forearms, leading to a pair of black blades on its back. Second after it rose up, a familiar, blood-red spiral tattoo then wrapped its way around its body, one identical to that of Kratos himself. What the devil? Naruto demanded while backing away from the being made of smoke and shadow. It then reached back and pulled a pair of blades from its back and crouched down before him, blinking for only a moment. Naruto then did the same, twirling the blades of Pandora in hand while slowly crouching down. The shadow then lunged at Naruto, twisting on one heel and swinging both of its blades at him. Naruto quickly used the golden fleece to block the attack, however, and then slammed his blades into the ground, a slight explosion knocking the shadow back. Moving to attack it afterwards, Naruto growled as the shadow rolled back and out of the way before lifting up both of his blades, catching Naruto with its blades and then yanking him towards him. Ramming its knee into Naruto's gut, the shadow then twisted around and slammed him into the ground, then pulled its blades back to its hands. Groaning lightly, Naruto rolled out of the way as the shadow then twisted on its heel and slammed both of its blades into the ground. An explosion of black flames followed the attack, and Naruto used this brief opening to swing one of his blades and cut into its side, then swung his other blade up and cut into its chest before twirling around and slamming both of his blades on top of the shadow. The shadow was knocked back by the attack only to roll onto its feet and lunge at him once more. Preparing himself, Naruto was caught by the being, knocked back into the ground while the shadow reared a fist back. Lashing out with a punch to his face, the shadow reared its fist back to repeat this, but Naruto moved, knocking it onto its back and slamming a fist into its own face. Throwing one another off, the two rolled back to their feet afterwards, and Naruto reached back and pulled Chronos' scythe from his back. The shadow merely pulled its blades from its back even as Naruto lunged forward and twisted into a swing with the scythe. The shadow easily jumped over it and then threw one of its blades down at Naruto. The Ashen warrior quickly raised Chronos' scythe, however, before yanking back on it, pulling the shadow to the ground and slamming it into the dirt. Moving quickly, Naruto then began to twirl Chronos' scythe over his head and then slammed it down into the shadow's back before lifting it up, turned on one heel, and slammed it into the ground once more. yanking the scythe from the shadow's back. Naruto then called on Poseidon's rage while at its side and lightning coursed through Naruto and into the shadow. The shadow flew up afterwards and Naruto twisted around, catching the shadow from then air before flipping into the air and slammed it into the ground once more. Landing in a crouch, Naruto then watched as the shadow got back up, only to lunge at him seconds later and ram its shoulder into him. Sliding back from the force of the attack, Naruto soon swung Chronos' scythe down to stop himself and then ducked under a swing from the shadows. Opening the wings on the boots of Hermes, Naruto then lunged forward, ramming into the shadow with incredible speed, knocking it off of himself and sending it back down to the ground. Breathing out a slight sigh, Naruto spun Chronos' scythe in his hands while the shadow then flipped up and onto its feet, twirling its own blades in hand as it did. Instantly both Naruto and the shadow lunged forward, Naruto swinging Chronos' scythe low to the ground only for the shadow to flip over him. The shadow landed behind Naruto and thus twisted its blades around into a spin, only for Naruto to lunge out of the way and slide to a halt across from it. Forming a familiar gold mask in one hand, Naruto then roared out while sending a burst of green flames at the shadow, causing them to slam into it and knock it off of its feet. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto wasn't surprised when the shadow flipped back up and onto its feet. The shadow then reared both of its arms back and swung its blades down towards Naruto. The Ashen Warrior knew what this was, however, and quickly rolled to the side to evade even as the blades exploded beside him. Flicking the blade of Chronos' scythe to cause it to arch up like a spear, Naruto then jabbed the weapon forward and stabbed it into the shadow once more. Naruto then moved 1 foot forward and roared in his throat, while throwing the shadow from his scythe, tossing it away and into the boiling blood a second later. Narrowing his eyes and waiting for it to rise up, Naruto crouched back as one of its hands did. However, the hand and the rest of the shadow was then pulled down into the blood by the soul still within the blood, causing Naruto to breathe a quick sigh of relief before twirling Chronos' scythe then placed it onto his back. However, Naruto then took a step back as a field of red energy formed out of the blood and shot over to him. Raising the golden fleece, Naruto was surprised when it did no good and the energy surged into his body. Naruto's eyes widened seconds later before he fell to his knees, then grasped his head and grit his teeth as a voice echoed out in his mind. "Let the rage of Ares explode from within." The voice called out and Naruto was instantly infused with unimaginable power. Gritting his teeth, Naruto roared out, his eyes turning a burning blood red and the tattoos on his body glowing bright red as well before Naruto fell forward, panting heavily. "What is this?" Naruto questioned before grasping his throat. His voice sounded gruff and harsh, like he hadn't had a drink of water in a month, but besides that in what felt like an increase in power. Naruto couldn't see any other changes to his form. Slowly standing up, Naruto reached to his blades of Pandora and saw the eyes in them turn a glowing red, making him narrow his eyes for a moment. Placing them onto his back, Naruto ignored that and turned around, then watched as the field from before vanished before he made his way into the second circle, or the Wood of Suicides. Walking into the woods, Naruto suppressed a shiver while walking past several damned souls. Each of them was now seemingly made of wood, consumed by it and clearly fragile. Whoever made this place was truly cruel. Naruto noted to himself while walking further into the wood. No ghouls, only a couple harpies flying around. The harpies landing on the fragile souls trapped her, breaking their twigs and causing them more and more pain. Naruto mentally groaned after ahand onto a tree and his other onto his head as rage formed inside of him. Shaking his head, Naruto quickly moved onwards, deeper into the wood while the rage within him grew. However, as he neared the end of a path, Naruto frowned when he saw a curved bramble blocking his way. "If I had some fire I could burn my way through." Naruto noted a ND then summoned Karen's mask and looked at it for a moment. "Worth a try," Naruto mumbled before holding out the mask and sent a burst of green flames flying into the bramble bush. Instantly the gray flames consumed the bramble and opened the path to him. Humming for a moment, Naruto made his way deeper into this part of the wood, only to grunt upon coming upon more twisted bramble bushes. Quickly using Karen's wrath to clear his way, Naruto walked deeper still into the Wood of Suicides before suddenly placing a hand to his head. Closing his eyes, Naruto found himself standing on the edge of a steep cliff. Raising one foot so that he could plummet to the sharp rocks below, opening his eyes, Naruto then shook his head and slowly stood up. More visions. Why now? He wondered to himself before grumbling and walking deeper into the depths of this layer of hell. Frowning as he passed a truly horrific scene of harpies picking at a lost soul that had become a tree, Naruto soon saw something that made him raise a brow. At the end of the short wood, Naruto saw a man wrapped in thorns and twigs, held aloft by dozens of branches in the air, two harpies resting on his shoulders and biting into his body to devour him. Who deserves such torment? Naruto wondered while approaching the man and looked up, only to take a step back upon seeing Kratos, the ghost of Sparta himself. You? Naruto questioned, only to groan and grip his head in pain, teeth ganched together as he fell to his knees once more, strange visions of Kratos' own memories playing before his eyes yet again. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. Naruto found himself making his way through the ruins of Athens, soon arriving at the docks and making his way on board his ship. Walking up it and over to the statue of Athena, Naruto found himself looking up to it with a weak gaze. Athena, rid me of the memories that haunt me still. Kratos' voice pleaded through Naruto, and the ashen-skinned warrior looked on as the eyes of the statue opened up, a visible glow surrounding the statue of Athena. You have done well, Kratos. And though we mourn the death of our brother, the gods are indebted to you. Athena said through the statue, Naruto looking on, knowing already how this story would play out. We promised that you would be forgiven for your sins, and so they are, but we never promised to take away your nightmares. No man, no god could ever forget the terrible deeds you have done. Athena said, and Naruto felt his body slump while her glow soon vanished from the statue. As it did, Naruto turned on his heel robotically, Kratos controlling him. Or at least his memories, as he walked off of his ship. He made his way through the ruins of Athens, not stopping, silent as the grave even as he came to a mountain. Looking up it unblinkingly, Naruto saw a ledge up near its peak and felt himself climb up the mountain, closer and closer to it. Soon coming to the ledge, Naruto felt his body as it walked over to the ledge and stood over the bluffs overlooking the Aegean Sea. The gods of Olympus have abandoned me, Naruto heard Kratos whisper as he leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Now there is no hope, Kratos' voice whispered, and Naruto felt one foot rise up. And then slowly leaned forward before he then cast himself off of the mountain. His eyes closed as the wind whipped at his skin, falling closer and closer to the rocks below. Even as he fell, the memories of his Kratos and of his life flashed before Naruto's eyes. It was then, upon seeing the life of Kratos as it flashed before his eyes, filled with blood and carnage, that Naruto knew why he would end himself. All of his family was dead, so now, Kratos wished to join and be with them. This was to be the end for him, to be an end to 10 years of suffering, 10 years of countless nightmares. So that finally he would free himself from the beast he had become. Death would be his escape from madness. But it was not to be. Naruto knew so even as he fell into the waters below and opened his eyes, moving his head to either side before he was suddenly lifted up and out of the water. His body rose up, flying in the air before soon coming back onto the suicide bluffs, ing another statue of Athena before a strange circular gateway. Why do they not let me end my torment? Kratos' voice echoed in Naruto's mind while Athena's statue came to life just as it had before. You will not die this day, Kratos. The gods cannot allow one who has performed such service to die by his own hand. Athena said while Naruto walked forward, then felt a pair of chains wrap around his wrists, then looked to his hands. Finding a pair of golden blades in his hands. Ares' tactics were brutal, his path of destruction had to be stopped. But now there is an empty throne in Olympus, and a new god of war is needed. Athena said as the golden gate behind her slowly opened, revealing a stairway, and Naruto looked at it, eyes listless as Kratos' own were. Take these stairs, Kratos, and claim your ultimate reward. Athena ordered as the glow vanished from her statue. Staring at the gate, and the stairs beyond it for a moment, Naruto was silent. So this is what happened to you, he thought to himself before he felt as he walked forward past the gates and up a long flight of stairs towards Olympus itself, towards a large palace-like structure, a place that would become Kratos' new home for a time. where he would take his rightful place as the new god of war. Present. Opening his eyes, Naruto slowly stood up and placed a hand to his head, a grimace on his face. Looking down to his hands, Naruto grit his teeth as he saw blood flow over them for a second before vanishing yet again. What's happening to me? Naruto questioned and placed a hand to his head, then looked down to find himself standing on another Omega symbol. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto then looked around, noticing that he was in a circular area once more, and that a red barrier instantly covered an opening in the trees to his side. Quickly turning around, the Ashen Warrior then looked back up to the tree with Kratos and widened his eyes. Now the Kratos he'd seen before was looking down at him. The familiar frown over his lips deepening as his brows knitted together. Seconds later, wisps of black smoke rose off of its body and Kratos' skin darkened. Soon enough his entire body turned black as pitch. Only the red tattoo on its body a different color than that of his black skin and clothing. Pulling its arms inwards, the false Kratos caused the branches that had been holding it to break. The two harpies on him flew into the air as he then fell to the ground and landed in a low crouch. Cracking his neck, the man then reached down and gripped a pair of handles sticking out of the ground. Yanking them up, Naruto saw black versions of the golden blades once wielded by Kratos, chains forming off of them and wrapping around this new smoke Kratos' forearms. Standing up, the smoke Kratos cracked its neck before taking a crouching stance, Naruto frowning as he formed the gauntlet of Zeus over his arm. "Come on then," he whispered before lunging forward, the smoke Kratos doing the same. Lashing out with a punch towards smoke Kratos' head, Naruto wasn't surprised that he rolled to the side to evade. Smoke Kratos then twisted his blades into an upward swing towards Naruto, the Ashen Warrior moving back to evade and then grabbing the chains of Smoke Kratos' blades instead. Rearing back on the chains, Naruto then slammed his fist into Smoke Kratos' face, causing him to stumble back before moving one foot to halt himself. Opening his eyes, Smoke Kratos snarled before forming a massive S-shaped sword into his hand and lunged forward once more. Cursing upon seeing the blade, Naruto ROL's Smoke Kratos slammed it into the ground where he had been, shattering the earth. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto opened up the wings on the boots of Hermes and ran towards Smoke Kratos, slamming into him shoulder first from the side. Smoke Kratos rolled back and then flipped up onto his feet before leaning, the blade of Artemis, along his shoulders. Holding out his left hand, Smoke Kratos formed a BL.AC lightning bolt into his hand and Naruto's eyes widened. "Oh shit," Naruto mumbled and quickly ducked out of the way as Smoke Kratos threw it towards him. Evading it, Naruto formed Karin's mask and then turned around, only to roll to the side as Smoke Kratos threw another lightning bolt at him. Coming out of the roll in a crouch, Naruto then quickly lifted the golden fleece to catch the blade of Artemis before it could slice him in half. Gritting his teeth as the heavy blade pushed him down, Naruto used his right hand and sent a blast of Karin's wrath into Smoke Kratos' stomach. The green flames slammed into the man's gut, knocking him back and sending him skidding away from Naruto as the flames burned away his flesh slowly. Standing up soon after, surprisingly still mostly intact, Smoke Kratos then reached back and pulled a Gorgon's head from behind him. Cursing, Naruto closed his eyes as Smoke Kratos held up the head. Seeing that Naruto wasn't looking anymore, Smoke Kratos quickly lunged forward and formed a blast of Poseidon's fury through his body and into Naruto. Naruto cried out as the blast flowed through him, then was sent flying back as the attack finished. Steam rolled off of Naruto as he twitched and spasmed for a few more moments, then cursed while rolling out of the way as Smoke Kratos brought his sword down on him once more. Rolling to the side for a moment and then using one hand to flip back up to his feet, Naruto then lunged forward and slammed the gauntlet of Zeus into Smoke Kratos from the side, causing him to go skidding back for a moment before eventually coming to a stop. Narrowing its eyes, Smoke Kratos then placed the blade of Artemis onto his back and pulled his blades of Athena back out. Wringing his arms above himself, Smoke Kratos unleashed a legion of strange souls that then lunged at Naruto. Twitching, Naruto then called out the claws of Hades and quickly swung them, calling several purple skull-shaped souls out. The souls instant LY flowed towards the souls called by Smoke Kratos and both exploded, Smoke Kratos frowning as Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and then took a stance. Narrowing their eyes on one another, the two then lunged forward. Naruto throwing the claws of Hades forward before pulling back on them, causing them to slam down onto Smoke Kratos from above. However, when he did, the older warrior then quickly grabbed the chains of his weapons. Frowning, Smoke Kratos then twisted around, yanking Naruto off his feet and slamming him down into the ground. Growling, Naruto then summoned Poseidon's fury, lightning flowing through his body into his chains and then shocking Smoke Kratos before throwing him back. Rolling onto his chest and then pushing himself back to his feet, Naruto watched Smoke Kratos flip onto his feet as well. A scowl on the warrior's face. Twirling the claws of Hades in hand for a moment, Naruto then lashed out, swinging one of them at Smoke Kratos only for the man to quickly roll out of the way. Lashing out by throwing his other hook down, Naruto managed to slam it down on top of Smoke Kratos and hook into his shoulder. The smoke being then narrowed its eyes and hissed as Naruto reared back on the chain of the weapon, ripping a chunk of its flesh out. Smoke Kratos then took several breaths before lunging at Naruto once more, swinging its blades of Athena in a wide arc. Cursing, Naruto raised his right arm, using the golden fleece to block the attack, then redirect the physical power through his own body. Focusing the power into an attack, Naruto slammed the claws of Hades into the ground. An explosion flowing from him and into Smoke Kratos, sending him flying back. Smoke Kratos didn't stay down, however. He quickly got back to his feet and lunged forward once more. This time he swung his blades overhead one at a time. The first blade slammed into the ground and exploded, knocking Naruto into the air. The second came down on top of him, causing the Ashen Warrior to scream in pain as it dug down into his flesh before it was then ripped out of him unceremoniously. And finally the third attack was both blades as they came down towards him. Grunting, Naruto rolled out of the way of the attack and flipped himself up as the blades slammed into the ground, coming out in a crouch as the blades exploded in a bout of black flames. Panting and grimacing as he felt the burns and cut on his torso from the attack, Naruto then growled in his throat while Smoke Kratos glared towards him. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto lunged at Smoke Kratos at the same time the entity lunged at him. Naruto swung one of his hooks at Smoke Kratos, but the Spartan quickly rolled out of the way before twisting around and lifting his blades of Athena into a swing. Backing up to evade this, Naruto then swung his other hook and caught Smoke Kratos by his foot before spinning around and slammed the Spartan into the ground. Pulling his hooks back into his hands, Naruto then summoned several LL-shaped souls that lunged at Smoke Kratos and exploded upon contact with him. The explosion of the souls knocked Smoke Kratos back and Naruto quickly changed out his hooks for Kronos' scythe. Lungen G forward while Smoke Kratos got back to his feet, Naruto twirled Kronos' scythe at his side. Turning around, Naruto then pulled up on the scythe, causing the back blade to rise into Smoke Kratos and lift him off of the ground. Roaring out, Naruto then twirled the blade around, throwing the Spartan into the air before throwing Kronos' scythe. The weapon spun around as it left his hands, then slammed into Smoke Kratos, piercing his body and pinning him to a tree. Letting out a few panting breaths as Smoke Kratos hung, Naruto then breathed out a final sigh and walked over to it. Reaching up, Naruto yanked Kronos' scythe out of it and allowed Smoke Kratos to fall to and hit the ground with a plop. Placing Kronos' scythe away, Naruto then knelt down in front of Smoke Kratos and looked at its face with a frown. "Just what the hell are you?" Naruto wondered aloud, and its eyes opened before red energy flowed out of it and into the Ashen Warrior once more. Gasping as rage surged through his body yet again, Naruto grit his teeth and grasped his head in his hands. Screaming as he tried to control himself, Naruto stood and took several steps back. "Let the rage of the gods guide your blades." A voice echoed out in Naruto's mind as he felt the rage flow throughout his entire body before seeming to build up inside himself. Closing his eyes, he then roared out as blue energy formed, consuming his skin as golden armor formed over his body at the same time, the blue energy forming a feathered plume on his helmet, yet his glowing red eyes and tattoos still remained. Falling to his knees once the change was over, Naruto looked at himself once more and felt his eyes widen in shock at what he saw. "What's happening to me?" Naruto wondered aloud before touching his throat, this time his voice E sounded almost ethereal rather than harsh and dry. Shaking his head, Naruto slowly stood up, and then looked to where the smoke Kratos had been once before for only a moment before making his way deeper into the forest. Walking through the open area he'd seen earlier, Naruto narrowed his eyes as he came to a vast desert, red-hot sand falling from the sky. This must be the third circle. Naruto reasoned to himself before walking forward and yelping as the sand started to burn his feet. Growling, Naruto jumped over into the shade before making his way across the desert, through numerous ruins. Soon spotting a strange device, Naruto slid to a halt and narrowed his eyes onto it. The device had a handle and 4 wheels. It looked extremely heavy, but it also him from the sand as well as a hook to swing formed over it. Turning to look up and down the path, Naruto nodded his head as he realized which way he'd need to go. Crouching down, the Ashen warrior lunged forward, gritting his teeth even as he felt the heat of the sands on his sandals. Coming to the device, Naruto gripped the handle of it and then began to heave forward, pushing it up the path. Gritting his teeth as his feet came into contact with still hot sands. Naruto hissed before shaking his head as he continued to push the device uphill. Seeing several ghouls heading his way, Naruto growled before digging his feet into the sands with a hiss and holding the device with one arm. Using his other arm to reach back and pull one of his blades free, Naruto then swung the blade, digging it into one of the ghouls. Yanking back on the chain to that blade, Naruto then kicked the ghoul to the ground and stepped on its head, killing it instantly. Repeating the action with the next couple of ghouls, Naruto soon finished the last of them and started to heave the device uphill once more. Growling in his throat, the Ashen warrior narrowed his eyes while soon coming to the top of the hill. Moving quickly, Naruto said the handle of the device and threw a blade up to catch the hanging hook. Swinging off of it and up onto a platform, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief before picking up his feet. The Ashen warrior Hen grimaced seeing his mostly melted sandals and thus sat down and managed to yank them off before tossing them over his shoulder. Looking around, Naruto narrowed his eyes onto a corpse nearby and a blade over to it before dragging it over to himself. Pulling the sandals off of the corpse, Naruto looked them over for a moment with a light hum. They were black leather sandals, simple enough, but had a strap to go between his big toe and the toe beside it, 3 straps for over the top of his foot connected to a buckle to adjust them, and a final strap to go around the back of the heel and hold them on. Nodding his head slowly, Naruto pulled the black leather sandals on before returning his boots of Hermes over them as well as the plate over his left shin. Standing up once he was done, Naruto made his way further into the third circle of the 7th layer before stopping and widening his eyes. Before him was another platform with an omega symbol, a statue of Pandora on a platform beyond it. But beyond that was a magnificent weapon, one that was clearly forged by hands of something beyond any mortal, for no mortal could make such a blade as what he saw. It was a long gold and silver broadsword. The handle was designed oddly before leading into a face with an open mouth. From the sides of the face what looked like 2 wings spread out over a pair of points. From the top of face 2 men rose up to hold up a third. Beside of the 3 men were 2 sideways faces with open mouths, while altogether the blade formed down into these with a slit down its middle, the seam. No doubt identical on the opposite side. The blade of Olympus. Naruto wondered to himself quietly while walking towards the blade only to place a hand to his head and groan as memories started to hit him again. Falling to his knees yet again, Naruto closed his eyes as the memories echoed in his mind for only a moment longer before playing out before his eyes. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. Naruto found himself holding he blade of Olympus and repeatedly ramming it down into someone who looked like an old man. "You cannot do this, Kratos," a woman cried out while slamming into Naruto, freeing the old man while pushing him back with a pair of small short swords. The woman was clearly Athena, and Naruto could feel Kratos' rage start to boil upon seeing her defending the man. "You dare stand against me, Athena?" Otto's voice roared while Naruto shoved the blade forward, forcing Athena back slightly only for her to push with her own blades with surprising strength. "I do not wish to fight you, Kratos, but I will defend Olympus," Athena stated while glaring into his eyes, and Naruto saw the old man from before out of the corner of his eye. The old man was panting and holding his chest even as the wound that the blade had inflicted slowly sealed up. Know this, my son, you have started a war you cannot possibly win. The old man stated darkly, his pale white eyes glowering towards Naruto, growling. Naruto then shoved Athena out of the way before lunging at the man, rearing back the blade of Olympus with one arm and preparing to strike him down. No, Kratos, stop! Athena cried out while jumping in front of the man. Naruto's eyes widening while he moved one hand to her shoulder. Athena, no! He heard Kratos whisper while the old man looked to him for only a moment before flying off into the sky. Looking down at the woman, Naruto found her looking up at him, her lower lip quivering visibly. Why do you sacrifice yourself? Kratos' voice echoed while Naruto pulled the blade of Olympus from the goddess, causing her to hiss slightly. To save Olympus, she replied, and Naruto narrowed his eyes onto her. I do not seek to destroy Olympus, only Zeus. Kratos' voice echoed out and the woman leaned up towards him, a hand on his right shoulder. Zeus is Olympus, she insisted before coughing and falling back slightly, Naruto sneering as he looked to her. He brought this on himself. Kratos uttered darkly while Athena closed her eyes for a second before looking up once more. Because of fear, Kratos. A fear felt by his father Kronos, a fear that wrought the Great War, a fear that drove Zeus to kill you, his own son. Athena whispered while moving Naruto's face to look into her eyes, and Naruto looked at her incredulously. His son, Kratos' voice demanded softly, and Athena nodded slowly. Just as Zeus was compelled to destroy his father Kronos, you are compelled to do the same. No son should destroy his own father. Athena said softly, and Naruto narrowed his eyes, his head for a moment before scowling deeply. No, I have no father. Kratos uttered darkly, and Athena's fell slightly, and Naruto knelt down slightly to hold her up. God after God will deny you, Kratos. They will protect Zeus. Zeus must live if Olympus is to prevail. Athena uttered as she fell down, her hand lightly thudding against the ground as she lost her life, and Naruto scowled deeply, narrowing his eyes while laying Athena onto the ground. If all of Olympus will deny me my vengeance, then all of Olympus will die. Kratos' voice echoed out while Naruto slowly stood up and looked to the sky. I have lived in the shadow of the gods for long enough. The time of the gods has come to an end. Kratos exclaimed before Naruto looked back down to Athena's body as flakes of skin fell away to reveal a green glow. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto then turned slightly as Athena's form was consumed by a bright glow, a blast of energy shooting into the sky, and a wave of green energy was spread out from her body. Remember, Kratos, you have the power to control time itself. An older woman's voice echoed out all around Naruto, and the Ashen warrior frowned before turning and walking into a green doorway. Coming out in a strange temple, Naruto made his way down through it, soon coming out at a series of threads. Naruto felt himself move over to one before he started to pull on it. Watching a mirror as he pulled on the strange thread, Naruto saw different scenes form on it. Naruto soon stopped at a strange vision and then used a device, everything turning slightly green and slowing down. Running back the way he'd came, Naruto then walked into the mirror and slowly came out into a new place. Walking out into a large battlefield, Naruto looked to either side before scowling deeply. Gaia, Kratos' voice echoed out while a gigantic woman seemingly made from the earth itself turned around and moved down to face him. We have been expecting you, Ghost of Sparta. The gods are far too powerful for us to defeat now, the mountain woman said, and Naruto mentally scoffed and then looked up to face her. All of Olympus tremble voice echoed as Naruto waved his arms to either side. Zeus is weak, Ares and Athena are dead, and I wield the blade. Kratos stated darkly while Naruto clenched his fists at his sides and patted a hand onto his chest. We can win the Great War, but not in this time. Together, we will destroy the petty gods and see Olympus crumble before us. Kratos stated, and then Naruto felt a strange power flow through his body as green energy flowed over him. Come with me, Gaia, return to my time. Kratos instructed as the green energy formed over Gaia, blasts of the green energy then flowing from him and over to several more giant beings. As the energy formed over them, Naruto saw a wave of power flow towards them and then a bright flash of light, and they were all gone. Opening his eyes, Naruto found himself in one of Gaia's hands before she placed the Ashen warrior onto one of her shoulders. Holding onto a tree, Naruto felt Gaia and the other giants move before she and the others all started to ascend a tall mountain. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto looked upwards as they climbed, soon seeing a massive palace of some kind. Clenching one fist around the handle of the blade of Olympus, Naruto looked up defiantly, even as he could feel the eyes of the Olympians on him. Zeus, your son has returned. I bring the destruction of Olympus. Naruto heard Kratos call out while holding the blade of Olympus up, pointing the tip of the blade towards the tip of the mountain itself. Present. Opening his eyes as the vision faded, Naruto slowly stood up and then looked over to the blade of Olympus. If I had that sword, I could destroy the Kami for certain. Naruto thought to himself, then looked down as the Omega he'd been standing on started to glow, a field of energy coming up between him and the blade of Olympus. Growling, Naruto then pulled his blades of Pandora from his back and watched as red energy flowed out of the ground before suddenly forming into a warrior, black smoke then flowing out of Naruto like it had before and into the being. This warrior looked identical to Kratos, save for its black skin, white eyes, and that added to its clothing was a pair of fingerless gloves, with forearm protectors over those, a black version of the golden fleece over its right arm, and numerous pteruges falling from a metal belt around its waist with its loincloth visibly smaller than the last smoke Kratos. This one had the blades of Athena like the last one, thus reached Ed back and pulled them into its hands before taking a stance across from Naruto as the Ashen warrior mirrored the action of the doppelganger of Kratos. Why am I not surprised to see you? Naruto wondered lowly before lunging forward. Smoke Kratos doing the same and both connected their blades together a mere few seconds later. Growling, both warriors pushed on their blades before shoving one another back and sliding to a halt. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto then swung both of his blades of Pandora and twirled them around his head, sending them lashing out towards the new Smoke Kratos. Smoke Kratos evaded by rolling back however, and then formed a bow of some kind before firing several blasts of wind that quickly slammed into Naruto. Grunting, Naruto then used the golden fleece to block one of the blasts and send it flying right back at Smoke Kratos, knocking him back slightly from the stronger attack. Forming Karen's wrath, Naruto sent a burst of green fire straight towards Smoke Kratos. However, the doppelganger then blocked with its own golden fleece and sent it flying right back at Naruto. Cursing under his breath, the Ashen warrior caught the blast once more and redirected it back at Smoke Kratos, nailing him with it this time. Stumbling back for only a moment, Smoke Kratos then lunged forward, twisting on one heel and slamming one blade down in front of Naruto. The blade exploded in a burst of fire, knocking Naruto back before Smoke Kratos swung the second blade, slamming it into Naruto's shoulder and causing him to fall to one knee as it dug into his shoulder like before. Ripping the blade out of Naruto, Smoke Kratos watched as the Ashen warrior hissed out in pain and fell to one knee. Swinging his body around, Smoke Kratos leapt up before slamming both blades down on top of Naruto. A larger burst of flames flowing over the Ashen warrior as the blade dug into his back. Groaning, Naruto then quickly rolled out of the way as Smoke Kratos twisted on his heels and slammed his blades into the ground once more. Flipping up into a crouch, Naruto then lunged at Smoke Kratos, swinging a blade at the man only for him to block it with his golden fleece, redirect the energy into himself and slam his blades into the ground, an explosion throwing Naruto back. Moving quickly, Smoke Kratos then summoned a ball of lightning, a blast lashing out from it and slamming into Naruto as he did so, sending him flying back. Groaning, Naruto pushed himself up and saw Smoke Kratos coming at him yet again. Cursing and rolling out of the way, Naruto then called on Poseidon's rage, the lightning flowing through him and into Smoke Kratos. Smoke Kratos flew back for a moment, only to throw one of his blades at the ground and swing on it, soon coming towards Naruto and slamming into him. Rolling back with the attack, Naruto then came out in a crouch while Smoke Kratos then pulled a spear from behind his back and jabbed it forward, the shaft lengthening to pierce Naruto. Hunting out through some blood that pooled in his throat, Naruto was then lifted off of the ground and flipped over where Smoke Kratos then slammed him into the ground. Crying out as he then ripped the spear out of him, Naruto rolled away and then fell to one knee panting heavily. This one, he's tougher than the other two, Naruto thought to himself while Smoke Kratos twirled the spear in his paw. ND for a moment before placing it away and crouching down. Smoke Kratos then lunged forward and quickly waved his arms out before the Ashen Warrior, a pair of massive black wings spreading out before he flapped them, throwing Naruto into the air with him following. Reaching out as he did, Kratos grabbed Naruto by his throat and lunged at the ground, slamming the Ashen Warrior into the ground. Crying out in pain, Naruto prepared to kick Smoke Kratos off of himself, only he then stabbed one of his blades of Athena into the Ashen Warrior's stomach and then twisted the blade. Gritting his teeth, Naruto glared up at Smoke Kratos even as his vision began to blur and his breathing started to slow. Damn it. This can't be the end, Naruto thought to himself as Smoke Kratos then dug his blade of Athena in deeper into him and twisted it yet again. What is this? A deep growl of a voice suddenly demanded in Naruto's mind, and the Ashen Warrior groaned slightly. A true Spartan never gives in or surrenders. Are you truly this weak worm? The voice demanded of him, and Naruto grit his teeth. Lifting his hands he grasped the Smoke Kratos' wrist and snarled. Instantly the wounds on Naruto's body all started to heal over, soon enough leaving the Ashen Warrior as if he had never been harmed at all. I'm not weak, and I will have my vengeance. Nothing will stand in my way. Naruto, mentally while growling, and then moved his legs up and kicked Smoke Kratos off of himself. Panting, Naruto then flipped back to his feet while Smoke Kratos got up as well, holding his blades of Athena at his sides while Naruto reached back and pulled the claws of Hades free. Good, and remember whelp, a Spartan never falls on his back. The voice in his mind ordered darkly, and Naruto roared while lunging at Smoke Kratos. Smoke Kratos seemed prepared however, as it then twirled both of its blades in a wide arc heading straight for Naruto. However, the Ashen Warrior quickly rolled out of the way before throwing his hooks forward. The hooks caught Smoke Kratos' legs and Naruto pulled them out from under him before then twisting around and swinging his hooks into Smoke Kratos, then his hooks dug into his chest. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto roared out while winging Smoke Kratos over his shoulder, slamming him down into the ground soon after. Yanking the hooks back, Naruto then summoned a Skull Spirit, sending it straight for Smoke Kratos before it slammed into him from the side and sent him tumbling back. Slowly moving back to its feet, Smoke Kratos then pulled out a familiar spear and Naruto narrowed his eyes before holding up the golden fleece. Smoke Kratos lunged forward a second later, Naruto merely blocking his first attack before rolling forward and kicking hard into Smoke Kratos' knees. The false warrior fell down as a result, and Naruto swung around, pulling out the gauntlet of Zeus along the way before grabbing the back of Smoke Kratos' head and threw him into the air. Rearing a fist back as he did, Naruto then lunged at Smoke Kratos, slamming the gauntlet of Zeus into him from the side. Smoke Kratos went flying to the side, slamming into the field around them before looking up as Naruto jumped up, channeling power into the gauntlet for a moment before shooting down, slamming into Smoke Kratos from above and slamming it into the ground once more. Grabbing the back of Smoke Kratos' throat with his free hand, Naruto then threw him over to the side. Smoke Kratos went sliding back for a ways, pulling out a familiar bow along the way and firing at Naruto as he did. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto deflected the arrows with the golden fleece, sending them all flying back into Smoke Kratos. Lunging forward afterwards, Naruto jumped on top of Smoke Kratos and grabbed the false warrior by his throat. This fight ends now, Naruto roared out before rearing back Smoke Kratos' head and slammed it down into the ground. Smoke Kratos then tried to lash out with his own blades, but Naruto moved back to avoid them, then slammed both of his fists down into Smoke Kratos' face. Using his own blades afterwards, Naruto stabbed them down into Smoke Kratos' wrists, pinning his AR. Miz down as Naruto grabbed his throat and slammed his head back into the ground once more. Rearing back his right arm and forming the gauntlet of Zeus once more, Naruto then narrowed his eyes before slamming it down into Smoke Kratos' face. Blood went flowing from the force of the impact, but Naruto reared his arm back and slammed it down into Smoke Kratos' face once more. Roaring out, Naruto then began to repeatedly slam the gauntlet of Zeus into Smoke Kratos' face, digging the metal glove deeper and deeper into his face and causing his arm to shake from the tremors on each impact with the false warrior's face. Soon panting Naruto pulled his gauntleted arm away from Smoke Kratos' face, or at least what was left of it. Smoke Kratos' features were battered and torn to a degree that bordered on the disturbing. Panting Naruto then summoned the gauntlet of Zeus only to blink as Smoke Kratos started to gurgle. Bastard just doesn't know when to die, Naruto thought to himself before reaching to the side to pick up Smoke Kratos' blades and smirked darkly. Twirling them into a reverse grip, Naruto then roared out while slamming them down into Smoke Kratos' chest, tearing through its chest. Oak Kratos shook and shivered for several moments before finally stilling, and Naruto slowly stood up. Moving back, Naruto yanked his blades of Pandora back to his hands before placing them onto his paw. As Smoke Kratos' blood flowed out from his body and into the Omega symbol on the ground. However, Naruto then crouched as red energy formed out of Smoke Kratos, then shot into him and knocked Naruto back and off of his feet as it did. Gritting his teeth, Naruto reached up and grabbed his head even as his skin changed, now turning a deep blood red as fire wafted off of his body. Let the rage F the Titans drive your blade. A woman's voice echoed in Naruto's mind as he roared out once more, pure power and rage flowing throughout his entire being. Gnashing his teeth together, Naruto then slammed his hands into the ground before looking up as the field between him and the blade of Olympus slowly vanished. The sword, Naruto thought before slowly standing up and made his way towards it. Reaching out, Naruto was about to take hold of the blade, however, he stopped when he saw Pandora's flame appear in the hands of her statue. Naruto, wait, she said quickly, and Naruto turned to her. Nd then grasped his head as a voice growled within him, telling him to take the sword. Naruto, listen to me, I didn't want you to come down here because the evil of wrath was trapped here, it's trying to possess you as it once possessed Kratos, Naruto. But you can, Pandora started to say, only for a massive black hand to reach out of the depths and grab her. Pandora, Naruto shouted while moving past the blade of Olympus and grabbed Pandora's statue at the same time as the hand. Mine, she's mine, you can't have her. A loud booming voice came from the depths while pulling both Naruto and Pandora towards them. Growling, Naruto wrapped his legs around her and swung both his blades up, then grit his teeth as the giant hand yanked hard on Pandora. Naruto, let me go, you're going to be killed if you don't. Pandora said while Naruto groaned as he strained to keep himself and Pandora from falling into the abyss. And no, I won't let you fall, I will protect you. Naruto growled out before gritting his teeth as the strain on his body started to make itself apparent. Please Naruto, let me go, he won't hurt me. You have to get to the blade of Olympus. Drain the evil into it, then face and disperse it. If you do, you'll be able to take the blade of Olympus as your own, but first you must let me go. Pandora said while looking up to him from the flame, and Naruto looked down at for a moment before closing his eyes and gnashing his teeth together as he made his decision. I'll find you, Naruto said, and Pandora smiled as he then released her and was sent flying up as the hand dragged Pandora down into the depths of the inferno. Flipping in the air, Naruto landed in a heap before looking back to the blade of Olympus with narrowed eyes. And now for you, Naruto said RKLY, then slowly got up and made his way over to the sword. Wrapping his hands around the handle of the blade, Naruto closed his eyes and focused on the power that had wormed its way into him throughout the layer of violence. Rage of the Titans, Naruto roared out and then gritted his teeth as red energy flowed from his body and into the blade of Olympus, causing it to glow as he did so. Rage of the Gods, Naruto then exclaimed as blue energy formed from him and flowed into the blade once more, this time creating a bright fiery blue aura around it. Rage of Ares, he finally exclaimed, the last of the excess power bleeding out of him, green in color, and formed into the blade of Olympus, causing sparks of green lightning to arch over the weapon. Panting, Naruto then fell to one knee, his form having returned to normal before he groaned and leaned his head against the blade of Olympus. Closing his eyes, Naruto felt memories of a past not his own flow to the surface yet again, this me of the last time he'd held this very sword in his hands. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. Naruto felt his eyes open and looked down. Naruto found himself looking down at the dead and bloody body of Zeus before looking to his hands. both glowing with blue-white flames. Taking slow steps back even as the chains on his arms unraveled and fell away, Naruto then looked up as Zeus's body began to spark violently. Watching on, Naruto then looked up as a blast of lightning arched out of Zeus and into the air, the dark storm clouds above briefly turning a brilliant blue-white as it did. Rocks then began to rise up, as did Zeus's body, Naruto taking several more steps back before soon everything halted. The rocks began to fall and the lightning ceased, only as a prelude to a massive shockwave and explosion, Naruto quickly raising his arms against it as it moved to push him back. Lowering his arms to his sides as the explosion passed, Naruto then found himself on the edge of the suicide bluffs once more, looking out onto a world consumed in death. What have I done? Kratos' voice echoed in Naruto's mind as he saw the devastation of the land. You have done well, Kratos. The voice of Athena echoed out in Naruto. Briefly wondered how she could be speaking, let alone say that considering how horrible the world looked, but couldn't turn his body to see what had become of her. Free from the bondage of Olympus, and cleansed in chaos. Mankind is now ready to hear my message. Athena then said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes before turning around, coming face to face with what looked like a ghost of Athena. Look around you, Athena. The world stands in ruin. What good is your message? Kratos' voice demanded of the woman before Naruto felt himself turn around to look back over the destruction he'd brought on the world. Go if you must, but first I insist you give me the power from inside the box. Athena stated, and Naruto clenched his fists while stopping at the edge of the suicide bluffs, narrowing his eyes on the world. The box was empty. Kratos' voice uttered softly and Athena moved, somehow appearing in front of Naruto. That can't be true. I can see it in your eyes. You used my power to kill Zeus. You still have it as we speak. Athena insisted and then slowly backed away before looking to the sky. Don't you understand? When Zeus gathered all of the evils and placed them in the box, I dreaded what would happen if it was opened again. And so, I summoned the most powerful weapon in the world and I placed it in the box. Athena explained, and Naruto frowned while looking away from her for a moment. And then turned back to her with a deep frown. I told you, it was empty. Pandora was sacrificed in vain. Kratos said through Naruto, and then bowed his head slowly. She died because of my need for vengeance. Kratos uttered softly, hollow and with what almost sounded like sorrow in his voice. However, Athena frowned at this. You must be mistaken. You used my power to kill Zeus. I saw you do it. Athena insisted once again and then stopped as a look came to her. Unless, of course, when you opened the box you released the evils to the gods. Infected them. Changed them. Zeus himself fell prey to the dark evils. This is why he became so enraged and obsessed with your death. He was consumed by the evil, fear. I thought the power I placed in the box was never released. All these years I assumed you drew from the evils inside to destroy Ares. But I was wrong, Athena said more to herself than to him while Naruto slowly looked at his hands, wondering why he was having these memories. The power you took from the box is mine, Athena stated, and Naruto narrowed his eyes, noting how greedy she sounded compared to when he'd last seen her. From it you gained the strength that Zeus could never destroy. A strength great enough to overcome fear, Athena said while slowly looking up, and Naruto silently gazed at her, though given this was a memory, it wasn't like he could do much else. Locked deep inside of you, Kratos, is hope, the former goddess said while turning to look at him, and Naruto looked down at his hand as the blue-white flames returned once more. It has remained buried, trapped by your guilt and the failures of your past. When you killed Zeus, you must have allowed something to awaken it. Athena mused aloud while Naruto clenched his fist, the FL. Aims going out before he felt his body slowly bow his head while the woman turned back to him. What was it, Kratos? Athena questioned, and Naruto was silent, hearing nothing within his mind from Kratos. Though a whisper from Pandora in his ears. What was it, Kratos? Athena insisted, and Naruto felt his eyes close as a deep sadness welled from within him. All I remember is what I have lost. Otto said through him once more before Naruto felt his body turn to look at the former goddess and walk past her with a frown. That is why you should give me the power. I understand its true meaning and where it belongs. Athena said while Naruto felt himself walk over and then stopped when Athena placed her hand on his shoulder lightly. I trust you to do the right thing. Athena then said Naruto brushed her hand off of his shoulder with a frown. You shouldn't, Kratos said through Naruto, and the Ashen Warrior felt as his body knelt down above the blade of Olympus silently. You owe me this, Kratos. Athena insisted, and Naruto sneered, then reached down and picked up the blade before turning to Athena. I owe you nothing, Kratos uttered darkly, Naruto agreeing with him calmly. Telly considering the hell he'd been through. Upon hearing this, Naruto saw Athena flinch and move back slightly, clearly afraid of the blade. I made you a god. I sheltered you from the wrath of Olympus. I delivered your revenge on Zeus. Athena listed, and Naruto mentally scoffed while his body glared towards the woman. It is over, Athena, Kratos stated through Naruto, and she narrowed her eyes onto him as he clenched a fist onto the blade of Olympus. You would dare strike me down again? Athena demanded, and Naruto felt his head turn away from her before his eyes narrowed. My vengeance, Kratos said through Naruto, and they turned to face Athena once more. Ends now. The ghost of Sparta uttered, and Athena slowly raised an arm while power flowed into the blade of Olympus. You can't, Athena said with wide eyes, and Naruto lifted the blade to his side before taking hold of it with both hands. Growling in his throat, he then swung the blade, intentionally missing Athena before catching it in his hands. Feeling his hands and arms move on their own, Naruto watched on as he flipped the blade, the tip of it pointing towards a scar on his stomach, no, on Kratos' stomach. Then, just as that thought echoed in his mind, Naruto felt the blade as it was plunged into his stomach, and then as blood splattered across his form from it. Gritting his teeth from the pain, Naruto could watch on as his hands then grasped the blade once more and pulled it deeper into his own body. You fool, what have you done? Athena demanded while Naruto felt Kratos' body lurch forward slightly before then rising into the air. Spreading his arms out, Naruto then looked up as a beam of blue-white energy flowed out of his body and into the sky. No, Athena cried out as the power then spread out, tiny specks of blue light starting to fall over the world as Kratos remained frozen in the sky for a moment. Seconds later, he fell back to the earth, landing on his feet for a moment before falling down to his knees. That was meant for me. They will not know what to do with it, Athena said while looking around, and a mental smirk came to Naruto's lips as he registered what she said through the pain he was feeling. Actually, I think we do know what to do with it, but only when the chips are down. Naruto thought to himself even as Athena made her way over to him. Kratos and us. One hand to lift him Kratos up before grasping the hilt of the blade of Olympus with her free hand. You disappoint me, Spartan, Athena stated, and Kratos lurched forward slightly before she released his Kratos' head and ripped the blade of Olympus from their body. Turning, Athena then wandered away while Kratos moved a hand to the wound in their stomach and coughed even as a slight chuckle echoed out from their lips. Soon falling from his knees and into a sideways sit, they continued the light chuckle before falling back, laying on the ground and gazing to the sky above. Breathing heavily even as the life began to leave him and his vision began to fade. Naruto's eyes suddenly snapped open and he backed away from the blade of Olympus and placed a hand onto his head. What was that? He wondered briefly before his eyes widened. Pandora, he said while turning to look into the abyss, then heard something and slowly turned around, only to scowl upon seeing the RGY from the blade of Olympus twist and warp before a black smoke version of himself formed from it and took hold of the blade. Ripping the blade of Olympus out, Doppelganger then leaned it onto his shoulders and Naruto scowled. You really don't want to do that, Naruto stated darkly, and the smoke creature seemed to raise a brow before crouching into a stance. Frowning, Naruto then reached back and pulled the blades of Pandora from his back. I have someone that I need to protect, Naruto stated even as the smoke creature lunged forward, only for Naruto to swing his arm, using the golden fleece to deflect the blade of Olympus. And I will not allow you to stand in my way, Naruto roared while swinging both of his blades into the evil of wrath, knocking it back. The evil slid to a halt as he did before then lunging at Naruto once more, swinging the blade of Olympus down at him. Frowning, Naruto turned, moving to one side to evade the blade before lashing out with a punch to the evil's face. Stumbling back, the evil then swung the blade in an arc, Naruto taking a step back to evade it before swinging his own blades around and up, throwing the evil into the air. Throwing one blade up and catching it with it, Naruto then yanked it down and caught it by the throat. "You may look like me, but you're nothing like the original," Naruto stated, only to gasp as black tendrils formed off of the evil and started to enter him. "No you don't," Naruto roared out before throwing the evil away, causing it to skid along the ground before getting back up. Moving quickly, Naruto lunged forward and jumped into the air before swinging both of his blades down on top of the evil. The evil fell down and Naruto brought one foot down on top of its head in an axe kick. Twisting around afterwards, Naruto swept the evil up with his blades before swinging it to the side. The evil used the blade of Olympus to get up and then sent a wave of black tendrils into Naruto, causing him to fall down as they started to stain his skin. "No," Naruto growled as he felt a different rage well up from within, one he'd used before. "I won't fail her, or anyone else ever again," Naruto roared out before throwing his arms to his sides. A wave of power flowing off of him and causing the evil's hold to break. "Rage of the Fallen," Naruto exclaimed as his body changed and memories surged into his mind, experiences and situations he'd never been in. All from Kratos. Snapping a pair of dark amber gold eyes open, Naruto then snarled while glaring at the evil furiously. "You will not keep me from protecting Pandora this time," Naruto roared out with a snarl before lunging forward, grabbing the evil of wrath by the throat and rearing it back only to slam it down into the ground. Kicking it away afterwards, Naruto watched it slowly get up before rushing over to it. The evil swung the blade of Olympus, but Naruto blocked with the golden fleece and then grasped the handle of the blade, the evil trying to yank it from his grasp. When he did, Naruto growled as he and the evil struggled against one another, each trying to overpower the other for possession of the blade. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto then roared out while slamming the back of his hand into the evil's face, causing it to fall back as he took the blade from it. Twirling the blade in one hand for a moment, Naruto then leaned it into his shoulders. While the evil seemed to fade slightly from view. Frowning, Naruto then lowered the blade of Olympus to his side while the evil slowly crawled back to its feet, obviously weakened. "This ends now." Naruto growled while holding the blade of Olympus at his side with both hands. Lunging forward a second later, Naruto then swung the blade into the evil before digging one foot into the ground and swinging around the other way. Twisting around on his foot, Naruto swung the blade in a wide arc, all connecting with the evil as it backed away from him. Grasping the handle of the blade with both hands, Naruto then stabbed it forward into the chest of the evil before jumping forward onto it. Yanking back and jumping off of the evil at the same time, Naruto then reared back on the blade before slashing it down through the evil. It dissipated slightly, its features fading as it started to lose form, and Naruto narrowed his eyes before roaring out as he swung the blade down and threw the evil one last time. The evil of wrath fell back as he did, its form less than a shadow as it looked up towards Naruto, the warrior narrowing his eyes before rearing back on the blade. "I hope you rot in the inferno for the rest of eternity," Naruto growled out before lunging forward with the blade, stabbing it through the evil's throat before ripping it out of it. Turning on one heel and sliding to a stop, Naruto then watched as the evil began to fade before then turning to numerous wisps of smoke and drifted into the air and beyond. Frowning, Naruto then looked to the sword in his hand for a moment, and then slowly lifted it up with one hand as memories from Kratos' past flowed into him. Who am I?" Naruto wondered to himself for a moment before closing his eyes as the black wisps of smoke had made up his body flowed off of his body, returning him to normal. Opening his eyes and looking down at his free hand, Naruto then clenched it and frowned. "Regardless, I still need to save Pandora," Naruto then said while putting the blade of Olympus away and leapt into the chasm Pandora was dragged into. Pulling his arms to his sides, Naruto fell deeper and deeper before spotting something below. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto reached back and took his blades out before throwing them at the side of a cliff. Catching it, Naruto then pulled himself over to it and slid down its length before flipping down into a strange area. "Pandora, having traversed the layer of violence, bested the evil of wrath itself, and claimed the blade of Olympus. Naruto soon found himself at the opening to the 8th layer of the Inferno, where the forge of my father, Hephaestus, now lay. He was intent and driven forward by the desire to save the soul of a lost girl, and to not fail to save her as Kratos had before him. The area had a pit of lava before him with an enormous skeleton in it and a tall patch of rock at his right with a gate of some kind sitting on top of it, quite clearly broken. He was standing on a circular platform with a pair of spikes that lay before him, a path at his side that led to a circular platform on the left with a pool of water and an open doorway beyond that, yet above him, rather than stalactites, Naruto saw dozens upon dozens of golden Pandora statues hanging down from the ceiling. This must be the forge of Hephaestus, Naruto noted while looking around. Hen stared silently at the skeleton for a brief moment. And so that must be what's left of Hephaestus himself. Naruto mused quietly before looking all around and then saw Pandora's flame appear in the hands of one of the statues. Naruto, she cried, and Naruto looked up towards her. Pandora, are you all right? Naruto asked quickly, and the girl nodded from her spot in the fire. Then how do I get you down? Naruto asked while looking for a way to get up to Pandora, and the girl shook her head. No, you need to leave this place and finish your mission, Naruto. Take that door and you'll find the path to the 8th layer of hell. Fraud, I'll be fine here, but you need to move forward, you still have something you need to do. My destiny ended a long time ago, I was just a key, remember, I don't need to move forward. And I've helped you as much as I can, Pandora said, and Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and frowned deeply. How can you give up so easily, Pandora? Were you not the one who spoke to me of hope? Naruto demanded, though Kratos' voice flowed through him, and his eyes showed it was the ghost of Sparta speaking to her. Kratos, Pandora questioned softly, and Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. Tell me, Pandora, what happened to the child who defied even me with her words? To the child who felt hope so strongly she was willing to sacrifice herself without fear. What, Pandora, what has changed? Naruto Kratos questioned of the girl, and she was down at the Ashen Warrior. What am I supposed to hope for, Kratos? When I'm nothing but a lost soul now, Pandora reminded while bowing her head and closing her eyes, Naruto Kratos' eyes softening slightly as they looked up at her. Hope is what we fight with when all else is lost. You've lost your body and everything else already, but you can still hope for the future. Naruto Kratos reminded her, and Pandora was silent before smiling slightly. However, before she could speak, a being of smoke rose out of the lava, and Naruto Kratos quickly pulled his blades out. The being was completely naked with glowing white eyes. Its face was disfigured with shoulder-length hair and a messy beard. A ring worn on one of its fingers. No, she's mine. I won't let you take her from me. The voice of Hephaestus echoed as he then grabbed a large spike and rammed it down at Naruto. The Ashen Warrior grunted as he did and quickly caught the spike as it came down at him, then threw it to the side. Smoke Hephaestus looking down at him fearfully. Growling angrily and looking up at Smoke Hephaestus, Naruto felt Kratos' mind drift as he retook full control. You're dead, Hephaestus, you have no claim on her anymore. So let her go, Naruto ordered furiously, and Smoke Hephaestus wrapped his massive hands around the statue of Pandora and pulled it from the roof. No, I've already lost her once, I'll not lose her again. Least of all to you, ghost of Sparta. Smoke Hephaestus shouted at the Ashen Warrior before slamming a hand into the ceiling, causing several of the statues to fall into the lava pit. Stop, Naruto shouted before lunging at Smoke Hephaestus, jumping up onto a spike before lunging at the fallen god. Crying out, Smoke Hephaestus tried to grab him, but Naruto jumped over to his hand and stabbed his blades into it. Naruto then flipped off of the hand and landed on the ground before grasping the chains of his blades and heaved them over. Growling, Naruto took several steps back, trying to pull Smoke Hephaestus' hand over so he could get to Pandora. However, the fallen god then quickly lashed out with a fist, slamming his arm into Naruto from the side and causing him to fly back. Grunting as he hit the rock wall, Naruto then looked up and cursed as Smoke Hephaestus slammed a fist into the ceiling once more. As he did, More rocks and statues of Pandora started to fall down and Naruto then rolled out of the way of some of it. I won't let anyone take her from me ever again, she's mine, mine. Smoke Hephaestus exclaimed and Naruto growled before lunging forward. Smoke Hephaestus' eyes widening as Naruto then swung his blades at the ceiling and swung over to him. Placing his blades onto his back, Naruto then formed the gauntlet of Zeus over his arms and slammed it into Smoke Hephaestus' face when he neared him. Crying out, Smoke Hephaestus lurched back and slammed into a wall while Naruto then turned to the hand Pandora was still held in. Naruto then ran along Smoke Hephaestus' arm and slid to a halt on it before trying to pry his fingers open. No, the fallen god cried before batting Naruto away and slammed a fist into the ceiling once more, causing the entire room to shake. Slowly getting back up, Naruto narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists as Smoke Hephaestus continued to keep a grip on Pandora. I would rather not kill you, but I will if I must to protect Pandora. Naruto shouted at the smoke being before summoning a burst of Karen's wrath and sent the green flames at the fallen god. Smoke Hephaestus cried out in pain as the green fire lashed out, burning his flesh as he opened the hand Pandora had been in. Seeing her, Naruto cursed before calling the claws of Hades and swung towards her. Throwing one claw up and the other at the statue, Naruto caught it and grunted as he held it up. Growling in his throat, Naruto then started to lift himself up the chain only to cry out as Smoke Hephaestus suddenly grabbed him. You can't have her, the fallen god exclaimed before slamming Naruto into the floor, Pandora's statue barely hanging on from the movement. Father, father, please, if some part of you is still in there somewhere, then I beg of you to please stop this. Pandora tried to plead and Smoke Hephaestus gave a confused look before shaking his head. Don't worry, my Pandora, I won't let him destroy you. I'll keep you safe and sound, he said while Naruto growled and swung one of his hooks, tearing out a chunk from Smoke Hephaestus. I don't want to destroy her, fool, Naruto shouted and then rolled out of the way as Smoke Hephaestus tried to crush him. Lies, he shouted out and then continued trying to crush Naruto with his fist while the Ashen Warrior tried to hold up Pandora at the same time. Father, no, please stop. Don't hurt him, he's my friend, Pandora tried to say while the fallen god all but ignored her, then swung a hand, batting Naruto to the side. Grunting, Naruto slid to the side before slamming into a wall. Groaning and looking up, Naruto then rolled out of the way of Smoke Hephaestus' fist once more. However, when Naruto heard Pandora start to scream, he cursed and rolled back, pulling his chain up. Pandora, are you alright? Naruto shouted and received only silence before crying out as Smoke Hephaestus slammed his fist down on top of him. Groaning, Naruto then saw Smoke Hephaestus grab the other end of his hook and lift it up, clenching his hand around it even as he pulled the hook out of his fist and threw it at Naruto. She's mine. You can't have her. I won't lose my daughter, not again. Smoke Hephaestus shouted and Naruto growled low in his throat, black wisps forming over his skin and rising over his body. I'm not the one hurting her, you clingy bastard, Naruto shouted at Smoke Hephaestus while lunging forward once more, rolling out of the way of a fist and then swung his hooks into it. Roaring out, Naruto yanked down on his hooks, slamming Smoke Hephaestus' hand into the ground. Seeing a stalactite above the hand, Naruto then pulled out the blade of Olympus before swinging it. A beam of energy knocking the stalactite loose before it impaled Smoke Hephaestus' hand, pinning it down. Turning around, Naruto then lunged forward, jumping onto Smoke Hephaestus' arm and running up its length. Now, and for the last time, let her go, Naruto roared out before ramming the blade of Olympus into Smoke Hephaestus' forehead. The fallen god cried out as he did and reached up towards him. However, Naruto flipped over the blade, landing on Smoke Hephaestus' head where he then reached down for the blade. Ripping it upwards through the fallen god's head, Naruto rode him cry out in pain and then jumped up with the blades before bringing it down through the top of his head. Smoke Hephaestus lurched forwards as Naruto did, the Ashen Warrior quickly jumping off the fallen god and back to the ground as he did. The hand with Pandora leaned on the rock over to the side. My beautiful Pandora. Please, please forgive me, Smoke Hephaestus managed to get out as tears trailed down his face. even as his body soon began to vanish, and the statue of Pandora fell from his grasp. Pandora! No! Naruto shouted while quickly forming the claws of Hades and slid to a halt before the lava. Below him he saw the gold of Pandora's statue as well as the others melting away along with all the rocks and minerals with it. Narrowing his eyes and swinging his arms he threw the hooks into the lava and then roared out with a heave, throwing out something onto the ground that he'd hooked onto. Looking over to it, Naruto stopped upon seeing how hot it was and then looked around before remembering the pool of water to the side of the room. Growling, Naruto then twisted around and tossed the glowing hot mass into the pool and watched steam roll out of it. Pandora! Yuto shouted while running over to the pool, only too slow as he saw only a melted mass of rock and gold within the pool. Oh no, not again, Naruto whispered while walking over to the pool and slowly fell to his knees. I can't have failed again, Naruto whispered before then bowed his head before slamming a fist into the ground. However, when he heard something, Naruto blinked and looked over to Rock, then saw a finger curl out of a hole in it. Widening his eyes, Naruto ran over to the rock before forming the gauntlet of Zeus. Raising his fist for a moment, Naruto then thought better of that tactic since he didn't want to cause her death if it was really Pandora inside. Lowering his arm and debating how he could free Pandora without killing her in the process, Naruto eventually said screw it and jumped onto the rock. Getting a good grip on it, Naruto then clenched his jaw and heaved back on it, the rock cracking before he ripped part of the rock away. Pandora? Naruto asked while looking down and widened his eyes at what he saw. The girl seemed at least similar to Pandora, though much older than how she was in Kratos' memories. Her hair was brown and shoulder length, a white streak in her bangs framing her face and moving back in the part of her hair. Her skin was unusually pale, though if she'd been dead for a while that made sense, and last her body was clearly very white and skinny, but she still had the curves of a woman in her early 20s. Pandora, is that you? Naruto asked softly while the girl slowly opened her blue eyes and looked up at him. Naruto, Sked, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, although slightly deeper, he could still recognize that voice. What happened? Pandora asked and Naruto offered her a hand, seeming more than a little confused. Said she then looked down at herself and widened her eyes. I'm real, she asked while then struggling to get out of the rock, and Naruto reached down and ripped off another chunk, allowing the naked GIRL to crawl out of it before falling down. You haven't had legs to stand on for a while, Pandora, try to take it easy for the moment. Naruto said softly, and Pandora blinked before turning to him for a moment and then sat up and looked at her arms. How? She wondered, and Naruto was silent for a moment before turning over to where Smoke Hephaestus had been and saw the bones of the original Hephaestus had moved slight. One of its arms now missing, having melted into the lava. I think your father wanted you to live, more than anything else. Naruto said softly while Pandora smiled as she turned to look at the skeleton of her father, then gazed at her pale arms. I'm really going to need to get some sun after this, she noted with a weak smile, and Naruto rolled his eyes before standing up. Making his way past Pandora, Naruto stopped and crossed his arms as he came to the doorway and looked beyond it to a massive palace. That's the way to the King of the Inferno, correct? Naruto asked. And Pandora slowly pushed herself to her feet and stumbled over to a wall. Leaning heavily on it, she then walked over to his side and looked to the palace as well. Yes, and that is also where Lysandra waits for you to save her. Pandora replied, and Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. Opening his eyes and turning to Pandora, he saw the girl blush and tried to cover herself with her hands. Pandora, why do I have memories from Kratos' life? Naruto questioned, and Pandora looked to the ground. Please tell me, these memories haunt me just as my own do, and I need to know why. Naruto pleaded of. The girl and Pandora sighed softly while leaning into the wall. I can't tell you that. You'll just have to find out for yourself. But even when you do, Naruto, always remember that you're still you where it counts. Pandora said, and Naruto blinked before looking down at his hands silently for a moment. Clenching his fists afterwards, Naruto narrowed his eyes then turned when he heard something. His eyes widening upon seeing all the demon lords of the Inferno standing across from him. Hello Naruto, It's so nice to see that you're still alive. Samael mused while rubbing his chin for a moment, then started to float forward. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto asked with a twitch and felt an arm over his shoulders, thus scowled at the final child of Kratos. This one was tall and well built, with sand-colored skin and a brown Kratos brand over his left side, a tribal tattoo of some kind on his right bicep, a small brown goatee at the end of his chin and wild spiked brown hair on his head. He was dressed in a bronze mask with pads over his ears that covered most of his face from view, a leather vest that left his waist visible with a single bronze pauldron over his left shoulder, Numi. Rue's wrappings covered his forearms with a bronze forearm protector on his left arm. He wore leather waist armor with a white loincloth and numerous leather pteruges falling from under them, and last was a pair of bronze greaves with old worn leather sandals. Think of it this way, we were getting kind of worried about you. The man offered, and then smirked while Samael moved forward to Pandora. And then offered her an old cloth to cover herself. Pandora smiled gratefully to the demon lord and then wrapped it around her body while Beelzebub flew over and sat on Naruto's shoulder. I knew there was something special about you, the pixie-like demon said with a grin, and Naruto frowned even as she looked to her brother. Aren't you being a little too chummy, Astaroth? He hasn't passed the final test just yet. Beelzebub then noted, and Astaroth shrugged slightly before smirking. He's fought his way through 7 of the layers of hell, killed off half a dozen of our most dangerous residents, claimed numerous godly weapons and relics. If he can't save Lysandra, then no one can. Astaroth replied simply while Beelzebub rolled her eyes and flew off of Naruto, soon landing on Mammon's shoulder with a smirk. Yes, it would seem you have passed all but won the trials of the Inferno, however your greatest challenge still awaits you. Go forth, Naruto, and free Lysandra from the King of Hell. We will protect Pandora until your return. Samael stated, and Naruto frowned before nodding his head, Agni then leaning forward with a look in his 3 eyes. Yeah, but know this, mortal, even if you save her, you can't order any of us around. Try and tell me what to do and you'll still learn what a pissed-off demon lord is really capable of. Agni grumbled out, and the Ashen warrior rolled his eyes before brushing Astaroth's arm from his shoulders. Fine, Naruto said simply before turning around and made his way into the 8th layer of hell. Soon coming to a door, Naruto kicked it open to find a strange chamber and narrowed his eyes while looking around. Pandora, having saved me and bested the evil of sorrow that had once been within Hephaestus, Naruto traversed the final layer of the Inferno, Fraud. Crossing the 10 Malabulges, the trials that the king had put up to guard his palace, so that he might reach the king of Hell himself and finally make his way to freedom and his revenge. Within the chamber was a light like that from Chronosai, and Naruto quickly pulled the Helm of Darkness on. As he turned invisible, he lunged forward, passing the light before coming and kicking the next doors down. Inside was a pool of water, and Naruto quickly jumped into it before pulling himself back and launching forward. Swimming through this Malabulge, Naruto soon found himself in a large room with spiked walls. As the walls started to come inwards, Naruto held back before launching himself forward, once then twice before coming out of the Malabulge and swimming up to the surface. Coming out of the water, Naruto shook his head before lunging forward once more. Seeing a massive wall before him, Naruto narrowed his eyes before using the boots of Hermes to run up along its length. Then flip over it and land in a low crouch on the other side. Lunging forward once more, Naruto came towards another door and twisted into a kick, knocking it down and running into the next test. A deep chasm and numerous hooks above himself, Naruto pulled out the claws of Hades and swung one up to latch onto the first hook. Swinging over on the hook, Naruto flipped off of it before throwing his other claw to the NER again and again. Naruto then flipped off of the last hook and fell into the depths below. Seeing a wall of soft rock nearby, Naruto pulled the blades of Pandora from his back and threw them over to it. Pulling himself to the wall, Naruto then slid down the length of the wall before dropping down to the 5th test. Seeing a long hall with a beam of energy that stopped every once in a while, Naruto instantly knew what to do and ran forward. Stopping as the beam came back, Naruto waited for it to dissipate before moving forward. Hearing a light hum, Naruto then moved the golden fleece up blocking the beam of light just in time and causing it to shoot back and into the wall, destroying it completely. Running down the hall and into the sixth test, Naruto slid to a halt as he saw a deep chasm once more. However, unlike before, there was no hooks to swing on. Looking around, Naruto saw a couple harpies to his side and narrowed his eyes onto them. Running over to the closest harpy, Naruto jumped onto it and grabbed its legs with one hand. Stabbing one of his blades into the harpy, Naruto forced it to fly before lunging off of it and onto another harpy. Continuing like this for a moment, Naruto then jumped to the next and then next before finally jumping onto solid earth. Running forward, Naruto made his way to a flight of stairs and ran down their length before sliding to a stop in the 7th Malabulge where a field of onyx rocks was blocking his path. Forming the Gauntlet of Zeus, Naruto then lunged forward with a roar, slamming his fist into the rocks and shattering them as he made his way to the next flight of stairs. Running down them, Naruto soon slid to a halt as he came onto the 8th Malabulge where a large patch of bramble was blocking his path. Growling, Naruto formed Karen's mask into his hand before sending a blast of green fire into the bramble. The flames burned away the bramble and Naruto quickly lunged forward before kicking down the doors to the 9th Malabulge. Looking around, Naruto saw a long bridge-like path leading to a pair of doors. Before the doors, however, Naruto saw the King of Hell himself holding up the angel from before by her throat. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto lunged forward, ghouls rising up out of the ground and lunging at him. Roaring out, Naruto grabbed two ghouls by their throats and used them as battering rams through the rest of them. Sliding to a halt, Naruto then slammed the two ghouls into one another before throwing them to the side. Lunging forward as he did, Naruto came towards the doors to the 10th Malabulge and slid to a halt as the King of Hell looked over to him and chuckled. "Ah, the arrogant warrior from before. You're looking well, and I must say I am impressed you've made it this far." The man mused before looking to the weakened, battered angel whose throat he held in one hand. "This one, however, I honestly wonder what Athena was thinking when she sent someone like you to try and kill me. Honestly, the nerve of some goddesses," the man said with a shake of his head, and the angel gritted her teeth while grasping at the man's wrist. "You're nothing, devil. Even if I should die, milady will avenge my death and have your head. Then with you gone she can rid the world of the false and lying gods and cleanse it in her immaculate light." The angel growled out and the man shook his head before looking at her with a frown. "You see this? It's called true blind devotion to a goddess that doesn't even care for her. It'd almost be admirable if it wasn't so pathetic." The man nodded condescendingly and Naruto growled while pulling his blades from his back and pointing one at the man. "I care little for the wench. I'm here for Lysandra. Release her to me and you may still live," Naruto ordered with a growl, and the man turned to look at him with a deep scowl across his face. "Now why would I go and do something like that? She is a Spartan woman and one who was able to brave even my dead brother's fury. Someone like her would sire me a fine brood." The man noted mostly to himself and Naruto's scowl turned into a snarl as he took a step forward. "I said let her go." Naruto roared out, and the man cupped his chin with one hand before looking to the angel he held in the other. Chuckling darkly, he then gripped tighter on her throat and his blazing red eyes glowed from the shadows of his hood. "Oh, so you want to challenge me? Ah, true arrogance and anger are so hard to find in the inferno. Wait, I have an idea, and you, my dear, are going to help me get rid of this fool." The man mused for a moment, then stated while looking to his captive, and the angel groaned while trying to kick him off of her. "I'd rather be dead than ever serve someone like you, zealous." She shouted at the man furiously, and the man's eyes suddenly blazed with raw seething hatred. "Never call me that," he roared out in a deep demonic growl before slamming a fist into her stomach and then slammed her into the ground. Placing a foot onto her back, he then dug his heel down into her, snarling behind his hood as he did. "That weak little Spartan died years ago. I have no need for a name that my so-called brother used to call me by. I am Lucifer, the new and only true King of Hell." Lucifer hissed out at her, and Naruto narrowed his eyes even as he took several deep calming breaths and removed his foot from her back. "Forgive the outburst, but some people seem to forget that I no longer go by that name any longer," Lucifer said while looking over to Naruto and then crossed his arms over his chest. Humming lightly, He then looked down at the angel with a deep frown across his face. "And I never exactly said you'd help me willingly," Lucifer then stated, and the angel slowly looked up, clearly weak. "I won't betray my lady. She will avenge me. I know she will. You cannot make me do anything. My soul is pure," the angel said, and Lucifer reared back his head and laughed for a moment. Then looked back down at her and chuckled darkly. "So foolish, and normally you'd be right. But you'll soon see that some things are easy to manipulate in my favor," Lucifer said mostly to himself before holding a hand out. A swirling ball of black smoke forming within it. "One such thing is, of course, the tiny hint of doubt that lies in your heart," Lucifer said as the ball of black energy fell from his hand and slammed into the angel, causing her to arch before screaming as black energy began to swirl around her body. "What are you doing to her?" Naruto demanded, and Lucifer chuckled as the angel writhed on the ground. "Oh, it's really quite simple. You see, during my servitude to Hades, I watched the gods of Olympus. I saw how they could control the minds and wills of both men and women," Lucifer explained while backing away from the Ashen Warrior. "First, my influence takes hold of something I can grasp onto. For Zeus, it was fear; for Aphrodite, lust; for Ares, anger, and so forth and so forth. For me, however, it is doubt and desire that I can latch onto, plain and simple," Lucifer replied while the angel screamed out once more, quite clearly in pain, while Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Once I find one of these things, my influence infects them like a plague. First, it takes root," Lucifer said and chuckled as black wisps started to flow off of the angel, her body arching and turning. "Then it sprouts, spreads, and grows," Lucifer continued as the angel's skin started to turn a dark charcoal color. "And then, it ultimately consumes you, changing you into something you're not," Lucifer continued as flames suddenly flowed out of the angel, covering her entire form from view for only a few moments. "What have you done?" Naruto wondered while narrowing his eyes. "NTO," the man in a pair of ruby red eyes twisted up in dark amusement. "Just removed a few inhibitions and did a little remodeling on the little lady," he replied with a shrug, and then laughed while back up. As the flame-incased angel slowly sat up and looked towards Naruto. As she then slowly stood up, Naruto took a step back while looking over this new creature. Remodeling did suit the vast amount of changes to the former angel better than any other words to describe it. Nothing of the original seemed to be left save for her muscular and skeletal frame, and yet he could only partly tell even that was still the same about her. Her eyes were now visible, and both had the same sinister red glow as Lucifer. Her skin was a deep charcoal color with red lava-like veins flowing across it, 3 horns curved off her head. 1 on the top and 2 on the sides, all 3 curling back to a point, while her long hair was now replaced by a purple tail of flames from the back of her head. His nails were long, hard, and sharp like claws, and from her back, 4 webbed bat-like wings spread out with thorns forming off of them. Her clothing, or what was left of it, had also taken a drastic change. The blue dress she had once worn now is little more than a skimpy tattered loincloth. The armor over her lower face was half melted, with the melted portions looking like a demon's mouth filled with teeth, her helmet completely gone. The silver armor she'd worn over her breasts all that was covering them, and even then they were now half melted and jaggedly shaped. The armor on her right arm remained, however the cloth under it was gone. The bracelet on her left arm remaining as well, though as with her breast armor was horribly burnt and half melted. The armor and she had once worn as boots had melted away almost complete, leaving only the skeletal remains of the boots as her bare feet were left in plain view. "By the kami," Naruto whispered with wide eyes as the former angel moved down onto all fours like some kind of animal. Lucifer, however, seemed more amused with the changes to her body than anything else, chuckling in his throat as she slowly made her way towards Naruto. "I do hope you have fun playing with the little lady warrior. But be gentle on her, it's her first time after all," Lucifer suddenly said to Naruto mockingly, and then vanished in a swirl of smoke, his laughter echoing even as he went. Snarling and letting out a low growl, Naruto then crouched down as the fallen angel slowly moved towards him, then lunged forward. Rolling back, Naruto evaded her attack and then swung one of his blades, slamming it into the fallen and causing her to fall back. Slowly shaking her head, the fallen then held up one hand, forming her purple spear while holding her left arm out. A familiar shield forming as well. Great, Naruto muttered before standing up as the fallen lunged at him and swung the spear. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto formed Chronos' scythe and flicked the blade to make a spear of his own before blocking hers. Holding her back, Naruto then kicked the fallen in the stomach, pushing her back where she rolled for a moment before getting back to her feet. Roaring out, she then summoned up a pair of fireballs and began to throw them at Naruto. The Ashen warrior quickly blocked the attack with the golden fleece and sent it flying back at her. The fallen Angel then quickly raised her shield to block the attack and redirect it back at Naruto. However, Naruto then rolled out of the way and formed Karen's mask in one hand. Coming to a stop, Naruto then sent a burst of green fire flying towards the fallen angel, only she quickly flew into the sky and formed a pair of fireballs in her hands. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto waited until she threw the fireball. Then rolled out of the way of the first before redirecting the second right back at the fallen angel, knocking her out of the sky when it hit. Moving quickly, Naruto swapped out Chronos' scythe and formed the gauntlet of Zeus instead. Then lunged forward and slammed the weapon into the fallen angel, sending her flying back as he did. Roaring out, Naruto then lunged forward and jumped into the air. Before flying down and slammed the weapon into her face. Stumbling back and falling down, the fallen angel then tried to swing her spear at him, but Naruto ducked under it before grabbing the spear by its shaft. Lifting up on the weapon, Naruto then swung it, throwing the fallen angel from it and twirled it in his hands. This is the Spear of Destiny. Where'd she get this? Naruto wondered for a moment before watching as the fallen angel slowly managed to get up and formed a fireball in one hand. Throwing it at Naruto, she then watched as he rolled out of the way, twirled the Spear of Destiny in one hand and fired a blast of purple energy from it that slammed into her, then sent her flying back. Groaning lightly, the fallen angel crawled up to her feet only for Naruto to swing the spear, slamming it into her back and knocking her back to the ground. "I'll put you out of your misery now," Naruto muttered while walking over to the fallen angel and placed a foot on her back. Beating her wings, she tried to fly only for Naruto to summon the blade of Olympus and swing the blade around. The blade instantly cut her wings from her back and caused the fallen angel to scream out in pain before clenching her fists into the dirt. Twisting the blade for a moment and putting it away, Naruto then formed the Spear of Destiny in his hand, then stabbed it down through the fallen angel, her eyes widening for a brief moment before she fell forward and her blood began to pool around her body. Looking down at her as flames slowly started to form over her body, soon returning her to her original form, now clearly dead. Looking around, Naruto then pushed the corpse over to the side and then kicked it into the depths below silently. Turning once that was done, Naruto frowned before closing his eyes and walked towards the final Malabulge, Lucifer's palace. "I will make him pay for what he did to you," Naruto thought to himself as he came to the doors and then kicked them open with one foot. Finding a long hall with numerous ghouls standing in his way. It just had to be ghouls. Naruto muttered bitterly as the ghouls all lunged forward and Naruto formed the blade of Olympus. Crouching down, Naruto then lunged forward and swung the blade forward, a beam of energy flowing from it and tearing into a ghoul, throwing it back and into several of the others. Dismissing the blade with that done, Naruto then formed Karen's mask in one hand before unleashing a burst of green flames that burned several more ghouls into cinders. Lunging forward at that, Naruto grabbed a ghoul by the throat and roared while using it as a battering ram to rush through the other ghouls, throwing them all to the wayside. Sliding to a halt at the doors to Lucifer's throne room, Naruto slammed the ghoul in his hand into the doors. Breaking the doors down, walking forward, Naruto scowled as he saw Lucifer sitting on his throne, his head propped up on one fist. The throne room was massive, with gold lining the columns around it. Drapes falling from the ceiling made of fine purple silk, and depictions of demons holding up flaming torches to light the room. "Lucifer, I've come for Lysandra, and your head," Naruto growled out as he continued forward, and Lucifer smirked while raising a brow towards the Ashen warrior. "As that's so, well, I'm sorry but you can't have Lysandra or my head. I'm really rather quite fond of both of them," Lucifer noted while leaning back in his throne and idly twitched the fingers of his right hand. Of course Lysandra is a bit stubborn and her pride and honor are hard to break, though. Given the right amount of time and a little torture, and I'm sure she'll soon see things my way. Lucifer noted to himself while looking over to the side, Naruto's head snapping in the direction, and felt his teeth grind upon seeing a cage. Within the cage was an older brown-haired woman who was very pale, dressed in little more than rags and was quite clearly half-starved by now. A chain was attached to collar that lead out of the cage and attached to Lucifer's throne. Turning back to face Lucifer with a snarl across his face, Naruto felt rage unlike any other surge up inside his body. I promise you now, Lucifer. You will suffer for this. Naruto growled out, and Lucifer scoffed before pushing himself forward. Bold words, boy. But you forget, you're speaking to the King of Hell. Lucifer stated while throwing his arms to his sides, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Though, I suppose I'll gain at least a novel amount of amusement from fighting you, handicapped for the moment, as my human form should be more than enough to deal with the likes of you. Lucifer mused before throwing off his shirt and hood, revealing his face. A black pointed goatee was at the end of his chin, his eyes were a blazing red. His wild black hair was spiked upwards, and his skin was somehow deeply tanned. Now then, Lucifer then said while throwing his left arm to the side, a golden Harem guard and armlet like the golden fleece forming over his arm and shoulder as he did, visibly identical to the one once worn by Zeus. Reaching back, he then pulled the two swords hanging from his waist and took a step back while pointing one towards Naruto. Let's see just how much of a warrior you truly are, boy. Lucifer then said before lunging forward and swung his blades at Naruto. Taken. Step back. Naruto then blocked both of Lucifer's blades with the golden fleece. Narrowing his eyes, the Ashen warrior then slammed his forehead into Lucifer's face, causing him to back up a ways. Lunging forward only a second later, Naruto then slammed a fist into Lucifer's face before following up with a right hook that sent the devil flying back and through his throne. Flipping onto his feet, Lucifer frowned for a moment before reaching up to wipe a bit of blood from his lip. Intriguing, he mused before forming red energy over his swords and then sent them flying towards the enraged warrior. Scowling deeply, Naruto held up his arms once more and blocked the two swords before throwing his arms forward, sending the blades flying back to their master. Ducking, Lucifer narrowly managed to evade being impaled by his own weapons before reaching back and removing them from the wall. Flipping over his throne as he did, Lucifer barely had time to duck as Naruto threw a punch at him. However, he wasn't fast enough to dodge the kick that came from the side and knocked him back. Flipping back to his feet, Lucifer frowned as he saw the Ashen warrior looking at him with barely concealed fury. That look, something about it seems familiar. Lucifer thought to himself before lunging at Naruto and started to swing his swords at the Ashen warrior. However, Naruto kept his eyes open and moved in a rhythm, evading each swing of Lucifer's blades before kneeing the man in the gut, then grabbed his wrists. I told you, you will pay, Naruto hissed out while then grabbing the hilts of Lucifer's swords and kicked the King of Hell in the chest, sending him flying back. Looking at Lucifer's swords for a moment, Naruto then grabbed both and broke them over his knee before tossing the remains behind his back. Getting back to his feet, Lucifer frowned at this, then formed a strange bow in one hand, a silver face at the front whose beard and hair formed upwards, while the bow and its string seemed to be made out of the wind itself. Impressive, boy, I'm actually starting to enjoy myself, Lucifer noted before firing numerous blasts of wind from the strange bow directly at Naruto. The Ashen warrior didn't even flinch as they came towards him. Instead, he held up his right arm and blocked, then deflected them back at Lucifer with the golden fleece. Raising his left arm, Lucifer then quickly deflected the blasts back at Naruto, then rolled out of the way as Naruto sent them flying back at him once more. Strange, I've never fought a warrior so intent on my death before, and even keep up with my human forms. Oh well, might as well enjoy it while I can, Lucifer mused to himself before smirking as he ran towards Naruto. The Ashen warrior merely frowned as he came close and then blinked when Lucifer jumped up and flapped a pair of wings that appeared from his back. The wings were white, red, and gold at the tips, and Lucifer had his hands grasping onto a slot on each of them, with What looked like portions of a spine making up part of them with ropes and wax holding the wings together. When Lucifer flapped the wings created a gust of wind that threw Naruto into the air. When he knocked Naruto into the air, Lucifer then quickly fired Typhon's Bane at the Ashen Warrior, the bolt of wind slamming into him from the side and sending him flying back. Growling, Naruto threw one of his blades of Pandora to the ground to stop himself, then pulled himself down to the ground. Landing in a low crouch, Naruto then ripped his blade out of the ground before looking up at Lucifer and narrowing his eyes. "I swear to you now, Lucifer, I will make you suffer." Naruto roared out while lunging at the man. Only Lucifer flapped the wings and was sent into the sky before gliding out of the way. "Don't think so highly of yourself, boy. You're not facing just any warrior, you're facing the king of hell. And I'm not even using the full extent of the power I hold," Lucifer reminded, and Naruto narrowed his eyes as he watched Lucifer come to one of the hanging drapes and grabbed onto it. Pulling himself up, Lucifer managed to sit himself on one while pulling Typhon's Bane back out. "That W. As your first and last mistake, Lucifer," Naruto growled and then used the boots of Hermes to run to the side as Lucifer fired at him. Running up a wall, the Ashen Warrior then jumped off the side of it and grabbed hold of the drape Lucifer was on. Swinging one of his blades, he cut it loose and both he and Lucifer were sent falling off of it, Lucifer clinging on while Naruto jumped up and grabbed hold of him. "You dared to underestimate me," Naruto roared out while grabbing holding of Lucifer's hair and pulled back on it, then kicked the man in the back. Grunting lightly, Lucifer swung one of his arms. Only Naruto evaded it, then grabbed onto the gold armor on Lucifer's left arm before kicking off of Lucifer, ripping the armor off as he did, flipping in the air and then landing on the ground. Naruto then pulled the armor on over his left arm, his chains wrapping around the gold forearm guard that was part of it. Lucifer himself then jumped back and off of the drape he'd been on and used the Daedalus wings to fly across the room, grabbing hold of the other side of the room and formed Typhon's Bane once more. "You think that was a mistake? You, a pathetic wretched mortal whose stupidity has brought him to fight me, the king of hell himself," Lucifer demanded while pulling himself up to sit on the column and then aimed Typhon's Bane at Naruto. "You're not even worth all this trouble. You're nothing but a pathetic little more, every bit as weak and powerless as that foolish angel," Lucifer shouted before firing two bolts from Typhon's Bane directly at the ashen-skinned warrior. "That's where you're wrong, Lucifer," Naruto mumbled before blocking both bolts, one with the golden fleece, the other with the Aegis armor on his left arm, and then sent them flying right back at Lucifer. Frowning, the devil managed to jump off of the column he'd been on and landed on the one beside it while Naruto scowled. Lunging forward with the boots of Hermes adding to his speed, Naruto then remed the gauntlet of Zeus and slammed it into the column, causing Lucifer to grasp onto it lest he fall. "I've killed men, women, and even children without concern, destroyed souls, gutted the undead, slaughtered demons, and murdered gods. Compared to all that, a single devil like you is nothing but a nuisance," Naruto roared while grabbing hold of the column with both hands. Gritting his teeth and roaring out, Naruto then tilted the column to the side, causing it to fall, and Lucifer grunted as he was knocked down to the ground, Typhon's Bane flying from his hand. Seeing the bow, Naruto quickly made his way over to it before rolling forward, grabbing it, then aimed it at Lucifer with a snarl. "And now, I'll show you why you should never underestimate me," Naruto roared out while rearing back, K on the string, to Typhon's Bane, and then sent a bolt of wind flying into Lucifer, slamming him into a wall. Roaring out less than a second later, Naruto charged towards Lucifer, only for the devil to look up with a wide grin. "Idiot," he said mockingly before forming a familiar black smoke into his hands before throwing them towards Naruto. Instantly Naruto and the black smoke collided and he slid back as Lucifer pushed more and more from his body. "You seem to have forgotten, mortal, I'm no mere man," Lucifer noted while his influence seeped into Naruto as he grit his teeth and closed his eyes. Digging his heels into the ground, Naruto pushed forward slowly, his teeth gnashed together while Lucifer raised a brow. "Incredible, such a strong force of will. You'll make a fine servant." Lucifer said mostly to himself before pushing out more and more smoke towards the Ashen Warrior. Growling as he was pushed back, Naruto had to dig his heels into the ground just to stop himself this time, and Lucifer chuckled as he did. "Now, let's see what I can use to control you," Lucifer then said while smirking slightly as he went deeper and deeper into the Ashen Warrior's soul. All he saw was anger, hate, rage, fury. All of it was choking whatever else had once been within the soul. Strangely enough, at least to Lucifer, it wasn't even the evil of anger that was doing it to the Ashen Warrior. Something else was buried inside of him, something hidden, and Lucifer wanted to know what it was. Digging deeper into him, Lucifer soon found a barrier blocking his path, and then felt as if a hand had suddenly taken hold of him by the throat. Grasping the throat, Lucifer found himself gazing into a pair of familiar eyes the Ashen Warrior had, two dark amber gold eyes. "Be gone from this place, worm. You are not welcome here." The voice of his brother, Kratos himself, roared out before throwing Lucifer from the Ashen Warrior's soul, causing him to stumble back even as Naruto ran through the smoke and slammed shoulder first into Lucifer. As soon as he did, Lucifer was knocked clean through the wall behind him, and Naruto didn't stop as he continued running faster and faster before finally stopping as they slammed through the last wall and Lucifer was sent skidding back before digging his hands into the ground to stop himself. The two found themselves in an arena just outside of Lucifer's palace and overlooking the pits of Tartarus. The stands around them were completely empty, and the arena floor was simple as it was rock and sand. The only thing of any real note about the area was that it had columns all around it, and a large opening at the back that would lead down into Tartarus itself. Frowning as he looked at Naruto, Lucifer then narrowed his eyes as he saw a transparent projection of someone form over his body for a moment. Soon a chuckle echoed from Lucifer's throat, however, as he then understood and thus threw his arms to his sides. "So that's it. That's what you are," Lucifer whispered before slowly standing up while black wisps of smoke started to flow from his form. "Yes, finally you've come," Lucifer said with a wide grin while outstretching his arms further while Naruto crouched down. "Now then, we face one another at long last, and at long last I will finally make you pay for abandoning me all those long years ago, my brother, Kratos," Lucifer roared out as the wisps of smoke flowed over his form completely, soon changing him into something else entirely. His body was a dark charcoal color now, though his eyes were still the same blazing red they had been. The goatee on his chin was now more a spike than anything else, while numerous long almost antler-like horns formed from his head in the place of his hair. Numerous spikes grew from his collar and formed upwards around his throat. His fingers were tipped with sharp claws. The Daedalus wings had turned black and somehow formed into his back as actual wings. His legs had changed even more completely than the rest of him, now being like that of a goat with hooves, his pants having been shredded now acting as little more than a loincloth, with a twisted snake armlet over his right bicep. "Ah, now that is so much better," Lucifer noted while stretching out his wings as Naruto narrowed his eyes onto him. Turning to face the Ashen Warrior, Lucifer smirked while crossing his arms over his chest. "Now, it's time I showed you the true power of the King of Hell," Lucifer roared before throwing one hand to his side and formed a red energy whip. Crouching down, Naruto quickly pulled the blades of Pandora from his back while Lucifer then flapped his wings and zipped forward, ramming into Naruto before grabbing him with his free hand and threw him into the air. Instantly, Lucifer then swung his whip and it wrapped around one of Naruto's legs before yanking him down. Grinning slightly as Naruto hit the ground, Lucifer then turned, swinging Naruto around and throwing him into one of the columns around the arena. Flipping back to his feet quickly, Naruto then kicked off of the column and lunged at Lucifer, swinging one of his blades of Pandora at him as he neared him. Chuckling lightly, Lucifer then vanished, teleporting out of the way before reappearing behind Naruto and catching him with his whip once more. Twisting around on one of his hooves, Lucifer then threw Naruto into another column before shaking his head with a smirk. Growling, Naruto flipped back to his feet and narrowed his eyes while keeping a close eye on Lucifer this time. Lucifer himself smirked before throwing one hand forward, countless fireballs flying from his fingertips and heading straight towards Naruto. Widening his eyes, Naruto cursed before quickly raising his arms up to block his blades of Pandora, the golden fleece. and Zeus's aegis all holding up against the force of Lucifer's attack. Once the fireballs ceased, Naruto lowered his arms and formed Typhon's Bane before firing off shot after shot towards Lucifer. Chuckling, Lucifer flapped his wings, flying into the air and then easily flying around Naruto to evade the wind blasts. Soon moving down, Lucifer grabbed Naruto by his throat and then reared the ashen-skinned warrior back before throwing him down to the ground. Lifting up a hand, Lucifer then formed several more fireballs in hand before throwing them all in a spread pattern. Cursing, Naruto flipped to his feet to evade them and then was forced to use his golden fleece and Zeus's aegis just to stop them all from frying him alive. Narrowing his eyes as he lowered his arms, Naruto then looked around before using the boots of Hermes and ran up along a wall before kicking off of it. Twisting around, Naruto swung the blades of Pandora towards Lucifer, but the devil merely smirked before flapping his wings and floating above the ashen warrior. Crossing his arms, Lucifer then pulled his wings inwards on his back and fell down toward the ground. Cursing, Naruto rolled out of the way of Lucifer as he slammed into the ground, a minor tremor knocking him from his feet. Laughing to himself, Lucifer then stood up and looked over to Naruto before shaking his head. Sneering slightly, the devil then made his way towards Naruto, even as a growl made its way from Naruto's throat. "Come now, surely you can do better than this, mortal," Lucifer mocked, and Naruto looked up, his dark amber gold eyes hardening as he then narrowed them onto the devil himself. "You really know how to piss me off," Naruto hissed out before closing his eyes as the rage built up within him, only to be unleashed mere seconds later. Rage of the Fallen, Naruto cried out as his own body changed, and Lucifer chuckled as the new being got back to his feet and narrowed his eyes. "Ah yes, now this is looking to be a much more interesting battle," Lucifer noted before lunging at Naruto. The rage-empowered warrior merely ducked down as Lucifer tried to use his whip. Rolling back, Naruto then formed Chronos' scythe in his hands and swung the weapon upwards, nearly catching Lucifer with it until the devil took several steps back and held both hands forward. Grinning, Lucifer sent a wall of fire flying towards Naruto. Old out of the way. Landing in a crouch, Naruto leaned Chronos' scythe into his shoulders for a moment before narrowing his eyes. Lucifer then held out his left hand, forming a sword of fire in that one before landing and lunging at Naruto once more. Swinging the arm with the whip, Lucifer smirked as Naruto flipped back to evade it, thus the devil swung his sword at the ashen warrior. Rolling in midair, Naruto blocked with the golden fleece, thus skidded along the ground for a moment before flipping back to his feet. "Yes, now this is so much more interesting," Lucifer noted before lunging forward once more, then threw his fire sword, the weapon spinning towards Naruto as he did. Quickly moving, Naruto dodged the weapon and lunged at Lucifer himself instead. Turning on his heel, he swung Chronos' scythe at the devil only for Lucifer to use his wings and fly out of the way. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto watched as Lucifer then formed several fire swords into his hands before throwing them towards the ground. The swords instantly came inwards, heading straight for Naruto, but the ashen warrior rolled out of the way of the blades, only to be hit by a wall of fire from Lucifer. Grunting, Naruto looked up and then used the boots of Hermes to get out of the way of the next firewall. Landing on the side of the arena walls, Naruto ran along it before jumping up and grabbing onto Lucifer's back. Growling, the devil flapped his wings and flew higher into the air as Naruto did. However, the youth then stabbed his blade into Lucifer's back, causing him to cry out in pain. Quickly pulling out the blades of Pandora, Naruto then twirled the blades in hand before grabbing hold of Lucifer and aiming him for the ground. "What are you doing?" Lucifer demanded, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Your wings will be useful for the rest of my journey," Naruto replied before kicking down on the back of Lucifer's head and then sliced his wings off. Lucifer ring out in pain as Naruto took hold of them and flapped once, flying off of Lucifer as they changed, returning to the form of Daedalus wings instead. Landing on the ground and causing it to shake lightly, Lucifer hissed while pushing himself up to his feet, then turned and glared towards Naruto as he allowed the wings to vanish from sight. "You're really going to wish you hadn't done that," Lucifer stated darkly, and Naruto raised a brow before holding his arm to the side and formed the Gauntlet of Zeus. "Come on," Naruto uttered simply while motioning Lucifer on, the devil roaring out as he lunged at the ashen warrior. Forming a secnd fire sword in hand, Lucifer twisted and swung both at Naruto, but the Ashen Warrior rolled back to evade before forming Karen's mask in one hand, then sent a wave of green flames into Lucifer. The devil roared out in pain as he stumbled back a ways, his flesh seared and deep red burns upon his skin. Lunging forward quickly, Naruto then slammed his chi lead into Lucifer, causing the devil to slide back for a moment before slowing himself down. "You insignificant little pest, you dare to challenge the King of Hell," Lucifer roared out before throwing his arms into the ground, sending a wall of fire flying towards Naruto. Cursing, the Ashen Warrior quickly rolled out of the way and Lucifer jumped into the air. Forming fireballs in both hands, Lucifer then pointed them towards Naruto and the fireballs split into dozens more before flying at Naruto. Flipping to his feet, Naruto quickly used the Golden Fleece and Zeus's Aegis to redirect several of the fireballs, causing them to slam into Lucifer and knock him back to the ground. Moving quickly afterwards, Naruto dragged the gauntlet of Zeus along the ground before jumping up. Focusing some power into the gauntlet, Naruto then lashed out, slamming the gauntlet into Lucifer and slamming him down into the ground. Gritting his teeth, the devil kicked Naruto off of himself before flipping back to his feet and threw his arms out. Arches of power flew from either of his arms, forming into an X that flew straight for Naruto. Naruto, however, rolled out of the way of the attack and then used Typhon's Bane and sent several blasts of wind flying into Lucifer. Grunting and taking several steps back, Lucifer grit his teeth before bringing up his arms to block the wind. Stomping forward, Lucifer made his way closer to Naruto, only for the Ashen Warrior to aim Typhon's Bane towards the ground. Firing, Naruto sent a blast of wind into the sand before Lucifer, causing it to fly and dig into his face. "Damn you, my eyes!" Lucifer roared while grasping at his eyes, tears of blood leaking from them while Naruto put up Typhon's Bane and swung his right arm, forming the blade of Olympus into his hand. Leaning the blade onto his shoulders, Naruto then lunged at the blinded devil before twisting into a swing. The blade easily sliced through Lucifer, causing the devil to hiss in pain as Naruto then swung it around again. Slowly opening his bleary eyes, Lucifer only had a moment to spare as he grabbed the blade of Olympus by the blade and held it back from slicing into his skull. Breathing out his teeth, Lucifer dug his hooves into the ground before managing to throw the blade of Olympus down and slammed a fist into Naruto's face. Stumbling back for only a moment, Naruto then placed a foot back and swung the blade of Olympus once more. This time the Ashen Warrior sent a burst of energy slamming into Lucifer, knocking him back a bit. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto saw the gate to Tartarus directly behind Lucifer and knew what he had to do. Crouching down for only a second, Naruto then launched himself at Lucifer with the boots of Hermes and jumped up, slamming both feet into his face. Flipping off of Lucifer's face and landing in a crouch as the devil back up a few paces, Naruto then lunged forward once more. This time Lucifer lashed out with a kick of his own, but Naruto rolled to the side, then twisted around, slamming the blade of Olympus into the devil. Naruto then lunged forward, the boots of Hermes active once more, and slammed into Lucifer, the devil grabbing Naruto's arms in a test of strength. Both warriors grit their teeth and dug their feet into the ground at the same time while trying to push the other back. "You weak, pathetic mongrel, you cannot defeat me," Lucifer hissed while Naruto merely narrowed his eyes and shoved harder, slowly pushing Lucifer back. "I'm really getting sick and tired of you calling me weak and pathetic," Naruto growled out, kneeing Lucifer in the stomach and lunged forward shoulder first. Lifting Lucifer off of his feet, Naruto roared while lunging forward, then stopped suddenly, throwing Lucifer forward where he threw his arms to catch the sides of the gate to Tartarus. "You will not defeat me, I swear to you that I'll devour your soul for this insult," Lucifer roared out furiously, and Naruto narrowed his eyes on to Lucifer while swinging the blade of Olympus to his side, sparks of energy flowing over it as he did. "You can try, Lucifer," Naruto replied darkly before quickly twisting around and swinging the blade at the same time, instantly sending a massive burst of energy slamming into Lucifer and sending him flying back. Putting away the blade, Naruto then walked forward and saw the speck that was Lucy Fair go flying before he slammed into the ground of Tartarus, creating a massive crater that was filling with water from one of the rivers flowing into its depths. This fight isn't over yet. Naruto realized silently and scowled deeply, wondering what it was going to take to kill him. Sighing softly, Naruto then felt the rage of the fallen slowly fade as his body returned to normal. Frowning, Naruto looked into the depths and saw not only the crater Lucifer was within, but also a tiny speck before it. Frowning for only a moment, Naruto's eyes then widened as he remembered why he was even down there in the first place. Lysandra, he cried while turning around and activating the boots of Hermes, thus ran through the hole in the arena wall and back to the throne room. Sliding to a halt as he, Camildren of Kratos all present with Pandora among them, Naruto then saw Agni breaking the lock on Lysandra's cage. Will she be alright? Naruto asked while walking over to Agni, the demon lord of War hummed while pulling Lysandra from the cage and cradled her body in his arms. She's very weak right now, Lucifer's tortures no doubt, but don't forget she's still a Spartan woman, above all else she's strong, she'll survive. Agni replied while then walking over to Calliope, the girl instantly fussing over her mother as Beelzebub snickered into one hand. Not bad mortal, Mammon noted as he walked over to Naruto, and the Ashen warrior raised a brow towards the man. Not many can say that they have fought Lucifer and lived to tell the tale. Mammon then added while Lucifer wrapped her arms around Naruto from behind and smiled cheekily. Maybe we can give him a reward. She mused suggestively, and Naruto twitched before pulling her arms from his neck with a frown. No thanks, Naruto replied flippantly, causing Lilith to pout while Beelzebub snickered and flew over to sit on Naruto's head. Ha, I told you he wasn't just going to sleep with you like that. Beelzebub shouted, and Lily rolled her eyes while crossing her arms over her chest with a slight pout across her lips. Reaching up, Naruto then picked Beelzebub off of his head and tossed her into the air, the tiny fairy easy. Lee righting herself while Samael and Pandora walked over to Naruto. Excellent work, warrior. You have truly proven your resolve and strength this day. Now we will all help you in your quest. Samael FFERED, and Naruto was silent before turning around and then walked back towards the exit to the arena. Naruto, where are you going? You've got the aid of the fallen, we can leave now and you can have your revenge. Pandora reminded, and Naruto turned to look at her with one eye before narrowing his eyes upon seeing a storm where Lucifer was. Not yet, I still have something left to do. Naruto lied and then activated the boots of Hermes and ran back out to the arena. Continuing to run forward, Naruto then jumped past the gates to Tartarus and unfurled the Daedalus wings. Gliding down from the gateway, Naruto narrowed his eyes as he neared the speck he'd noticed earlier. Landing in a roll, Naruto soon managed to crouch while the Daedalus wings were displaced once more into his back. Standing up, Naruto narrowed his eyes on a chained figure before him, the massive chains holding his limbs down and even his body, forcing him to kneel down as the water rose up to his neck. His long ite hair and beard were both dirty and partly burnt away, his skin had turned an odd gray color and had cracks in it, his eyes were pure glowing white, yet dimmed every so often to reveal a dark blue iris with a black pupil. This is what had become of the former king of the gods, Zeus himself. I almost feel like I should pity you, almost. Naruto noted to himself as he stood up and walked over to Zeus. And then frowned as he looked down at him, the former king looking up at him with a slight frown. Have you come to torment me or to dispatch Lucifer, whelp? Zeus demanded, and Naruto narrowed his eyes before quickly grabbing Zeus by the throat and started to lift him up, the chains binding the fallen god barely holding Naruto back. Watch it, old man, or I'll kill you as well. Naruto growled out while glaring down at Zeus, and the fallen god glared at him weakly. Looking at the chains binding Zeus, Naruto then looked up and saw that they seemed to stretch upwards into all of the inferno, completely chaining him with no hope of breaking free. Someone really didn't want you getting out of here, Naruto noted, and Zeus coughed up a bit of blood before frowning up towards Naruto. Lucifer, he wanted to make me pay for what happened to him when he was a child, Zeus explained quietly while Naruto crossed his arms and looked behind Zeus, then rubbed his chin seeing that they formed what looked like an enormous set of manacles. What did those used to hold? Naruto wondered to himself, and Zeus was silent for a moment before finally answering him. One of the titans, Zeus replied. And Naruto was silent before looking back down at Zeus with a sneer. And I suppose you want me to free you from your torment? Naruto questioned, and Zeus felt his lip curl in disgust while glaring up at the Ashen Warrior weakly. I would rather you not. I may have fallen to my death at my son's hands and been possessed by an evil, but I am still a god. I will not take any pity from a mortal like you, Zeus stated, and Naruto raised a brow before snorting as he started to walk past Zeus. Fine by me, old man. Naruto replied, only for Zeus to try and move, gaining Naruto's attention as he looked over to the man. However, I want to aid you in dispatching Lucifer, Zeus stated, and Naruto raised a brow before releasing his hold on Zeus, allowing him to fall back to the ground, panting heavily. I offer you the last of my magic warrior, use it however you see fit, but you must stop Lucifer or else he will destroy everything, Zeus stated while gritting his teeth and held out one of his hands towards Naruto. Looking at the old man for a moment, Naruto narrowed his eyes in distrust. Why should I trust a man who tried to murder his own son? Repeatedly, Naruto questioned, and Zeus set his eyes for only a moment before opening them. What I do now, I do for the good of all things. Demon, mortal, and god alike will fall to ruin and suffer untold torments should Lucifer have his way, so, please take my power. Take it and use it to stop Lucifer once and for all, Zeus pleaded of the Ashen Warrior, and Naruto was silent for a moment before reaching out his hand to take hold of Zeus's own. Instantly lightning traveled up Zeus's arm and into Naruto's own, causing Naruto to hiss and grit his teeth before taking a step back and formed a bolt of lightning into his left hand. Coughing lightly, Zeus then fell forward, his body weak and tired as he slowly closed his eyes to rest. I have given you the last of my magic, my fury, now go. Leave me, and stop Lucifer, Zeus said, bowing his head, and Naruto walked past the fallen god and closer to the deep pit behind him. Walking towards it, Naruto saw Lucifer in the center, panting and holding one hand up as black smoke formed into it. Frowning, Naruto then looked into the massive crater and saw that water was slowly filling it up from the river falling into this portion of the inferno. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto saw a path down to Lucifer and quickly made his way down to it. On his way down, several creatures that looked like gray-skinned men with goats' legs and dressed in light armor with masks started to rise up and lunge at him. Out of my way, Naruto growled while lunging forward, using the power of the boots of Hermes to lunge forward, fire trailing behind him as he slammed the satyrs to either side of him. Sliding to a halt as several came at him from behind, Naruto twisted around on his heel, slamming both blades of Pandora into the ground, causing blue fire to explode from them and burning several of the satyrs. Twisting on his heel after that, Naruto twirled his blades above his head, slicing into several of the remaining satyrs before twisting on his heel and sweeping the blades of Pandora, throwing the remaining satyrs off of the path and into the waters below. Breathing out as he finished, Naruto twirled the blades of Pandora in his hands before placing them onto his back. Looking down into the center of the crater, Naruto then ran down the rest of the path. Jumping over a fallen rock, Naruto then slid to a stop as he came to the bottom of the crater. Looking to Lucifer with a scowl, Naruto narrowed his eyes while walking towards the devil, ankle deep in cold frigid water, and the devil didn't even look partly bothered by it. Ah, the foolish one who dared to assault me, Luke, Ifer noted, and then turned with a grin towards Naruto. You know, I really must thank you, warrior. Without you, none of this would be possible, to himself with a smirk while looking up into the air at the massive swirling mass of black smoke. What are you talking about, Lucifer? Naruto demanded of the devil, and he laughed lightly before waving his hand to the side, the smoke within it fading as he did. Don't you realize what you've done? As you've made your way through the inferno, you've released the evils of Pandora's box from the gods they once possessed. Now, they are trapped here in the inferno, just awaiting a new vessel, Lucifer said before spreading out his arms as he looked up to the massive cloud of smoke hovering above them. Beautiful, isn't it? And this is only just the beginning. Lucifer said while looking to the sky, and Naruto growled while forming a bolt of lightning in one hand. No, this is the end for you, Lucifer, Naruto stated, and Lucifer raised a brow. Ah, Zeus' fury. So dear father decided to give you some of his power, or you killed him and took it. Either way it doesn't matter, but, if you want to play for a little while longer, far be it. For me to deny you. Lucifer mused before throwing his arms to either side and forming two familiar flaming swords in his hands. Growling, Naruto then reared back his arm and threw the lightning bolt that had been in his hand towards Lucifer. But the devil flew into the air to evade it. Laughing lightly in his throat, he then formed two extra swords and threw all four to the ground. The swords then began to spin a second before all four flew directly at a wide-eyed Naruto. Cursing, Naruto rolled forward, under the swords and then flipped back to his feet and flapped Daedalus wings. Flying into the sky, Naruto opened the wings and glided towards Lucifer before bringing them in and swinging the claws of Hades at the devil. Frowning, Lucifer moved out of the way of the chains, only for Naruto to summon a pair of skull-shaped souls that flew towards Lucifer before exploding and knocking him out of the sky and to the ground below. Landing in a low crouch, Naruto then lunged at Lucifer, swinging the claws of Hades into the devil and catching his arms with them. Naruto slid to a halt before twisting the weapons around and slammed Lucifer into the ground. Clenching his fists, Lucifer flew out of the hole, pulling Naruto behind him by the chains still lodged in his arms. Twisting around in the air, Lucifer tried to shake Naruto off, only for the Ashen Warrior to move and hang onto him further. Suddenly stopping Lucifer sent Naruto flying into the air, only for him to yank on one of the chains to the claws of Hades. Pulling himself to Lucifer, Naruto slammed his knee into the devil's face and then formed the gauntlet of Zeus over his arm. Rearing his fist back, Naruto then slammed his fist and the gauntlet into Lucifer's face, sending them both flying back down to the ground below. Soon impacting, Naruto flipped off of Lucifer and pulled the blades of Pandora back out while waiting for Lucifer to get back up. Instead, Lucifer shot into the air with a visible grimace and then sent a wall of fire flying towards Naruto. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto used the boots of Hermes to run out of the way of the wall and then ran up the side of the crater before kicking off and using the Daedalus wings to fly towards Lucifer. Growling, Lucifer formed several fireballs instead and quickly sent them all flying towards Naruto. Growling, Naruto released the wings and fell to the ground while forming another bolt of lightning in his right hand as he landed and then threw it at Lucifer. The bolt slammed into the devil, sending him flying back and into the side of the crater from the force of its impact, and Naruto looked at his hand in a brief show of shock. How can I use a magical attack that well when I only just got it a short while ago? The Ashen Warrior wondered, then heard Lucifer street art to laugh as he came out of hole he'd made and then cracked his neck. Ah, so you're confused about your rather startling proficiency with that spell. Not surprising, though it is disappointing. Lucifer mused while floating back to the ground and grimaced at the angry red burns upon his person, caused by both Charon's wrath and Zeus's fury. What do you know, Lucifer? Naruto demanded, and Lucifer smirked while crossing his arms over his chest. I certainly know more about you than even yourself. You're no mere mortal, as I originally believed you to be. No, you're something else entirely. Lucifer said while walking towards Naruto with a slight smirk on his face as he gazed at the blonde. Twitching slightly, Naruto threw his arms to his sides while glaring at the devil with a furious look over his face. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Naruto demanded of Lucifer, and the devil laughed lightly while looking at the boy with a shake of his head. Isn't it obvious what you are? You've got his soul within you. His memories and power. You are he, as much as he is you. Lucifer replied, and Naruto gave the devil a clearly confused look. Honestly, you've experienced flashes of memories that are not your own. Your skills far surpass anything you could have learned on your own. Your magic is stronger than it should be. Doesn't any of that tell you anything? Lucifer questioned. Ed and Naruto's eyes slowly widened as he started to realize what the devil was trying to tell him. No, I can't be him, can I? Naruto wondered while looking to his hands, and Lucifer chuckled darkly. While walking closer to Naruto and looked down at him with a smirk, arms still crossed over his chest. Yes, now you understand, brother. Lucifer sneered out while Naruto looked up at him, and Lucifer grinned. And to think, I've been searching for Kratos' soul in the underworld, when it was reborn as a mortal. Lucifer mused to himself while turning away from Naruto and made his way towards the center of the crater once more. My dear brother lives on, yet without any knowledge of what he truly is. A Spartan warrior who could kill gods, changed into a weak little mortal. Lucifer said, and N laughed to himself as he turned to face Naruto once more. It's actually quite funny, brother. You've been reduced to this sorry state. Not only that, but I see Athena's saying is true, those who do not learn from their past are doomed to repeat it. Lucifer shouted, and Naruto backed up slowly, then shook his head and gnashed his teeth together, black wisps forming over his body. It doesn't matter who I once was. Whether I was mortal or god before, that's not who I am now. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am a former slave to the kami and former shinobi of Konogaku no Sato. Naruto said before looking up and pulled the blades of Pandora from his back before pointing one at Lucifer. And I am no more the same as Kratos than you are. This soul is mine now, and I will have my revenge. Naruto roared out, and Lucifer grinned sinisterly while gazing at the Ashen Warrior. Oh really, you want revenge again? Truly, brother, I can honestly say that you have not changed one bit, Lucifer sighed. With a slim frown across his face, and Naruto narrowed his eyes onto him dangerously. However, I still must thank you for destroying the souls of those gods. Because of you, the evils that they contained are now free. Lucifer cried out with a grin, and then looked up Naruto, following his gaze and then widening his eyes as a tornado of black smoke flowed towards them. And all of them want revenge on you as much as I do, brother. Lucifer then exclaimed as all the evils of man and god alike swirled down into Lucifer, causing him to laugh as raw power surged through his entire body. Yes, I can feel them flowing into me. Pride, wrath, lust, greed, gluttony, sloth, envy, fear, sorrow, anger, deception, disaster, cowardice. I feel them all. I feel their power as it fills me completely. Cypher said before laughing as the evils began to change his body, Naruto widening his eyes as Lucifer suddenly started to grow bigger and bigger, soon leaving a beast the size of a small titan in its wake. Oh shit, Naruto mumbled while the beast opened its burning red eyes with narrowed eyes. Lucifer's form had undergone a drastic change due to the evils now within him. His skin was still black, only now it was more like that of a lizard's hide rather than skin, with a red stomach and long fur growing off of his shoulders, a hole in his chest revealing his heart. His long arms ended with dangerously sharp claws. His chin was adorned with bat-like wings forming a goatee, and 2 extra faces were positioned on the sides of his head. The left head was black, the right head pale yellow, and the middle head a bright red color, with 2 horns forming off each face to form into some demonic crown, a strange symbol placed upon his brow like a circle with a curved Y in the center and forming out of it. Last was the pair of enormous wings upon his back, each one made like a bat and stretched out almost endlessly. Unfortunately or fortunately, he wasn't sure which. Lucifer's new size was so massive that he was literally too big to be seen completely, his very size and weight having shattered the rock that had been below him and only leaving him visible from the waist up. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto crouched down while Lucifer cracked his neck and then threw his wings and arms out, a grin across each of his faces as he felt the power of the evils of man and god alike flow throughout his body. Yes, this is it. This is the power I have longed for so very long. Lucifer cried out before looking back down to Naruto, and his 3 faces grinned sinisterly. Lashing out, Lucifer threw a hand down towards Naruto, and the Ashen Warrior cursed while rolling out of the way. Coming out of the roll in a low crouch, Naruto then threw a bolt of Zeus's fury at Lucifer's hand, and he hissed out before rearing his wings back and beat them forward, throwing Naruto back to the edge of the crater. Chuckling darkly, Lucifer then conjured up a couple tornadoes of black smoke that drifted towards the ashen-skinned warrior. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto lunged forward, evading the tornadoes before forming Kronos' scythe and threw it towards Lucifer's chest. The weapon spun around in midair before slamming into Lucifer's chest. Scoffing, Lucifer reached up and ripped the weapon from his chest before throwing it back at Naruto. Cursing, Naruto rolled out of the way as his weapon slammed into the ground beside him. Reaching to his side, Naruto ripped the scythe from the ice and then cursed while quickly raising his arms as one of Lucifer's fists came down on top of him. Gritting his teeth, Naruto dug his feet into the ground before throwing Lucifer's fist off of himself and then pulled Typhon's Bane free and began to unload shots into Lucifer's face with the weapon. However, Lucifer chuckled darkly as he did, then flapped his wings forward once more, blowing Naruto back yet again, and then narrowed his eyes as Naruto slowly got back to his feet. "And now to deal with you, my so-called brother," he roared out while swinging one arm, instantly grabbing hold of Naruto and picking him up. "I'm going to squeeze the life from your body and devour your lifelessly corpse," Lucifer hissed, while bringing both hands up and wrapping them around Naruto to begin to try and crush him. Gritting his teeth, Naruto tried to push his way free, however black smoke then started to form from Lucifer's skin and wrap around his form. "Yes, give up, give in, and fall before me, Kratos," Lucifer uttered with a twisted grin while Naruto felt his eyes slowly close as the black smoke completely consumed him. Naruto found himself falling down a long tunnel of light, yet the light was being eaten away by black. Closing his eyes, Naruto then opened them when he found himself within a world of endless black. His own skin stained inky black save for the red tattoos upon his body. "Give up, mortal," Lucifer's voice echoed in the endless expanse of black around Naruto, only a thunderstorm in the distance. "Any difference to the terrain?" Groaning, Naruto then looked around and saw a faint glow. Quickly, Naruto ran towards the light, only to grit his teeth as Lucifer's mocking laughter echoed in his mind. "It is useless to resist, no mortal can escape from his sin," Lucifer uttered darkly as Naruto journeyed deeper and deeper into this strange place. Seeing the horizon change to show mountains in the distance, Naruto made his way closer to it. Farther and farther Naruto ran, intent on finding his way out of this strange place so that he might escape it and then defeat Lucifer at long last. "You weak, pathetic thing, stop trying to resist me," Lucifer growled out while Naruto shook his head and then lunged forward, deeper and deeper into the depths of this strange place before sliding to a halt at a familiar ledge. Looking at it, Naruto then walked forward and allowed his head to fall back as words passed from his lips. "The kami have abandoned me," he heard himself whisper, while raising a single foot up and leaning it forward. "Now there is no," he started to say before falling forward, down into the depths of this strange place, deeper and deeper until finally falling into an ocean of blood. The screams and voices of past victims all echoed out in his mind. Naruto swam the endless ocean of blood, the voices never ending, all crying out for revenge as he swam deeper and deeper into the abyss before finally seeing the light from before yet again. Swimming towards it, Naruto didn't dare look back and then grit his teeth as he heard Lucifer once more. "Stop this, you cannot resist, for I am all sin," Lucifer hissed out, and Naruto shook his head, ignoring the devil as he soon came to the end of the water, panting and tied before falling face forward. Panting for a few moments, Naruto then looked up and saw a large throne room start to take shape, and upon the throne was a being of white with a single blood-red tattoo across his form. Slowly pushing himself to his feet, Naruto looked at the figure and then watched as he pushed himself to his feet. Journeying down the steps before his throne, the figure walked closer to Naruto and the world around them shook. "No, no, you will not escape from me," Lucifer's voice rang out loudly, only the white being then stopped before Naruto and looked down at him as his throne vanished into the expanse of black. "Will you really give up now, boy?" the man demanded, and Naruto blinked while instantly recognizing the voice as belonging to Kratos himself. "What are you doing here?" Naruto questioned, and Kratos crossed his arms while standing before the younger warrior. "Does that really matter?" Kratos demanded, and Naruto shook his head before looking to the endless darkness around them. "What is this place?" Naruto questioned of Kratos, and the man ignored him. "All right, if you won't tell me that, then will you tell me why I'm here?" Naruto demanded, and Kratos twitched slightly before turning his back to the boy. Before Naruto could even react, Kratos then spun around and grabbed him by the throat before lifting him up off of the ground with a snarl. "Be silent, weakling. If you were a true warrior you wouldn't even be here," Kratos growled out, and Naruto narrowed his eyes before lashing out, kicking Kratos in the chest and landing on the ground before grasping his throat as Kratos took a few steps back before narrowing his eyes. "I'm not weak," Naruto shouted, and Kratos raised a brow before scoffing. "So you say, yet here you are, allowing yourself to be beaten by Lucifer so easily." "Craw," Chu stated, and Naruto grit his teeth while glaring towards Kratos furiously. "Allowing myself? I'm not allowing anything. He has all the power that was locked away inside of Pandora's box. What the hell do you expect me to do?" Naruto demanded, and Kratos was silent for only a moment before turning around and pointed to the distance. Looking to where Kratos was pointing, Naruto saw the light from before and then looked back to Kratos. He doesn't have all the power, boy, or have you forgotten that as well? Use the power that I gave to you mortals, and stop complaining. It does not befit a warrior of your or my skill. Naruto blinked for a moment before slowly making his way towards the light. The slow pace soon increased and Naruto ran towards the light, grunting even as he heard Lucifer roar out while trying to stop him. Shaking his head, Naruto soon slid to a halt before a box, one that needed no introduction. Pandora's box. Naruto wondered while walking to the box and placed a single hand upon it. The power to kill a god, but why is it here? The Ashen warrior wondered to himself before closing his eyes. Why question it? Let's break her open and find out. Naruto mumbled to himself before placing his other hand onto the box, then grit his teeth and heaved, pushing the cover off of the box, and allowing a bright light to flow from it and blind him. Instantly after the light finally faded, Naruto found himself looking to Pandora, only it was her spirit, or at least appeared as such, young once more and grasping onto him as she looked up into his face. Hope is what makes us strong. It is why we are here. It is what we fight with when all else is lost. The voice of Pandora rang out across the recesses of his mind and Naruto silently closed his eyes as a smile crossed his lips. I'd actually forgotten about it. The one thing that I always held onto whenever things got tough. The one thing that helped me through all the bad times in Konoha, and then when I was serving the kami. The power of hope, Naruto admitted, if only to himself, as he then looked down to his hands and watched as a blue-white fire started to cover them. Snapping open his eyes, Naruto felt the fires of hope spread up over his arms, burning Lucifer and allowing him to fall to the ground. Opening his wings instead, Naruto flew to the outermost edge of the crater when he noticed some thing about the manacles that were behind Zeus. They were the perfect size for Lucifer. Who? Naruto wondered before flapping his arms and landing on the edge of the crater, sliding along it before turning back to Lucifer as he grit his teeth. You can't escape me, brother. Lucifer cried while moving to the edge of the crater and roaring out, the water in the crater rising high and higher on him. Frowning for a moment, Naruto looked up at Lucifer, a familiar blue fire burning within his eyes and returning them to the azure blue they had been so long ago. I don't want nor need to escape you, Lucifer. Naruto roared out before throwing his arms to his sides and blue-white flames stretched along them. Rage of the Fallen, Naruto exclaimed, and Lucifer covered his eyes as a blinding light flashed, causing him to take a step back. Slowly opening his eyes seconds later, Lucifer saw that Naruto now had a new form as well. This form was made up of blue-white flames which also formed off the back of his head like his hair normally would. A familiar red tattoo formed over his body while his blue eyes blazed with fury. His back was adorned by a pair of familiar wings with gold tips, a smaller pair below them with blood-red tips. His arms were covered by the golden fleece and Zeus's aegis, his lower legs had the boots of Hermes over them, the light amount of silver battle armor he'd been wearing was still present. As was his silver metallic belt and the black shirt, loincloth he always wore. However, throwing his arm to one side, Naruto then formed the blade of Olympus, while the helm of darkness formed over his head and the upper portion of his face. What is this? Lucifer demanded while Naruto narrowed his blue eyes onto the devil and leaned the blade of Olympus over his shoulders. Growling. As Naruto remained silent, Lucifer threw his arms to either side and sneered down towards him. It doesn't matter what form you take, I'll still devour you all the same. Lucifer roared out while swinging an arm at Naruto, only for him to flap all four wings and shoot into the sky. Roaring out, Lucifer swung one of his arms again, attempting to catch Naruto, but the speedy warrior evaded and then grasped the hilt of the blade of Olympus with both hands before swinging it, sending a black of energy slamming into Lucifer's gut. Grunting, Lucifer took a step back before opening his mouth and spat out a wave of fire towards Naruto. Moving quickly, Naruto evaded it while flying back towards the ground. Growling, Lucifer then started to flap his wings, a large gust of wind knocking Naruto off course before Lucifer then slammed both hands onto him. Grinning, Lucifer then cried out as Naruto stabbed the blade of Olympus into his palm, his back against one hand while his legs were holding back the other. Releasing the Ashen Warrior from his grasp, Lucifer then watched as he flew back into the air and swung his blade. Instantly a beam of energy flew from the blade of Olympus and slammed into Lucifer's face. Roaring out, he leaned back for a moment before righting himself while Naruto then dive-bombed, now heading back down towards the ground. Seeing this, Lucifer grit his teeth. Ethan moved back to the edge of the crater, soon breaking it at the side so he could get closer to the Ashen Warrior. "Get back here, Kratos," Lucifer roared out while swinging one hand, his claws digging down into the ground, causing rock and mud to flow into his palm while he tried to grasp hold of Naruto. Looking back for only a second, Naruto then narrowed his eyes and flew up over the hand and back into the air. Gritting his teeth, Lucifer then swung his other arm, picking up dirt, rock, and mud in both hands before roaring out as he threw them at the flying warrior. Seeing them coming, Naruto rolled out of the way and then dive-bombed once more. Approaching the ground, Naruto leveled himself off and then moved to the side as Lucifer slammed a hand into the ground. Evading Lucifer's other hand as it came down towards him, Naruto then flapped his wings as he stopped just above the manacles he'd seen in the ground earlier. Landing on top of the half-buried manacles, Naruto then crossed his arms and looked up towards Lucifer. "Now I've got you," Lucifer cried while swinging an arm down towards Naruto, the Ashen Warrior waiting before then flapping his wings to fly back and out of the way as Lucifer's arm slammed into the manacle. "What?" the devil demanded while reaching towards the manacle, and Naruto flapped his wings and flew forward, landing on the manacle and quick L.Y. threw his blades of Pandora into Lucifer's still free wrist. Growling low in his throat, Naruto then yanked his arm down. Lucifer's arm was now partly encased in the manacle before Naruto flew up and over and swung his blades of Pandora, locking the manacles and trapping Lucifer's hands in them. "No!" Lucifer howled while Naruto flew high into the air and then made his way towards one of Lucifer's three faces. Roaring out in outrage, Lucifer then ripped his arms free of the ground, the odd-bladed manacles and their chains still latched onto his wrists, preventing him from using his hands. "I'll kill you," Lucifer roared out while taking a deep breath and then unleashed a wave of fire towards Naruto. Flapping his wings, Naruto flew over the blast of flames and then turned his body, flying back down towards Lucifer's left face. Coming close to it, Naruto folded his wings along his back like a feathered cloak and roared out while slamming his blades into the left face's eyes. Roaring out in pair, Lucifer managed to throw Naruto off while blood now leaked from his left face's eyes. Falling towards the ground for a while, Naruto then opened his wings and narrowed his eyes on a loose chain. Flying towards it, Naruto threw one of his blades of Pandora and latched onto it while turning in midair and quickly wrapped it around Lucifer's left arm. Growling low in his throat, Lucifer opened his middle face's eyes and widened up, seeing Naruto with the chain. "I won't let you do this to me," he roared while trying to grab Naruto from his shoulder, only for the manacles he was wearing to get in his way. Quickly thinking, Lucifer then used his left face and it breathed out a mass of black smoke towards Naruto. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto released the chain he was calmly to fire a blast of Typhon's Bane, sending the black smoke away as he then twisted around and caught the chain once more. Flapping his wings, Naruto then curved over Lucifer's shoulder and came down his back. Naruto THN roared out while throwing the chain towards Lucifer's wing, then formed a bolt of Zeus's fury before throwing it down at the chain. The lightning bolt hit its mark, destroying a portion of the chain and creating a jagged spike from what was left of its tip. Flapping his wings and quickly flying down to it, Naruto grabbed the spike before slamming it into Lucifer's back, and then kicked it down further for good measure, piercing the bone and flesh just above his massive wings. Roaring out in pain, Lucifer reflexively flapped his wings, an icy wind blowing Naruto away as he did so. Riding himself in midair and hovering for a moment, Naruto then flew towards Lucifer's right head. However, Lucifer roared out furiously once more and inhaled before breathing out a torrent of flames towards him. Cursing, he flapped his wings up and managed to just evade the storm when Lucifer began to beat his massive wings once more. "No one will ever chain me," Lucifer cried out, only for Naruto to narrow his eyes and beat his wings, flying forward through the icy winds before coming at Lucifer's right face and slammed his blades into its eyes. Roaring out in pain, Lucifer's body thrashed about while Naruto flew towards the ground and another stray chain. Forming another bolt of Zeus's fury, Naruto threw it at the tip of the chain to create a spiked tip before throwing a blade to grab it. Flying around Lucifer's right arm with it, Naruto soon saw Lucifer's eyes open, tears of blood flowing from them like on his opposite face, and his right head breathed out a bolt of lightning towards him. In his golden fleece, Naruto sent the blast flying right back at Lucifer while flying over his shoulder and towards his back as he had on the other side. Flying down his back, Naruto then roared out "Eel," slamming the spike down into Lucifer's upper back, and then kicked it down further through flesh and bone before flying off of his back. Lucifer beat his wings as he did, throwing Naruto forward he soon righted himself and turned to look at the shackled devil. Narrowing his eyes, as he knew he wasn't finished, Naruto looked down and widened his eyes as he saw the wind from Lucifer's own wind. GS was starting to cool and freeze the water below them both. Looking back to Lucifer a second later, Naruto then flapped his wings and flew forward, Lucifer swinging his shackled arms towards him. Ling to the side to evade the attack. Naruto soon came to Lucifer's middle face and slammed his blades into his final eyes. Lucifer cried out in pain once more before Naruto pulled back and flew back towards the ground. Flapping his wings to pick up speed, Naruto narrowed his eyes on a final chain before flying down and throwing a blade to latch onto it. Lifting up on his arm and then flying up, Naruto spiraled around Lucifer's waist with the chain before flying up his lower back. He then wrapped the chain around each of his wings once before flying towards the back of Lucifer's neck. "What do you think you're doing?" Lucifer demanded while Naruto threw the chain into the air and threw a bolt of Zeus's fury at its tip. Instantly a spike was formed and Naruto grabbed hold of it before airing out as he slammed it into the back of Lucifer's neck, digging it down into his spine to hold him down. Roaring out in sheer pain, Lucifer beat his massive wings once more, blowing Naruto up to W. Here he had to hold onto the fur of his shoulders for a moment before being thrown forward. "You won't escape me, Kratos," Lucifer roared out while trying to reach out for Naruto once more. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto flew towards Lucifer, pulling the blade of Olympus out once more as he did. Coming close to his hands, Naruto began to slice into them with the blade, Lucifer crying out in pain as he did. Suddenly flying down towards the ground, Naruto then leveled out while Lucifer slammed his hands into the ground, then roared out a burst of flame towards the Ashen Warrior. Ducking down into a barrel roll to evade the flames, Naruto then leveled out and flew up. Soon coming up towards the devil's neck, Naruto quickly stabbed the blade of Olympus up into Lucifer's throat. Howling out in pain, Lucifer reached up towards Naruto to grasp him, only for Naruto to kick off of the devil and back into the air. Flying through the air, Naruto soon stopped and hovered in place as Lucifer gurgled out blood. Flames dripping from the wound in his throat and soon cauterizing it. Groaning out in pain, Lucifer glared towards Naruto and tried to spit out flames yet again, only for them to seep out of the wound in his throat and burn him once more. Roaring out, Lucifer then flapped his wings while trying to pull himself from the ice that now coated him from the waist down. However, instead his wings caused an icy wind, freezing the ice already covering him further and trapping him. His struggles continued further and further, desperately trying to escape his own shackles while Naruto closed his eyes for a moment as a memory from Kratos passed before his eyes yet again, this one older than all the rest. Naruto felt memories of Kratos' childhood flow through his mind, a childhood that was harsh even when compared to his own in Konoha. He saw that Kratos and Lucifer, zealous then, were an inseparable pair, constantly by the other's side through thick and thin. But then, Kratos was chosen for the military of Sparta, and his brother was taken with the weak to the mountains. Kratos had fought to find his brother, facing even the wrath of the Spartan generals as he escaped from Sparta to the mountains. Searching it, Kratos had eventually found his brother, dead and being attacked by hungry wolves. It was at that moment that the rage of Kratos had first awakened, at that moment that he had brutally slaughtered the wolves. It was that moment that one of the wolves' sharp claws had sliced into his face, leaving him with the scar over his right eye that he would carry for the rest of his life. And it was only afterwards The Kratos had fallen to his knees, and shed the last tears he ever would. Afterwards, Kratos had burned his brother's body and made a small grave marker before returning to Sparta. Returning to the only home he had ever known with the pelts of the wolves he had slaughtered, and a dagger crafted by his brother, Kratos had then threw himself into his training. Tirelessly growing stronger, Kratos never once showed any weakness, for he would beat the weakness out of himself. Over the years, Kratos' rage would only grow stronger with his body, the fury of losing his brother never leaving him. Eventually he would marry a Spartan woman, Lysandra, and with her he would sire a daughter, Calliope. He would become a general in the Spartan army, starting with only 50 soldiers as he went into battle. He would go to war, bringing gold and riches back to his family before continuing on his seemingly endless quest for battle, only his wife able to brave the fury had consumed Kratos' being since the death of his brother and question his reason, yet even she never understood the root of the hatred within Kratos' soul. Opening his eyes as the visions faded, Naruto, to look down at Lucifer as he continued to scream and thrashed in his bonds. Closing his eyes only a second later as Lucifer continued to thrash about trying to free himself, Naruto sighed tiredly. "I never abandoned you, brother," Naruto uttered softly before flapping his wings and flying back to the lair of fraud, leaving Lucifer chained at the bottom of Tartarus as he did. Soon coming back to the arena, Naruto landed on it while his form returned to normal, his blue eyes changed back to the dark amber gold that had become so common. Chained to the bottom of hell, frozen from the waist down, and eternally freezing the ice even more with his futile struggles for freedom, Samael uttered as he appeared in a swirl of smoke down at the scene silently for a moment before smirking. "Tartarus, it needs a new name. The 9th layer of the Inferno, a place for betrayers," Samael uttered, and Naruto silently looked over to the demon lord of death for a moment before narrowing his eyes as Lucifer. Turning around, Naruto then made his way past Samael and into Lucifer's palace. Walking into the throne room, Naruto saw that Lysandra was with Calliope and the rest of the fallen seemed to be waiting for him. Frowning slightly, Naruto then looked over to Pandora with a silent gaze before speaking. "How do we leave this place? My business with Lucifer is done," Naruto questioned simply, and Pandora walked over to a door and tried to open it. Grumbling under his breath, Agni then walked over and shoved the doors open for her, revealing what looked like a chariot. "Hades' chariot. Yeah, that'll do it all right," Agni mused while Samael came into the room and nodded his head before frowning. But only Hades himself could control the chariot, Samael reminded, and Naruto silently walked over to the chariot while forming the claws of Hades into his hands with a deep scowl. "Let's just get out of here," Naruto grumbled while hopping onto the chariot and then swinging both claws at a statue before it, the chains latching onto it as he did. Growling in his throat, Naruto then ripped what looked like spirit horses out of the statue and held onto them. "Hurry and get on," Naruto ordered. Red and Samael nodded while ushering the others onto the chariot with Naruto. Holding on, Beelzebub sat herself in Naruto's hair while Samael became a mist in the bottom of the chariot for the sake of room. However, given Hades' admittedly immense size, it wasn't much of an issue. Roaring, Naruto then snapped the chains of his claws and the horses neighed before running forward, everyone holding on before the chariot rose up into the air. The horses then pulled the chariot past the struggling Lucifer, and Agni chuckled in his throat. "Ha, now that is personally my favorite punishment in all of the Inferno," Agni said with a grin, and Naruto twitched before ignoring him and rearing back on his reins with both hands. The horses then neighed loudly while flying up, higher and higher before moving through a crack in the upper layer of the underworld into freedom at long last. Pandora. Naruto had traversed the layers of the Inferno, he had fought the specters of the Olympians, and he had grown stronger for it. However, on his quest to gain allies against Olympus, the truth had been revealed to him, and as he left the Inferno behind him, Naruto looked back to the 9th and final layer one last time. Leaving behind the brother of Kratos, Lucifer, forever trapped in an icy hell of his own making. Coming out in the mortal world, Naruto roared while snapping the reins of the chariot and leveling it. Looking around, Beelzebub then looked to Mammon and Agni, both of whom nodded. "Warrior, if we are to face the kami of your land, we will need aid. I will go to Sparta and ready the troops for battle myself." Mammon stated only for Astaroth to move an arm over his shoulders with a frown. Not without me or not, I've got a few things I need to get in Sparta while we're there anyways. Astaroth stated with a frown on his face, and Mammon glared at his older brother angrily. If Mammon will be getting the Spartans to fight, I will go and rally the undead to our cause. With both of them we shall have an army strong enough to storm even Olympus itself. Samael stated before vanishing in a swirl of smoke, and Beelzebub shook her head before flying over to rest on Mammon's shoulders. And I'll go and make sure the boys here don't get into too much trouble. Beelzebub stated, and Naruto merely rolled his eyes while continuing to control the steeds to Hades' chariot. Do whatever the hell you want. Just make certain you find me when I need you. Naruto grumbled, and Beelzebub shrugged before snapping her fingers, she and her two brothers vanishing when she did. While they do that, me and Lilith will take our sister, Lysandra, and Pandora to a safe place so that the gods won't try and use them against us. Agni stated while Lilith wrapped her arms over Pandora and Calliope's shoulders. Naruto, will you be? Pandora started to question of the Ashen Warrior, and Naruto turned to give her a look in response. I'll be fine. I need to go somewhere as well, Naruto replied. Dee and Pandora turned to look at Agni as he and Lilith then teleported them all away to somewhere safe, leaving Naruto alone on the chariot. Closing his eyes and letting out a soft sigh, Naruto then snapped on the reins to the chariot. The spirit horses neighed loudly before heading where Naruto wanted to go, the ruins of Konoha. Takamagahara. So let me get this straight, Hachiman questioned while rubbing his temples. Omoikane frowning as she did so as well. Not only is Naruto in the underworld, probably very pissed off at us, but also so are the children and the fucking twin brother of Kratos as well. Hachiman demanded, and Apollo nodded his head while rubbing one of his shoulders, and Hachiman leaned back and let out a hollow laugh. Great, and I thought we were dead before. Hakim. And commented before covering his face while Tsukuyomi looked to Demeter. Surely these children aren't as powerful as Kratos himself. Tsukuyomi half pleaded, and Demeter was silent for a few moments. No, but they are demons thanks to their time in Hades, so they could be stronger than we expect them to be. After all, no place on all of the world is worse to live in than Hades. Demeter noted, and Tsukuyomi reluctantly nodded his head in agreement with the goddess while Susanoo started to bang his head into the table. Would you stop that? Just looking at you is giving me a headache, Inari grumbled. Now in a female form once more while wishing that she wasn't a kami and that she could run and hide somewhere that Naruto and his new gang couldn't find, kill, then skin her alive. Oi, stop, why should I? We're all as good as dead if Naruto manages to get out of Hades anyways. Susanoo reminded, and Tsukuyomi scowled deeply before turning over to him. Not if we prepare, Tsukuyomi stated, and then turned to the Olympians. Are there any mortals still loyal to you in your lands? An army at the very least to help bolster our defenses. Tsukuyomi questioned, and Artemis' eyes brightened as she suddenly nodded her head. I'll go get the Amazons. Kratos killed their father Eris, so they'll probably want first crack at his kids. She said before running off, Aphrodite sitting and then following after the younger goddess with a smirk. Good. Now then Susanoo, you have the Totsuka, so head down to Yomi and collect the most powerful souls you can find. We need to at least tire these warriors out, so make certain you don't pick up any weaklings. Tsukuyomi ordered, and Susanoo puffed on his pipe for a moment before nodding his head and rushed off before jumping off of Takamagahara and into Yomi below them. I think I'll make a defensive net with my plants, that way they'll have to get by me if they want to get up here. Demeter offered, and Tsukuyomi nodded his head as she went in. Dee jumped off as well, soon landing on the earth below. Omoikane, do you have any other advice? Tsukuyomi questioned of the goddess, and she narrowed her eyes while drumming her fingers on the table for a few moments. Have Fujin and Raijin guard the gates inside. They are the most physically able of all of us. Susanoo's abilities are better suited for full-on combat, so when he returns send him out with the forward's troops. Hachiman and Sarutahiko are the same, have them back up Susanoo, and we should be good for the forward advance. Inari fights best when he is alone and his shapeshifting WOU. Eldent make it easy to fight with him anyways, so hold him back as a last line of defense in front of Demeter's perimeter. Omoikane advised, and Tsukuyomi quickly ordered the other gods to do as she had ordered. Each one going to get prepared for battle. Next we have the Olympians, all of your abilities, so please go wherever you think you'll be best suited. Unfortunately, besides Lady Amaterasu's marksmanship, most of the rest of us are unable to fight, so me, Uzumi and Lady Amaterasu should probably stay back with Aphrodite whenever she returns, especially for the fact if we lose Lady Amaterasu, we lose the light of the sun. Omoikane then advised, and Tsukuyomi nodded his head before looking around and widening his eyes. Omoikane, I have another question, he then said, and the goddess of wisdom raised a single brow. Where is Amaterasu? He demanded, and several of the gods cursed while looking around for the goddess, who was nowhere to be seen. Konoha. The chariot of Hades slammed into the ground, throwing Naruto off of it, but he silently stood up as he landed. Grunting lightly, Naruto then pulled the claws of Hades back and allowed them to dissipate as he looked around and sighed. Welcome home, he muttered before walking forward, past the ruined buildings and destruction that he himself had wrought upon the village so many long years ago. Slowly trudging to the stairs to the Hokage monument, Naruto silently climbed up them. Soon reaching the top, he then walked over to where the Yondaime's head had once been and looked out over the village silently. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto then turned quickly into a crouch, only to frown upon seeing Amaterasu. Frowning, Naruto then stood up and crossed his arms while looking at the goddess. Certainly the Omikami has more important things to do than see a mere mortal like me, Naruto grumbled, and saw Amaterasu flinch slightly at the venom in his words. I've come to ask you not to attack my brothers. Amaterasu too. LD Naruto while gripping the mirror in her hands tightly, and Naruto scoffed while turning back to look out over Konoha. They tried to kill me, why should I let that slide? Naruto demanded in a mutter. Asu lowered her head and eyes slightly to look at the ground. Because I don't want to see you fight them. They did what they did out of fear, Naruto. They were afraid you'd become like him, a mortal who murdered the Olympians. She replied, and Naruto rolled his eyes while continuing to look out over the ruins of Konoha silently. You try to see the best in your siblings even when they have only shown you the worst, truly Amaterasu. You must be a goddess to be so forgiving, Naruto said with a shake of his head, then turned slightly to look at the goddess. But that does not mean that I will allow my death at their hands to go unpunished, Naruto then added with a deep scowl across his face, and Amaterasu bit her lip. Please, I just can't watch my family murder one another anymore, Amaterasu then said while closing her eyes, and Naruto narrowed his own onto the woman dangerously. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? Naruto demanded while lowering his arms to his side. And Amaterasu slowly opened her eyes before looking at his dark amber gold eyes and shivered. They were so similar to her own yet so different it was frightening really. His pale skin and even the fact he had red tattoos was all almost identical to her own description, and in the end it had been her, his own mother, whom had made him into this thing. You murdered my father's wife, granted she was insane, but still, and now you want to kill my brothers as well. How can any mother watch her son murder his own family without trying to stop him? Amaterasu replied softly, and Naruto blinked before re-clenching his fists and narrowing his eyes onto her. Mother, he questioned, and Amaterasu mutely nodded her head. Her name was Uzumaki Kushina. How exactly are you her? Naruto demanded, and Amaterasu looked to the ground once more. Though we're not as well known for it as Olympians, we do sometimes like to take human form and walk among you mortals, Amaterasu replied softly, and watched as Naruto frowned before grunting and turned back to the ruins of Konoha. Then why abandon me? If you've been alive all this time, how hard would it be to drop in every couple decades and check on your son? Naruto demanded with his back to the goddess, and she flinched visibly once more. The Kyuubi's chakra is inherently evil. Whenever I was near you after the sealing, its chakra would start to burn me. I truly did want to take care of you, Sochi, but how can I care for my child when I'm burned alive every time I so much as touch him? Amaterasu questioned, and Naruto was silent while still looking out over Konoha. And if this is about your curse, I'm sorry, but I had to punish you. I had to, she started to say, then backed up when Naruto turned around and took a quick step towards her. I don't care about that fucking curse. I deserved that. I murdered men, women, and children for Yami and ruined even more lives that I can count. I'd be more pissed off if you hadn't have cursed or punished me. Naruto stated simply, and Amaterasu blinked before slowly relaxing as Naruto turned back around. But what Susanoo and Tsukuyomi did shall not be forgiven that easily. They will pay for what they did. Naruto growled out, and Amaterasu lowered her eyes, the glow around her dimming even further. Please Sochi, for your mother, please don't kill my brothers for their stupidity. Amaterasu begged, and Naruto turned slightly to face her and then scoffed while turning back to look out over Konoha. I already told you, I can't forgive them. You say they murdered me out of fear. Well then I'll give them a reason to fear me. Just as Kratos said before me, if all of the kami would deny me my vengeance, then all of the kami will die with them. Naruto stated while glaring at Amaterasu, and she backed up slightly upon seeing the look in his eyes. However, Naruto then flipped back and opened the Daedalus wings to glide to the side as Tsukuyomi nearly came down on top of him with a spear. Sister, we really need to talk about when to and when not to keep secrets from one another. Tsukuyomi hissed out at Amaterasu while she turned her eyes away from him, as always, and he glared at Naruto as he landed, and then the wings vanished. Tsukuyomi, so, you decided to come out to face me all on your own, good. Naruto growled out while forming a bolt of Zeus's fury into one hand. Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu widening their eyes as he did. That saves me the trouble of having to hunt you down. Myself. Naruto roared while throwing the bolt of lightning at Tsukuyomi, the moon deity, cursing as he quickly rolled out of the way only to be thrown back by the blast of the bolt. Getting into a crouch, Tsukuyomi watched as Naruto then formed another bolt of lightning and mentally groaned. Great, he has some of Zeus's magic now, Tsukuyomi muttered to himself before looking to the side where a wide-eyed Amaterasu then watched as Naruto stomped towards them, forming a second bolt of lightning in his other hand. So you think you can challenge a god mortal? Tsukuyomi demanded, and Amaterasu gaped before wishing she could at least glare at him for it, but in all honesty her road was law and she'd said she'd never look at him again. Sometimes it sucked to always be right. Brother, don't aggravate him any more than you already have. She tried to shout at Tsukuyomi, but he ignored her while Naruto then threw both lightning bolts at the god of the moon. Rolling under the bolts, Tsukuyomi then twisted on one heel, swinging the spear he was carrying only for Naruto to stop it with Zeus's aegis. I've already killed several gods that were trapped in Hades, Tsukuyomi. And compared to Poseidon or Hades, you're nothing but a worm. Naruto growled out and saw all color drain from Tsukuyomi's already pale face as Naruto then lunged forward and slammed a fist into his face, knocking Tsukuyomi back. Twirling his arms, Naruto then called out Chronos' scythe and swung the weapon towards Tsukuyomi. The god cursing before quickly rolling out of the way. Getting back to his feet and take several steps back, Tsukuyomi then looked around before standing his ground. This ends now, yours but to all life. As we know it, Naruto. You've fallen into the same insanity that Kratos did so long ago and don't even realize it. Tsukuyomi shouted, and Naruto raised a brow before scoffing as he then formed the gauntlet of Zeus and cracked his knuckles. I know of Kratos. I know more about him than even that, but I don't want to go into details about that. Naruto said simply before lunging forward and threw his gauntleted arm towards Tsukuyomi. But really, all I want right now is your head on a bloody pike. Naruto roared out, and Tsukuyomi quickly flipped over the Ashen Warrior, who then slid to a halt and lunged at the god once more. Cursing and moving back to evade the Ashen Warrior's strikes, Tsukuyomi then flipped into the air and floated out of the way of Naruto's attacks. However, Naruto then formed the Blade of Olympus and saw all color drain out of Tsukuyomi's face. Oh shit, he had to find that damn sword too, he uttered while Naruto took a step back and then swung the blade, sending an arc of pure energy flying towards Tsukuyomi. Quickly floating out of the way, Tsukuyomi rolled to a stop on the ground near an equally wide-eyed Amaterasu. Turning to both god and goddess, Naruto then leaned the Blade of Olympus over his shoulders while narrowing his eyes. What? No more words about how weak or foolish I am, Tsukuyomi? Naruto questioned, and Tsukuyomi looked to the wide-eyed Amaterasu, then back to Naruto himself, and mentally screamed. How did I not notice the resemblance before? White skin and hair, red markings, she practically turned him into a male version of herself. Tsukuyomi thought to himself as Naruto came closer and closer to them, and he suddenly held one hand forward. No, no more talk, nephew, now I'm taking my sister and getting away. Tsukuyomi said as the gravity around Naruto suddenly increased, slamming him down into the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tsukuyomi then quickly wrapped an arm around Amaterasu and started to fly into the sky. Growling, Naruto then pushed himself up even under the pressure of the increased gravity, using the blade of Olympus for some leverage as he did so. He won't give up, Tsukuyomi, why? Oh, you made my son hate us all because of your fear of his power. Amaterasu whispered as tears started to fall from her eyes, and Tsukuyomi winced while bowing his head. Of all the things I have done, I have never wanted to tear you apart like this. Tsukuyomi thought to himself as they then rose up into the sky, soon rising up out of sight. Roaring out, Naruto then used the boots of Hermes to run out of the increased gravity field that Tsukuyomi had set up and frowned. So the fucker can control gravity, that makes things a whole lot more difficult. No matter, he'll still fall like any other kami that stands in my way. Naruto mused to himself before blinking as Samael appeared behind him. What is it, Samael? Naruto questioned, and the demon lord of death moved over to stand at his side. Quote, we thought it would be best for you to speak to the Spartans before we begin our assault on the gods of your land. Samael admitted with a nod, and Naruto narrowed his eyes before nodding his head in agreement. Placing a hand onto Naruto's shoulder, Samael then transported them both away. TBC. Preview. Takamagahara stood atop a massive pillar that connected it to the world below. This same pillar was now used as a central network for dozens if not hundreds of vines and plants. Looking up, Naruto saw the storm clouds above before rain suddenly started to fall, lightning crashing as Naruto narrowed his eyes. The blades of Olympus leaned across his shoulders as he gazed up at the home of the kami with a frown. All around him, soldiers of Sparta lay in wait, the undead up ahead as the frontal assault. While amongst the soldiers was the fallen standing in wait. Throwing his arm forward and pointing his blade towards Takamagahara, Naruto watched on as the army charged forward, heading straight for the home of the gods. Lilith, adorned in her battle armor, moved into the sky with Beelzebub, while Samael flew high into the skies. Agni and Mammon, however, ran forward with the soldiers of Sparta. Even as the kami and Olympians' own soldiers came towards them. Running forward, Naruto hopped onto the back of a giant made of sand and rock and then looked up to Takamagahara with a frown. Mother! Naruto shouted while stabbing the blade of Olympus down and narrowed his eyes. Your son has returned. I bring the death of all gods. Naruto said darkly while giving a mocking bow as he looked up towards Takamagahara. As he did, the giant he rode on suddenly leaned upwards and threw one of its arms forward, sand flying from its body to smother the incoming army. As it did so, the Spartans and undead charged forward, growing ever closer to Takamagahara with every step they took. T-E-N-D-B-E-G-I-N-S. The end begins. Naruto Ultimate. God of War. NU. Rage of the Fallen. T-E-N-D-B-E-G ends. Takamagahara. Tsukuyomi landed with Amaterasu and let the goddess go before leaning down to pant slightly. Even given the boy was less than a centennial old, he'd still been more powerful than Tsukuyomi would have liked. But I have to wonder whether it's his own natural powers, or perhaps those spells of his. Given he's a child of Nichan's, who also happens to be the chief of our pantheon, I'd have to say it's his natural skills. Tsukuyomi thought to himself before rubbing his ribs and looked over to Amaterasu. Not surprisingly, in his mind at least, she was standing at the closest edge of their home and gazing down at the world. Her glow now totally gone and a forlorn look across her features. How can she care so much for a child that wants to destroy us? Tsukuyomi wondered to himself before grunting as he walked over and stood next to the white-skinned goddess as she continued to stare at the earth. Nichan, you really need to tell us when you have kids. Tsukuyomi hissed at he. And she merely flinched for a moment without looking to him, as per usual. Seconds later the two heard a door open and turned to see the large double doors leading to their war room opening up. Behind them were the Olympians and the other kami rushing over to them. Lady Amaterasu, Lord Tsukuyomi, are you all right? Apollo questioned as he ran over to Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi worriedly, the god merely grumbling something under his breath as he did. It appears that our enemy has grown significantly stronger in your underworld. Tsukuyomi replied before crossing his arms and looked to Omoikane with a deep frown. Omoikane, have you been able to contact the Jade Empire? We're going to need all the help we can find for the coming threat. Tsukuyomi questioned and Omoikane sighed before readjusting her glasses with one finger. Unfortunately, I've been unable to establish any form of contact with the Jade Empire. I've even resorted to attempting to find any of the remaining Aesir of Asgard, but I've made no progress. I even resorted to trying to contact the Netter and Netteret of the desert. Truly, I'm beginning to worry that we have more enemies than the children of Kratos and Naruto. Omoikane replied with a frown and crossed her arms over her chest, Tsukuyomi grimacing as he heard the news. However, before anything more could be said, Apollo suddenly narrowed his eyes before. He ran over to the edge of Takamagahara and looked into the distance. Something's heading our way, the god of light shouted, and both Kami and Olympians quickly moved out of the way as three people. All gods, from the look of them, fell through an opening in the wall and skidded across the ground for a short distance before landing in a heap. Oh, I really don't want to ever do that again, a strange, gold-furred man mumbled to himself. A monkey's tail behind him while blood dribbled from numerous wounds covering his entire body. Sun Wukong, is that you? Inari demanded while rushing over to the Monkey King, and he gave a weak grin. Well, I'm not anyone else, so I suppose I have to be. He offered with a snicker before hissing as he held Inari, then helped Sun Wukong up. The Kami looked to those who had been with him. The two were of the children of Odin, first Vidar, god of vengeance, and he had a very familiar hammer hanging from his belt. Nearby was another of the Aesir, Balder himself, the Norse god of light, love, and beauty, who was looking more than a little weary. What happened to you two? Apollo demanded upon seeing them all either injured or very tired, and Balder slowly got up to his feet before helping Vidar up. Well, to be perfectly honest, that idiotic Mammon freed Fenrir, Jormungandr, and even Loki and brought about the age of Ragnarok. Then when myself, Hodder, Valley, and Vidar were trying to get things back into order after it was over, we were attacked by winged warriors with odd powers and weapons, and they actually managed to kill Sol's daughter, Valley. And Hodder, Balder started to explain before reaching an arm up and rubbed his shoulders. Sighing, Vidar then decided to continue, rubbing his legs with a frown before crossing his arms. Me and Baldu managed to escape and went to find help, but Olympus was destroyed and abandoned. So, we rested for a while, deciding we'd try to reach the Jade Empire since it was closest. But when we got there, same winged warriors were already attacking them, the Jade Emperor himself was slain, and we barely managed to escape with Sun Wukong before the entirety of the empire was annihilated. Vidar Expla, Ind and Sun Wukong decided to finish for the rest of them. And on our way out of that battle zone we came here, hoping that the Kami could help us, and it seems the Olympians had the same idea. The Monkey King offered with a slight grin, and Tsukuyomi frowned deeply while cupping his chin. Sounds like a bunch of tenin, but that doesn't make any sense. Those are the most common mystical beings in all existence. Even the Olympians and Jade Empire had them flying around, and for that matter, what was so odd about these winged warriors? Don't you Aesir have those Valkyries that are like that? Tsukuyomi questioned, and Balder frowned for a moment before nodding his head. We do, but these wore silver armor, with an odd bird motif to it, and none of them were of any of our realms. Not only that, but some of them were men. And stranger still were the ones with 4 wings or more. Balder admitted, and Apollo frowned for a moment, a scowl soon forming across his lips. Did these warriors, bird motif, resemble an owl or eagle? Apollo asked, and saw Balder blink before grinning towards his fellow god of light. Apollo, is that you? I heard you were dead. Balder noted, and a smirk crossed Apollo's lips before crossing his arms. I could say the same to you, Balder. Apollo noted, and Balder let out a hearty laugh before nodding his head in agreement. Too true, my friend. But the bird motif was for birds in general, not a singular one. Balder finally explained, and Apollo frowned for a moment while Balder then looked over to Amaterasu and stared. Lady Amaterasu, is that you? You're looking paler than normal, Balder said while walking past Apollo to the goddess, and Amaterasu sighed wearily before looking down. Well, I'm just not feeling very well right now. Amaterasu, offered weakly before turning back around, and Tsukuyomi decided it would be best to keep any attention off of her for the moment. Apollo, do you think you could take Vidar, Balder, and Sun Wukong and heal them like you did for Artemis? Tsukuyomi questioned, and Apollo mutely nodded his head before walking over to the other god of light and led him away with Sun Wukong and Vidar to be healed. Hearing a sound, they all looked to the side as Aphrodite walked out of a portal with Artemis at her side. Good news, we've managed to get all the remaining Amazons together for this oh-so-grand war of yours. The dark-haired goddess offered with a bored tone as she and Artemis walked over to the Kami and Olympians. Where are they then? Tsukuyomi questioned while frowning towards the goddess of love, and Artemis answered him this time. We left them in the forest area of the island below. Seemed like the best place for them to hide and prepare for the inevitable war we're soon to find ourselves a part of. Artemis offered, and Tsukuyomi slowly nodded his head while Artemis noticed the blood from where Sun Wukong and the Aesir had landed and blinked for a few moments. Did something happen while we were gone? She questioned, and Tsukuyomi silently nodded his head before answering her. It seems 2 of the Aesir survived an assault from a new enemy. They, along with Sun Wukong, who say, "M's to be all that's left of the Jade Empire, came here for aid," Tsukuyomi replied, and Aphrodite snorted before giggling into one hand. By Olympus, did they ever come to the wrong place? Aphrodite noted, and the other gods around her gave her a look as she walked off. Is it just me, or is she really not herself lately? Amaterasu suddenly asked, and the Olympians actually thought about it before sighing. It's just you, the chorus as one, and everyone turned when they heard someone snicker from the side. What they saw was Susano, the god of seas and storms, sitting lotus-style on a stream of water that was reaching up from the ground below. Geez, I'm gone for a couple hours and every pantheon we're allied to suddenly shows up at our doorstep looking for help. Where are the Net? And Neteret of the Egyptians at, I wonder? Susano commented while hopping from a large stream of water and onto the ground, his pipe in his mouth. It's good to see you unharmed, Susano. But I believe that I need to speak with you for a moment, Tsukuyomi said while walking over to his brother, then grabbed his arm and led him out of the room. Walking down a long hall, Tsukuyomi looked around, making sure no one followed them, before turning to Susano. So, how did your mission go? Tsukuyomi questioned, and Susano puffed a bit of smoke from his pipe before answering the other kami. Well, first off, I managed to round up most, if not all, of the monsters around the elemental nations, then I dumped them all over the island. Then, I went and got all those ghouls that are still really pissed off at Naruto for an army. And I'm talking in the thousands, the kid could really piss people off. Then, I went to Yomi, but unfortunately it looks like it's somehow fusing with Hell and Hades, those other underworlds from the other pantheons. So basically, unless I wanted to chance a run-in with any of the nastier monsters down there, I had to move quickly and gather only 1 or 2 souls that I could. Susano explained while removing his pipe for a moment, and Tsukuyomi narrowed his eyes with a visible frown. All in all, it's going to take a miracle to get rid of Naruto this time. Not only is he pissed, but from what I actually managed to see of Hades from the fusing, he put the whole place through a ringer. Susano finished, and Tsukuyomi hummed for a moment while crossing his arms over his chest. Unfortunately, Nisan, killing him is something we can't do even if we wanted to, Tsukuyomi stated, and Susano gave the other kami an incredulous look in response. Hey, why? You're the one who wanted to kill him in the first place, Tsukuyomi. And do you honestly think the kid will be in a very forgiving mood since you stabbed him in the back? Literally in this case, Susano demanded, and Tsukuyomi sighed while rubbing his temples, clearly annoyed by this situation. I never said that, and we can't kill him because he's Lady, no, he's Nichan's son. And just judging by the ways she's already deteriorating from what's been happening around her lately, killing him might just kill her as well, Tsukuyomi explained, and Susano felt his pipe fall to the floor, gaping at his brother before paling. I had a hand in murdering my own nephew. I'm so going to Yomi for that, Susano said to himself while hitting his head as he knelt down to pick up his pipe, Tsukuyomi growling as he did. Is that all you're concerned about? Tsukuyomi demanded Anmi of the moon a flat look. Tsukuyomi, get off your fucking high-ass horse. This little mess was started cause you were getting scared of that kid. Hell, As long as he left me alone I would have been fine, but no, you just had to get my ass involved as well. Now we've got a child of our sister, the sun goddess herself, who's pissed off beyond belief. And he's most likely coming to rend us both limb from bloody limb. Susanoo growled out and Tsukuyomi winced while the kami of Seas and Storm then crossed his arms, eyes glaring at Tsukuyomi furiously. Now then, what the hell do you intend to do to fix this fucking mess you've gotten us into then, Nisan? Susanoo demanded and Tsukuyomi sighed before slowing down and bowing his head. Reaching up he palmed his eyes for a moment before looking to the ceiling absently. Truthfully, I have absolutely no idea, Tsukuyomi admitted and Susanoo muttered to himself eel pinching the bridge of his nose and puffing on his pipe. However, given Nichan's current condition, and I know you've noticed how her glow has faded, we cannot actually kill Naruto, without the possibility of her falling into depression and most likely dying herself. Tsukuyomi then stated and Susanoo mumbled something to himself before puffing on his pipe once more. That, I get Tsukuyomi, what I don't get is how we're actually going to be defeating him if we can't kill him. Susanoo reminded the older kami and Tsukuyomi nodded his head with a frown across his face. I can think of only one way, but even then it will be very risky to try Susanoo. Tsukuyomi admitted and Susanoo groaned lightly while giving the kami of the moon an annoyed look. Yeah well, whatever you've got planned it better work. Or else we're all going to have our asses kicked by a pissed off mortal and his army. Susanoo reminded and Tsukuyomi slowly nodded his head while looking out to a window nearby, narrowing his eyes as he saw a storm heading towards them from the distance. Death is not an option for us Susanoo. When you're out in battle, I want you to lure Naruto to us, nothing more. We're the last of the gods Susanoo, we kami. Those few Olympians, 2 Aesir, and a single member of the Jade Empire, that is all that is left of our kind. We cannot allow ourselves to be destroyed. We must survive. The mortals below us do not know how to live without our guidance. The plan may be crazy, but it is also the only way we know we can keep him alive, without the possibility of him getting stronger. Tsukuyomi reminded and Susanoo puffed on his pipe for a moment before nodding his head slowly. So, the end has finally come then. Susanoo mumbled mostly to himself but Tsukuyomi shook his head and looked back outside. It would seem so, Nisan, but we must hope that we can defy the end and ultimately survive this battle, for that is all we have left. Now, we cannot allow Naruto to continue. If we allow him to escape us unpunished, all of humanity will think us weak and all of humanity will rain down upon us as Kratos did the Olympians. Tsukuyomi said to himself while Susanoo inwardly groaned, realizing just how screwed they actually were before narrowing his eyes on the incoming storm. He hadn't conjured it after all. Pandora's voice. Across a vast ocean and within the ancient land of Greece, many cities and even nations had been all but destroyed by the great flood created by Poseidon's death. Ironically, Sparta was one of the few to survive the waters. The walls of the city held the sea at bay, the mountains behind them protecting them as well. And now standing just outside its walls, is Naruto, the ghost of Konoha, and reincarnation of Kratos. Sparta, Naruto opened his eyes as he found himself standing on a long beaten path, smirking slightly at the red flags leading towards a stone gateway. Behind him was a vast forest, mountains beyond even that with more mountains surrounding the bulk of the massive city surrounded by enormous stone walls. Home. The now familiar voice of Kratos echoed in Naruto's mind as he looked to the sides, looking to the heavy walls and the raised water that had remained since the flood caused by Kratos over 80 years before. Almost like they knew it would happen in advance. The ashen-skinned warrior noted to himself before turning to Samael, the demon lord smiling fondly. It feels so good to finally be home. And it's wonderful to see it managed to survive the chaos that Father unleashed. Then again, Spartans Eren. The world's most fierce warriors for nothing. Samael stated mostly to himself before Naruto mumbled something and marched forward, towards the gates of Sparta with Samael beside him. The gates opened as if moving on their own accord as they approached and they came onto a bridge, 2 guards at either side standing at attention as they passed. They most likely recognized the marks we bear, Naruto mused while walking across the bridge with the ever-silent Samael at his side. The son of Lord Kratos returns. A Spartan sitting at the side of the bridge cried loudly while Naruto blinked as memories from Kratos' past came to him of a similar scene taking place, a name echoing at the back of his mind, yet it wasn't that of Zealous, who now resided in the depths of the inferno. Shaking that off, Naruto looked forward where two grand statues of Spartan warriors stood with their spears pointed towards another gate with fires roaring beneath them. An interesting way of making sure no one invades the city too easily. They have the walls to impede land-based assault, necessitating either ladders or some kind of battering ram, and even then it's wide enough to allow archers to stand on and thick enough to stop the battering ram easily. Thus the main gate would be the only way to get in, and even then they have to take the bridge, limiting the amount of soldiers they can actually get across to the bare minimum and allowing the Spartans to effectively defend themselves. It's pure genius. The Ashen warrior thought to himself as they approached the next gate, the soldiers standing beside of it coming to attention as well. All hail Samael, the child of Kratos, the true god of war. A woman suddenly exclaimed as Naruto and Samael walked to the side and took a path down towards the main city of Sparta. Seems like you're pretty popular around here, Naruto noted while looking towards Samael, the demon lord smirking as he and his charge walked into the city. As a child of Kratos, of course I am, though my father is certainly a bit more popular over there. Samael replied before pointing his thumb over towards a rather large building with women in clothes that left absolutely nothing to the imagination and light gold jewelry distributed around their bodies, and their breasts completely exposed. Maybe they get their dress code from Lilith, the Ashen warrior thought with a frown as he looked at the brothel. Only to raise a brow as another memory flashed in his mind, of Kratos somehow managing to thoroughly satisfy 8 Spartan women, all at the same time no less, in that very same place, 3 times. Kratos sounds like he'd be Jiraiya's hero, Naruto mumbled while pinching the bridge of his nose. Even given his centuries of life, he'd never slept with nearly as many women as Kratos had managed in less than 100 years. Of course Naruto could admit to a few flings here and there, but never quite as many as Kratos had managed to bed, and most of he time the ghost of Sparta managed to bed twins, not to mention twin goddesses once, and Aphrodite's daughters no less. Jiraiya. I know that name from somewhere. Oh wait, yes, I know him. Lilith has him in her circle, so you're probably correct. Samael mused while Naruto palmed his face and made a note to go pull Jiraiya out of there. Wait, he was probably enjoying himself with all the half to fully naked women down there, and for some reason the image of Jiraiya being tossed around by the winds didn't seem like a big deal. Hell, he was probably scribbling in a notebook wivery now and then for entertainment. I bet he has several new Ika ready by now, Naruto thought with a shake of his head at the somewhat random thought. That just figures he'd land himself in the one place where women dress in nearly nothing as a rule. Naruto grumbled to himself while they walked towards a large statue of Kratos, clad in his armor from his time as the god of war. Walking over to the statue, Naruto looked up at the stern face of Kratos for a moment. Silently placing a hand to the foot of the statue where an omega symbol rested, Naruto blinked as visions of its construction suddenly flowed before his eyes. So many memories, Naruto thought to himself, and then shook his head mentally reasoning that it shouldn't be such a surprise he had these memories given that he was in fact Kratos reborn, though by all rights his blood wasn't that of Kratos, so he wasn't Kratos himself. Wait, his soul was but his body wasn't. Now he was kind of confused. Shaking his head of those thoughts, Naruto then turned around to Samael with a frown. Now where do we go? Samael, Naruto questioned while crossing his arms, and the demon lord pointed to where a large mountain stood, an even larger statue of Kratos visible on it. My brothers and sisters await at the temple, and I believe that my oldest sister and her mother wished to come visit the place they lived before death, while Pandora is with them. Samael replied, and Naruto raised a brow for a moment, before shaking his head and making his way towards the statue of Kratos. Making his way along the street, Naruto saw several young soldiers training behind a nearby fountain, blacksmiths, merchants, and peddlers selling their wares to young Spartans, and even children training with spears and shields. Wait, those children looked familiar. Long live the children of Kratos! Someone exclaimed as they passed, and Naruto rolled his eyes for a moment while walking up a flight of stairs. Spotting the children from before, Naruto raised a brow as he saw them run over to the side and narrowed his eyes. "You won't catch me," one shouted towards the other playfully, and Naruto smirked slightly. "Come back here, coward," the other exclaimed with a mock growl, causing Naruto to come to an immediate halt, his eyes widening as he knew that voice all too well. Even being as youthful as it was, he still knew that voice. Shaken, his head and forgetting Samael for a moment, Naruto walked over to where the children had been running and frowned when he saw them. The two were fighting one another, probably sparring, both of them wielding a shield and spear. One of the two was bald, however the other had short cropped hair and an odd crimson birthmark spiraling along his left side nearly identical to the one Naruto and Kratos both once bore. As Naruto stared at the two in shock and confusion, he felt as even more memories poured into his mind, all of them from Kratos' past. And as the memories came he saw a bright flash. Before he was all but consumed by the memories, his vision blurring into a scene from Kratos' past. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. Naruto blinked, his eyes open and they widened as he found himself staring at the two children. However, the world around him seemed somewhat distorted when compared to the two. "Don't let your guard down, Demos," the taller and bald child ordered as he stabbed his spear forward, knocking it into the younger one's shield. In response, the younger of the two chuckled slightly before stabbing his own spear forward, the older growling as he rammed his shield into the Demos' own. Demos then pushed the older boy back, only for him to roar out while stabbing his spear forward, knocking Demos' shield from his hand. A Spartan warrior never lets his back hit the ground, the older of the T.O. stated while moving his spear towards the younger child's throat. Even in death, a Spartan stands tall for battle, the older boy declared while narrowing his eyes on his younger brother dangerously. "You are a Spartan, are you not?" he demanded of the younger boy with a snarl, and the boy beneath him looked up with fearful eyes. "Why yes, Kratos," he replied, and Naruto blinked for a moment, only to gape in shock as he looked from the young marked boy to the slightly older bald one. "That's Kratos, but how, and where is Zealous?" Naruto wondered for a moment while the young Kratos moved back from his brother, then stabbed his spear into the ground before helping Demos up to his feet. As he did, the two heard a noise and seemed to look at Naruto. Blinking, the ashen warrior turned and widened his eyes as he saw Sparta being attacked, flaming arrows falling from the sky. As the flames rose and twisted forth, Naruto narrowed his eyes, two shadowed figures riding upon horses coming towards him and the young boys. Upon seeing the two boys, the larger of the two rode forward and grabbed him up with a single arm. Demos struggled in the behemoth's grasp before reaching out for his brother Kratos. Roaring out, Kratos lunged at the behemoth, spear raised as he jumped up. However, the massive man merely switched Demos into his other arm and batted Kratos away with the other. Kratos, impacted with several large planks of wood, his right eye suffering a deep gouge in the skin where his scar would eventually be. However, just as the massive being was about to slice into Kratos with his sword, the second cried out. Her voice was female, and yet Naruto couldn't understand a word she was saying, the language completely foreign to him. The large being growled while lowering its blade to its and turning to the female of the two, also growling out the strange almost garbled language, the name, Athena, ringing out of it. The female said something else to the large being and it turned before riding off into the fire while Kratos looked on helplessly. "Kratos, help, Kratos," Demos pleaded while Kratos watched on as his brother was taken away, the female riding towards him. "Forgive me," the female whispered. The voice clearly that of Athena, the language now recognizable to Naruto. As Athena rode off, with whom Naruto assumed to be Ares, a frown marred Naruto's features. "I suddenly have the urge to gut that wench before I strangle her with her own entrails," Naruto noted to himself before turning around to where Kratos was trapped beneath several planks of wood. "Demos, child whispered while reaching out for his brother, Naruto frowning as he saw one of the reasons for Kratos' fury. "Kratos, Demos, where are you? Come home, my sons." The voice of whom Naruto assumed to be Kratos' mother cried while the small child continued to reach out for Demos, struggling with the weight pinning him down. "Zealous, please go find your brothers for me." The woman's voice suddenly Lee rang out and Naruto turned and watched as a meek child came out of the home he'd been standing before. Oddly, he was nearly identical to Demos, though the child's hair was longer than Demos, he was also scrawnier than him. And didn't have the mark, but otherwise they looked almost identical. Zealous. Naruto wondered to himself while watching the child who would someday become Lucifer looked around only to see Kratos. Trapped beneath several planks of wood, his eye injured and bleeding profusely. "Brother!" Zealous cried while rushing over to Kratos and then tried to lift the beams off of his brother. Grunting, Zealous failed to do so and dropped the beam, panting heavily as he did so. "Wait here, I'll think of something," Zealous said quickly while quickly looking around for something, then saw a smaller beam and managed to drag it over to Kratos, where he wedged it between a lower beam and the one pinning down Kratos. Grunting lightly, Zealous used the smaller beam as a lever and managed to lift the beam off of Kratos. Impressive, though I have to admit Lucifer was fairly clever as well, Naruto mused to himself while Zealous held the plank up. Kratos grunting as he crawled out from under it. Releasing the lever, Zealous then moved over to Kratos and grunted while pulling his older brother up. Holding one of the older boulders, Zealous then carried him towards their home. "Wait, where's Demos?" Zealous questioned while looking around for his twin, and Kratos grit his teeth as they approached the threshold of their home. "They took him." The voice of young Kratos came out, though Naruto could also hear the voice of his older counterpart as well. "Who took him?" Zealous questioned of his brother, only for him to pass out and a voice to echo in Naruto's ears. "After the war with the Titans was won by the gods, the Oracle foresaw the coming of the Marked One, a mortal warrior who would single-handedly destroy all of Olympus. In fear of this prophecy, Zeus sent Ares and Athena to find and capture the Marked One. Ares believed it to be Kratos' brother, Demos, but because of his helplessness to save Demos, on that day Kratos vowed that he would protect Zealous and ensure that his brother would live on. However, fate is rarely so kind." The voice echoed while Naruto blinked as he found himself walking forward through an endless abyss, white everywhere when the new voice echoed in his ears. Kratos would be taken into the Spartan army, but his brother Zealous was not so fortunate. Caged like an animal and taken to the mountains to die, Zealous would fall to the underworld. Coming of age with a thirst for vengeance, for the brother that had abandoned him. The voice continued to explain only for Naruto to awaken from the almost dream-like vision shortly after. Sparta. Naruto blinked his eyes open as he escaped from the vision. Looking around for a moment, the ashen-skinned warrior saw the home of Kratos from his childhood. "At least between the two of us, you had a childhood, and a family, Kratos." Naruto inwardly mused before shaking his head as he remembered how that family ended up. Scowling at the thought, the ashen warrior saw Samael giving him a strange look. "You seem troubled," the demon lord of death noted, and Naruto merely frowned while crossing his arms over his chest. Gazing at the house for only a second longer, he then turned on his heel and walked away from it silently. "Just lost in my memories," the ashen-skinned warrior replied while walking beside of Thanatos, over to a large gate, which two Spartan soldiers opened for them. Walking over to another gate, Naruto and Samael walked onto a long path winding up the side of the Mounts of Laconia. "How far is it to the temple from here?" Naruto questioned of Samael and the demon lord each up to rub his chin for a moment before answering the ashen warrior. "A shorter distance than what our father once had to take. The bridges and stairs to the temple have been repaired and are now more properly maintained. What with the death of the majority of monsters and beasts without the gods to create more, mortals have far more time and many less worries." The demon lord replied, and Naruto raised a brow for a moment before silently nodding his head as he followed behind Samael. Coming out onto an old mountain path, Naruto walked with Samael up a long flight of stairs and came out on a cliff. Frowning for only a moment when he noticed the rope bridge between the cliff and mountain to the other side, Naruto silently walked over it with Samael at his side. Looking around, Naruto could admit that there was a certain beauty to the mountains of Laconia, before humming lightly and looking to his guide. "Have you ever been to this temple before?" Naruto questioned, mostly to break the silence. And Samael smirked slightly in response. "Only once, back when I was still mortal, for Zeus only banished myself and Agni when we were 10 and father had betrayed the gods. Beelzebub and Astaroth were conceived when my father was mortal, but their mothers were both daughters of Aphrodite, thus they are actually half god. They lived on Olympus when they were young, probably why they are the most compelled to rule. They still enjoy being in power. Samael explained, and Naruto frowned, having never noticed that about the two, but could actually see them being the controlling types. Mammon is also half god, he being the son of our father when he was still a god. His mother feared for her son's safety and took him to the frozen west. Zeus saw this and branded the child with T. He mark we all bear before warning the Aesir of him, which eventually lead him to attack them. And of course Lilith is Aphrodite's daughter, thus not only our youngest sister, but also Beelzebub and Astaroth's aunt. She was branded and then banished to the depths of Hades by her own mother almost immediately after she was born. Samael explained simply, and Naruto raised a brow at the last bit for a moment before deciding not to care, as what Kratos had done in the past really didn't matter to him. So exactly how many children did Kratos have? Naruto questioned flatly, and an amused look crossed Samael's lips for a moment before answering. Besides we demon lords, father also had Calliope, she being our oldest sibling. But that is all I know of for a fact, any more are just speculation and rumor. Some say one of father's Spartan daughters was taken and raised by the Amazons. Another one says that a son of Kratos escaped from Hades and was given power by a woman with wings who came from the heavens, but like I said, those are just a bunch of rumors. Samael replied, and Naruto frowned, wondering if perhaps there was something to those rumors. After all, Limbo, the uppermost layer of the Inferno, didn't seem to have a demon lord to rule it. Shaking his head as he walked across the bridge, Naruto and Samael then made their way up yet another flight of stairs. Naruto briefly twitched in annoyance, actually missing the constant attacks before finally seeing the temple up ahead. Naruto mentally rolled his eyes upon seeing the massive statue of Kratos standing outside of it. Shaking his head upon seeing the statue, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest while he and Samael approached the temple. Seeing the other children of Kratos sitting upon the steps of the temple, Naruto iced a brow upon seeing all of them in near-human forms. Even Agni and Lilith, whom he'd been almost certain were always in demonic forms. Lilith was an oddly pale girl in human form, with no fangs, claws, wings, or anything else to truly set her apart from a normal human girl, albeit a very beautiful one. Her skin was just a shade lighter than pallor gray, giving it an almost ashen quality. The violet, Kratos' brand, upon her left side stood out prominently upon her pale skin. Her eyes, however, were still the familiar green color of her father, and that along with her long black hair, served to enhance her now painfully obvious heritage as the child of Kratos, the ghost of Sparta, but her features and body structure made her into little more than a young version of Aphrodite. He was also wearing some clothing this time, though Naruto debated on it being actual clothes, with an elegant black leather choker around her throat with a pair of chains coming from its sides that crossed over her chest and went under her arms, crossed over her back in an X, and then came back over her stomach where they joined together. A gold anklet is over her left ankle. Lilith also wears a loincloth. This one being purple with black marks, however it is mostly wrapped around her hips and crossed just over her pelvis where it curved back and was tied to form 8 long tails, and still left most of her completely exposed to view. Oddly, however, an object similar to the golden fleece is worn over her right arm, only with twisting snakes formed onto the pauldron. The armlet portion of it is thinner and more intricate. The final plate attached to her forearm having 2 snakes twisting around and forming an Ouroboros symbol over top it. Worn under the Ouroboros shield is a simple black leather bracer, mirrored by one worn over her left forearm, though chains wrap around her forearms and lead to the familiar pair of weapons on her back, known as the Nemesis Whip, a gold armlet also worn on her left bicep, a spiral object known as Callisto's armlet, her grandmother at one time. Also odd is that worn over her right thigh is the relic known as Aphrodite's garter, from her mother. Nearby and also in human form was Agni, and while it was clear that Samael and Mammon had a very heavy resemblance to their father, Agni clearly took more from his mother. His face was sharper, somehow less unforgiving, and more regal looking than that of Kratos, though his eyes gave off an eerie green glow even in human form. His skin was deeply tanned to a bronze color, with a heavy muscular build like his father. A black Kratos brand wrapped around his left side with glowing orange flame-like scars in it. Unlike his siblings, his hair resembled short swept-back spikes, and was black at the roots. However, lightened until they turned crimson red at the tips, much like Yami's own, with a goatee on the tip of his chin mirroring his hair in color. However, he was also less human than Lilith in this form, in that he had a pair of horns, curving up from his forehead then down behind his ears before pointing forward from under his pointed ears, a third glowing green eye at the center of his brow. The many scars that littered his body gave off a fierce hellish glow, and all of his nails were long and sharp like claws while also being a deep obsidian black color, and his toes bore a noticeable talon-like quality. He was also more clothed than Lilith, for which Naruto was thankful, wearing a pair of obsidian bracers over his forearms with a single row of studs down their length. Black leather armor around his waist with the same line of studs down the front, a black loincloth that formed down from his hips and wrapped into a metal rings where it formed down his front, with flaming red marks on it. Tattered old black pteruges falling around his hips and ass similar to Naruto's, a pair of obsidian greaves with a row of studs down their front, a skull chain to his right greave, and a chain wrapped around his neck, holding what looked like a jade green gem at his throat. From what Naruto could see, Agni also had weapons, his chains of torment being the most prominent of them. The obsidian black spiked chains wrapping around his forearms, then his biceps, before falling down his back, a golden buckler shield on his left arm, having bolts around its outer edge, with an almost eye-shaped symbol placed directly at its center. Shaking his head for a moment, Naruto then looked to the other children of Kratos, where he saw Beelzebub sitting on Astaroth's shoulder, the barbarian hammer held in the dusty demon's hand. Shivering only slightly at the sight of the familiar hammer, Naruto turned and saw Mammon, a frown over his face and what looked like a feathered cloak falling from his shoulders, a heavy-looking iron waist cincher around his waist, and a pair of heavy-looking metal bracers gauntlets over his arms. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Naruto looked back and saw Samael look at him before walking forward to his brothers and sisters, then turned and faced Naruto with them. "Welcome, friend, to the temple of our father, the ghost of Sparta, the god slayer, the sinker of Atlantis. The true god of war, the destroyer of worlds, Kratos," Samael stated while motioning with his arms towards the temple, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Why are we here?" Naruto questioned with a frown, crossing his arms as Mammon leaned forward with a scowl. "Some of us do not have demonic magic, weapons, and relics to fight with, save for the ones I have retrieved from my lands," Mammon stated while looking around at his siblings with a noticeable glare, clearly being the child who took after his father, the greatest out of the fallen. "If I am to fight, I will need weapons and relics to do so. Otherwise I would be almost as ineffective as Beelzebub in battle," Mammon continued, and the said pixie clearly took offense as she glared at her brother for the crack. Exhaling a bit of hellfire, Agni crossed his arms with a deep scowl on his face. "I am not so arrogant as to believe that my power alone can help me stay alive in the coming war, so I also seek to better myself and bolster my powers," Agni suddenly stated, his voice a deep rumble that would send shivers down a lesser man's spine. Frowning deeply, Naruto walked forward, then reached to his left arm and pulled off Zeus's aegis before tossing it over to Mammon, who caught it and looked it over before scowling deeply. "I already have a shield, boy, the sun shield of the frozen west called the Svalin. You can keep this for yourself," Mammon stated, and Naruto blinked while catching the aegis and looked to him quizzically. Raising his arm, Mammon then formed a circular shield on his left arm, with a woman's face in the center that gave off a soft glow. Looking it over for a moment, Naruto then reached up and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "How strong is it?" Naruto queried of the warrior, and Mammon grunted deeply before cracking his neck, arms crossed over his chest. "It's able to withstand the heat of the sun itself," he responded, and Naruto let out a low whistle before looking to Agni, who shook his head and tapped his own shield. "My shield, the Anseal, is just as strong as the Aegis," Agni stated, and Naruto hummed for a moment before slipping Zeus' aegis back on over his left arm. With that done, Naruto crossed his arms and looked up to the temple of Kratos, his eyes mirroring those of Kratos himself for the briefest of moments. "Within is a powerful weapon," Mammon noted, and Naruto turned to him with a raised bow. However, It is said that our father left an enchantment to guard it, as a test of any who wished to have the weapon. Mammon noted, and Naruto let out a low hymn. As he looked at the temple thoughtfully. Do not forget, my friend, that we must also find a faster way to transport our troops to the land of your kami, otherwise this war shall have ended for us long before it could even truly begin. Samael suddenly reminded, and Naruto silently nodded his head while looking to a visage of Kratos' face upon the doors of the temple. Where exactly are Lysandra, Calliope, and Pandora? Naruto questioned when he didn't see the three women among the children of Kratos and Beelzebub's side. Lysandra and Calliope went to visit their old home. We sent a loyal Spartan soldier to protect them. Pandora is another story. Something about needing clothes. We sent another Spartan with her and warned him she was considered a daughter by our father. Beelzebub explained. D, and Naruto nodded his head absently before crossing his arms over his chest as he stared at the doors to the temple. What's inside there? Naruto asked, and Lilith chose to speak up, the Ashen Warrior. Mentally groaning as her voice sounded even more tempting in this form than it had in her inhuman one. No one really knows. Could be nothing. Could be anything, but father supposedly left something in there. Lilith replied in a semi-riddle-like fashion, smirking slightly at an annoyed glare Naruto sent her. I hate riddles. Got enough of those from the kami. Naruto growled out and got nods of agreement from Agni, Samael, and Mammon, each of who had to deal with that particular annoyance from the gods before. In any case, let's find out just what this temple holds within it. Naruto then stated while walking up the steps and stopped before the temple doors as they suddenly gave off a glow, the eyes of Kratos' visage glowing as his voice thundered forth as if he were still alive. Face thyself, and your fate shall be sealed. The voice echoed out ominously, and Naruto rolled his eyes before walking forward and pushing the doors open. Stepping inside of the temple, Naruto looked up to see yet another statue of Kratos standing tall and clad in his god of war armor, two torches beside of it, with two staircases beside of those leading to a doorway behind the statue. Blinking at a sound, Naruto turned quickly only to curse as the temple doors slammed shut behind him. Looking around to see if anything else was going to happen, Naruto scowled before turning around with a slow shake of his head. I hate it when Ten Warrior grumbled to himself, and then walked to the stairs at his left. Making his way up the stairs, Naruto soon came up behind the statue and walked through he doorway to find an old throne and raised a brow for a moment. Walking over to the throne, Naruto looked behind it and around it, then stood back with a frown. Nothing here, he mumbled to himself before walking around. Behind the wall behind the throne and saw a large mostly shattered mirror was positioned at the opposite end of the hall. Tilting his head to one side, Naruto frowned as vague memories of the broken mirror came to him before walking up to the mirror, then seeing a strange black and white-colored reflection of himself within it. What the hell? Naruto mumbled while walking to the mirror and looked at himself for a moment. However, he then widened his eyes as the chains on the reflection's arms started to glow brightly, then unraveled from his forearms and slid to the ground. Looking at the broken mirror in shock for a moment, Naruto then looked to his own wrists and widened his eyes upon seeing his own chains still remained. Slowly reaching towards the broken mirror, Naruto then cursed as his reflection somehow reached out and grabbed onto his wrist. Quickly placing his free hand against the broken mirror, Naruto grit his teeth and roared while pulling his Saint back and took several steps back from the broken mirror, while his reflection began to glow. Soon in the place of his reflection, was a much younger form of him, one that made Naruto look on in show. As he found himself somehow staring at himself, but the version of him he was staring at was from back before he'd been changed into the ghost of Konoha. The form was of a teenager, somewhere between 16 and 17 years old. He had a familiar head of spiky hair, a Konoha Hittite over his forehead, 3 whisker-shaped birthmarks on his cheeks, an open chunin vest over top a familiar jacket with a spiral on his left bicep. A long trench coat with a strap over his chest and short sleeves over that, flames trailing at its edge, a pair of pants with the legs rolled up, a black belt worn around his waist. Wrappings over his right thigh with a kunai case over it, calf-length black shinobi sandals, Anbu-style greaves worn over them, and a pair of fingerless black gloves with metal plates at the back of his fists. But it can't be, you. Naruto whispered quietly to himself while the reflection opened its eyes to reveal a pair of dazzling azure blue orbs. The reflection then rooshed down and ran out of the mirror before jumping onto Naruto and slamming a fist into his face, causing the former blonde to grunt in pain. Grabbing the copy's wrist with one of his own hands, Naruto glared into the azure blue orbs of his reflection, then moved back into a roll and kicked him back. Twisting into a crouch, Naruto watched his reflection flip backwards into midair and then land on the ground. One hand on the ground and a frown across his face. "It was your fault." The reflection growled out angrily while forming a Rasengan into its right hand, Naruto reaching back and unsheathing the blades of Pandora as he did. "They all died because of you." The reflection roared out while lunging at Naruto, the Ashen Warrior raising his right arm and quickly parrying the attack with the Golden Fleece. Grunting lightly, his reflection stumbled back and Naruto brought one foot up before kicking him in the chest, sending him flying back. Cursing in midair, the reflection made a familiar T-shaped hand sign and suddenly two more of him appeared at his sides. "Ah crap, and I really miss being able to use that jutsu," Naruto muttered under his breath as the clones caught his reflection's outstretched arms. Rearing the reflection back, the clones then launched him directly at Naruto, the Ashen Warrior twitching as his reflection slammed into him and caused him to slide back along the ground. Gritting his teeth, Naruto twisted the blades of Pandora around in hand and dug them into the ground to slow himself down. The reflection used this opportunity to grab his throat and then started to slam his fist into Naruto's face repeatedly. Grunting as he did, the furious ghost of Konoha slammed his fist into his copy's face with the gauntlet of Zeus, sending him flying into the air. Getting back onto his feet and pulling his blades of Pandora out of the ground, Naruto then narrowed his eyes as the clones ran towards him. Crouching down, Naruto then activated the boots of Hermes and launched forward, slamming into one of the clones and bringing it down to the ground hard, where it instantly went up in a poof of smoke. Throwing his arm back when he did, Naruto sent one of his blades of Pandora into the other clone, causing it to dispel as well while the reflection of his past hit the ground with a grunt. Getting back to his feet, Naruto cracked his neck and rubbed his left shoulder for a moment, while his reflection twisted around and flipped into a crouch, a frown on his face. Twirling the blades of Pandora in hand for a moment, Naruto then placed them onto his back and cracked his knuckles. "I believe this farce of a battle has gone on for more than long enough," Naruto decided while holding one hand to the side and forming a bolt of Zeus's fury into his hand. Widening its eyes, the reflection had only a microsecond to duck out of the way as the bolt of lightning slammed into the ground where he had been only a moment before. Frowning darkly, Naruto formed a bolt of Zeus's fury into either of his hands before throwing them both towards his reflection. However, the stubborn creature evaded both bolts of lightning before smirking as it formed the T-shaped hand seal once more. Instantly dozens of clones appeared before dispersing around the room, Naruto twitching violently as he lost track of the original. "Of course, and I can't believe I actually forgot how much I used to use that damn jutsu back when I was still a stupid kid," Naruto grumbled aloud as several of the clones rushed towards him, the Ashen Warrior merely frowning as he formed Chrono's scythe into his hands and twisted into a swing, slicing them all apart where they instantly dispelled. Smirking to himself, Naruto turned and saw two of the clones coming at him with Rasengans in hand. "Looking back at what I used to be now, I really can't believe I was ever this stupid," Naruto muttered while forming Karen's mask into his hand and pushing his energy into the mask, sent a blast of green flames into the incoming clones, causing them to dispel as well. Putting the mask away, Naruto then formed Typhon's Bane and pulled back on the wind string, causing some of the clones to look on in confusion. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto fired multiple blasts of wind from the bow that flew into and destroyed several clones. Closing his eyes as several of the clones came running at him, Naruto then held the bow upwards. Pushing his power up into the bow, the ghost of Konoha unleashed a massive whirlwind that destroyed all the clones around him in one fell swoop. Cracking his neck, Naruto to put the bow away as several more clones came running at him, only to duck down while several more jumped off of their backs and came at him with what looked like Fuden Rasengans in hand. Not a bad idea, still stupid. Though, Naruto mumbled while then channeling Poseidon's rage through his body, causing lightning to shoot out and into the mass of clones, dispelling them instantly as well. Landing on the ground once the attack was done, Naruto cracked his neck and pulled the claws of Hades out and crouched down. Watching as the clones stayed back, Naruto rolled his eyes and summoned the spirits of several ghouls, which then lunged past him and into the fray of clones. The clones and ghouls fought against one another, tearing their way through each other evenly before finally both the clones and the ghouls dispelled. Putting the claws of Hades away, Naruto walked forward and looked around for his reflection with a deep scowl across his face that even Kratos would have the "I don't know what you are. And I really don't care. Show yourself now before you piss me off more than I already am." Naruto shouted while looking around, only to hear a rumble and look down, only to grunt, as the reflection came out of the ground and socked him in the jaw. Falling back, Naruto landed with a grunt, then reached up to rub his jaw while his reflection landed in a crouch, only to open a pair of familiar toad-like eyes, which in turn made Naruto grunt. "Crap, I really am getting old. I forgot about Sage Mode too. How many damn tricks did I used to have anyways?" Naruto wondered to himself. Quietly then flipped back to his feet as his copy crouched down with a frown and then launched forward, slamming a fist into his gut and sending him flying back into the broken mirror at the end of the hall. "Why are you even alive? You've killed everyone you cared about, slaughtered innocent people, destroyed souls. And all for what?" the reflection demanded while grabbing Naruto by his throat and slamming his fist into his face. Gritting his teeth and snarling, Naruto quickly reached up and grabbed the reflection's fist before he could hit him again. Gripping the fist tightly, Naruto heard his reflection hiss in pain before literally giving the reflection a boot to the chest, sending him skidding back while Naruto pushed himself out of the mirror, landing on the ground with a light grunt. The ghost of Konoha then stalked forward and took several deep breaths of air, his eyes glaring at the form of his former self furiously. "I do what I do because the kami dared to kill me after I had served them for 60 long years. I do this because I can no longer stomach the gods of this or any other land and how they treat we mortals as little more than pawns. I will not wait, I will know. Rest until every last god or kami has been eradicated from the face of this planet." Naruto roared out in response while his reflection narrowed his eyes and crouched back while placing one foot against the wall behind him. "So that's it then. All this is about is your own petty revenge. You're no different than Sasuke if that's all," the reflection exclaimed before kicking off of the wall and launching at Naruto, twisting around into a kick to Naruto's chest and shattering part of the mirror behind him. "Revenge doesn't bring us anything but pain and suffering. I mean, come on, look what it's done to you already," the reflection reminded while then motioning to the ghost of Konoha, Naruto silently looking down to his ashen skin before closing his eyes as he stood up and faced his reflection. "It wasn't my thirst for vengeance that did this to me," Naruto stated while holding up his hands, showing his ashen skin before gritting his teeth as he glared at his reflection heatedly. "It was my own weakness that turned me into this thing. I wanted to live, I wasn't willing to die, and I did live. I killed Madara and saved the world, but in return, Yami changed me into a monster. Because you were too damn weak to face your own death," Naruto shouted at his reflection before he then pointed to the scar on his torso where Tsukuyomi had stabbed him with the kusanagi. "But that wasn't how I got this skin. Nor was it that gave me this scar. It was never revenge that did this to me. I pledged myself to serve the kami, so that they might rid me of my nightmares. I saved Amaterasu from the Shinigami. I slaughtered Orochimaru, and I even hunted down Yami in order to stop her for the kami. And then, when all I wish is to forget what I've done, they deny me even that. And then, when I'm at my weakest, Tsukuyomi and Susanoo decide to so graciously repay me for all my years of loyalty and service to them, by literally stabbing me in the back," Naruto shouted furiously, his body shaking in rage, even as familiar wisps of black fire slowly started to form over his body. "Rage of the Fallen," the Ashen Warrior exclaimed loudly as the black flames completely covered his form completely. Narrowing his golden amber eyes, Naruto then reached back and pulled the blade of Olympus from thin air before tightly gripping its hilt with both hands. In response to this, his reflection merely took a deep breath before closing his eyes in concentration. However, As soon as he opened them, he too was quickly covered in what looked like flames, only with symbols over his tor. So and his bangs pointing upward like horns. Whatever you say, Tem, but I'm not going to let you ruin the world like Sasuke and Madara tried to. The reflection shouted at Naruto, the Ashen Warrior, narrowing his eyes before lunging forward. His reflection did so as well, only to twist around and throw an arm made of chakra at him. However, Naruto rolled forward, under the arm and then sliced it in half with the blade of Olympus. His reflection shouted in pain as he did, recoiling as if his own arm had been severed. Taking a step back, the reflection looked at Naruto warily for a moment, but the ghost of Konoha then twisted around and sent an arc of energy from the blade that slammed into his reflection, knocking him back once more. Falling to the ground and hacking up a bit of blood, reflection then looked up as Naruto moved forward with incredible speed and grabbed him by his throat. Lifting the fake up into the air, Naruto narrowed his eyes onto him dangerously, even as he tried to claw at his wrist. I do not seek to destroy the world, only the gods who lord themselves over humans. Naruto stated simply, and his reflection then kicked him in the chest, the Ashen Warrior sliding back. Before digging the blade of Olympus into the ground to keep himself from sliding too far back. Are you really that insane? They're fucking gods. You can't destroy them or you'll cause the world to wither away. Just look what Kratos caused when he destroyed only a few of the Olympians. The reflection shouted at Naruto, and the Ashen Warrior merely scoffed before leaning the blade of Olympus into his shoulder. Gods or not, I will no longer allow them to torment humans, I will no longer stomach them punishing us whenever they see fit. The Olympians may have been the worst of the gods, but even our so-called mother murdered someone in cold blood when he accidentally shot an arrow at her. Naruto stated as calmly as he was able, his reflection twitching violently at that as he formed a Rasenshuriken into either hand. Oh yeah, thanks, I almost forgot our mother actually is a kami. How can you say you'll kill them all when she is one herself? I won't let you murder our own mother. I don't care if she left us on this world, at least we know her. The reflection declared before lunging forward and slamming the two Rasenshuriken into Naruto, however then widened his eyes as Naruto blocked with the blade of Olympus. I could care less about her, if she wants to leave me alone, so be it then, but that does not mean I'll ever be a family with her. She abandoned me when I was just a baby because of her duty. Whatever nonsense she spouted about being burned by Kyuubi makes no sense, especially considering that she was the one to hold it prior to me. Naruto reminded the reflection, before pushing down on the blade, absorbing the chakra from his reflection's Rasenshuriken and rammed his shoulder into him. Roaring out, the Ashen Warrior then ran forward, into the wall behind the throne and embedded the reflection into it. It should be clear what is truly going on even to one such as you. My mother could not take care of me in her mortal form when it was dead, Kyuubi's tainted chakra might burn her godly body, but I somehow doubt that's the case. She couldn't resurrect herself or people would start to ask too many questions. However, that still doesn't explain why she left me in Konoha instead of taking me with her. Naruto growled out while rearing back his arm and slamming his fist into his reflection's face. Yelping, the reflection felt his head fly back before looking at Naruto with one eye open. I do not know her reason for abandoning me, nor do I care. If she would rather be without Mel, let her have her solitude, all alone, without even her accursed brothers for company. She can live an eternity in the same hell she put me in for 60 years, Naruto hissed before stabbing his reflection in the stomach with the blade of Olympus, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Watching his reflection widen his eyes, Naruto then twisted the blade and sent an energy bolt through it into him, causing him to catch on fire. Quickly reaching up, Naruto ripped the Konoha Hitai from the reflection's forehead and held it in his hand for a moment. Absently pulling the blade of Olympus from his reflection, the blonde heard him fall to the ground with a plop while putting the blade of Olympus away. Looking at the Hitai, Naruto reached up with his free hand and traced the familiar spiral leaf symbol on it before looking at his reflection on the metal. By the kami, what have I become? The Ashen Warrior wondered silently as he lifted a hand to his changed features, then closed his eyes, the rage of the fallen fading away, and leaving the ghost of Konoha in its wake. Death, the destroyer of worlds. An aged and faraway voice suddenly echoed out in the Ashen Warrior's mind, causing him to quickly turn and look around for who had spoken. Seeing no one, Naruto clenched his hand over the old Konoha Hittite he'd taken from his reflection and then let out a sigh. Looking back down at the object for a moment more, Naruto then tied it around his waist, allowing the metal plate to fall onto his right hip as a reminder of where he came from. Looking around now that his reflection was finally gone, Naruto turned around to find his Reflection's corpse had completely burned away. Gazing at the wall where he'd been pinned, the Ashen Warrior was surprised to see something shining behind the stone. What the hell is that? He wondered to himself for a moment before frowning deeply, the Ashen Warrior then walking over to the wall and yanking the object out. Holding it at his side for a moment, Naruto then raised a brow upon seeing a chain blade. It can't be, he mumbled before breaking away some more of the wall and yanking out a second chain blade, identical to the first one. Each was a heavily curved weapon that tapered to a razor-sharp point. A row of sharp spikes lining the front of the blades like a saw. The guard for each of them was simple in design, having no real unique aspect. The handle was equally ununique in that it was simple and wrapped in black leather, a ring at the pommel attaching to a pair of long obsidian chains. The only strange part of the blades was the oddly glowing Omega symbol emblazoned on their sides. Raising a brow for a moment as he stared at the weapons, Naruto frowned while turning them around in his hands. The blades were clearly meant to either replace, or be used in the same manner as the many different chain blades that Kratos had wielded in his life. However, Naruto also felt that they were also much heavier than the blades of Pandora. However, given that Pandora was Essent, ally the daughter of the god of the forge, it stood to reason she was simply able to forge the blades in a way to reduce their overall weight. That would also mean that these were most likely some kind of mortal weapon, possibly imbued with magic by Kratos when he was the god of war. Not much use to me. I have the blades of Pandora for weapons, making obtaining these all but completely pointless, unless Mammon wanted them. Naruto noted to himself before looking around and then sighed as he gripped the chain blade's hilts. Walking back to the stairs of the temple, the blonde walked down there length and rolled his eyes as the doors opened for him. Walking out of the temple, Naruto looked over to Mammon and held up the weapons. I take it you wanted these? Naruto asked flatly, and Mammon walked over and took the two weapons before nodding his head. The blades of Sparta. Our father had the Spartan blacksmiths forge them before his war against the gods began. These are his own modified version of the old blades of chaos he once wielded. He planned on giving them to a champion from Sparta, though I know not whom he had in mind. Mammon stated while holding up the blades, and a frown crossed Naruto's features as he remembered those blades quite well. Shaking his head, Naruto walked away from Mammon as the chains from the blades of Sparta wrapped around the demon lord's forearms. Making his way to Samael, Naruto gave the demon lord of death an annoyed look. I know of a way to get us and our armies both to Takamagagara, Naruto stated while looking at Samael, and the demon lord raised a brow in interest. But I'll explain that to you later. For the moment I'll go and pay my last respects to the fallen. He mused aloud while walking past Samael, and back down into Sparta. Samael couldn't help a slight chuckle as he watched the Ashen Warrior make his way into the city, his fellow demon lords watching on behind him. He's an unusual fellow, isn't he? Astaroth noted aloud, and Beelzebub snickered into her hands before crossing her arms behind her neck. For a mortal, maybe, dear brother, but I sense there is more to him than meets the eye. The tiny demoness noted alu. D, and a strange smirk suddenly crossed over Samael's features as he leaned into his staff. Judging from the look on your face, I take it that you know something about him then, right, dear brother? Lilith questioned of her older brother, and Samael nodded his head silently before chuckling lightly. Can none of you sense it, brothers, sisters? Are you all truly so blind that it eludes all but me? Samael questioned of them, and a deep scowl crossed over Mammon's lips as he turned to his older brother. Stop speaking in riddles, Samael. What is it that you know of him? Mammon demanded, and a sly grin crossed the features of his older brother, the very incarnation of death itself to mortals. It is quite simple, dear siblings. He is a god slayer, a ghost from the past, a destroyer of worlds. Samael explained darkly, the grim smile forming across his lips disturbing even Mammon. However, when he thought about the words for a moment, Mammon suddenly felt his eyes widen before snarling. It can't be. He can't be. Mammon started to say, but Samael silenced him by silently holding up a hand and commanding a chain that wrapped around his face. Growling angrily, Mammon reached up and tried to rip the chain from his face while Samael gripped the shaft of his scythe and leaned into it with that same grim smile still spread across his lips. Brother dear, what is it about him that makes you silence Brother Mammon? It sounds most amusing, Lilith noted with a certain twinkle in her amber gold eyes, Samael merely chuckling as he looked to the sky, a set of storm clouds starting to form overhead. That you will have to learn for yourself, dear sister, but for now, all you need know is that this is it, the beginning of the end. Samael replied while Astaroth looked to Beelzebub, tiny demoness shrugging her shoulders before yawning and leaning back where she was sitting on his shoulder. Mammon merely glared at his older brother before crossing his arms and walking over to the side. Glaring out over Sparta from their position. Completely left out of the loop is Lilith, the demoness of lust, tilting her head to one side before shrugging her shoulders and sitting down to wait for the Ashen Warrior's return. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. Naruto made his way across a grassy field, walking through the tall grass. Old memories started to come to Naruto from Kratos' past. Shaking his head as they came, Naruto soon walked to a pair of stones and knelt down before them. I remember this place, Naruto whispered quietly to himself, then looked up and saw a familiar tree, only it had grown as well. It was here. He carved Calliope a flute here, Naruto whispered before reaching a hand forward, placing it atop one of the stones resting in the field. Calliope and Lysandra, he put these here as grave stones, Naruto mumbled before narrowing his eyes onto the rocks and stand. Since they're both alive now, maybe I should just pulverize these worthless rocks. Naruto mused aloud before looking to T. He sighed when he heard a slight noise from behind him. Turning his head slightly, he watched Lysandra walk over and stop next to him, looking at the graves with him. Idly, Naruto looked to Lysandra and saw why Kratos had been so taken with her. She was a beauty, her features were sharp and her eyes carried a softness belied by her Spartan heritage, however her physique seemed to suggest she did some kind of exercise. And her skin was fair, her long dark locks fell down her back, held that way by a blue hair band. She was dressed in a long white dress with a blue jacket of some kind over top it, a pair of simple sandals unlike the leather ones worn by Naruto or Kratos. I don't think that's necessary, it's not every day someone gets to look at their own grave and tell the tale, Lysandra spoke. While Naruto nodded his head silently, gazing at the graves without looking to her. You're the one who helped my daughter and the demon lords to free me, are you not? Lysandra questioned of the ashen-skinned warrior, and Naruto silently nodded his head while not looking at her. Then I wish to offer my gratitude for your assistance. It is very much appreciated. Lysandra then added while crossing her arms behind her back, and Naruto closed his eyes. It was nothing, Naruto replied simply and crossed his arms over his chest while Lysandra looked at him strangely. They say that, like my husband Kratos, that you're seeking to destroy the gods of your land, is that true? Lysandra questioned of the ashen-skinned warrior, and Naruto opened one eye before looking over to her. And what if it is? Naruto retorted while glaring at the woman with one eye, though he felt an annoying sting in the back of his head as he did. You do know that in the end it will not help anyone. Attacking and killing gods will only bring destruction. Look at what happened to these lands when Kratos killed the Olympians. Do you want your lands to suffer also? Lysandra replied, and Naruto couldn't help but which as he remembered that Lysandra was essentially Kratos' voice of reason. She was the only one who could calm Kratos, who could convince him that he needed to stop, and the one time he didn't listen to her. It had cost him both her own and Calliope's lives. What I do now, I do not just myself. The gods are treacherous and petty. I was cursed by one of them for the horrors I created, then Esser ved them as a slave for 60 long years, and when all I wished for was that they take my memories away, instead, they literally stabbed me in the back. What's worse is they have cursed and tormented the souls of other mortals as well. Mortals everywhere, the fallen, Medusa, Midas, Adonis, Prometheus, they have all suffered because of their whims. I cannot tolerate this any longer. I will make them suffer for their actions. Naruto explained while narrowing his eyes on the sky, the moon silently shining overhead. More death and destruction. When will it finally end? Lysandra questioned, and Naruto crossed his arms over his chest, only for his eyes to widen as he recognized the tone of voice she was using and even the words she was speaking. You say you do this for others? Lysandra asked. Dee with a shake of her head then gave a dark look to the ash-covered warrior. But the truth is that you do this for yourself, Lysandra stated, and Naruto brought a hand to his head as he realized Lysandra's words were similar now to what she had said to Kratos so long ago, the one time he hadn't listened to her. Do you think I don't know that? Naruto demanded while turning to face the woman. Her arms crossed over her chest and a defiant look on her face. I know, with the death of each god I'll cause some horrible plague or amount of destruction, but I can't stop. I have no choice now. My own mother was a kami. No, not just a kami, the sun goddess and leader of the gods in my land herself. My uncle, the moon god, killed me with my other uncle, the god of the sea. Every fiber of my being feels betrayed on some level. My very soul is screaming at me to make them all pay for what they did. Naruto shouted and saw a surprised look cross Lysandra's features at that tidbit of information. Over it soon faded and all was silent between them, Naruto taking several deep breaths in an attempt to quell his rising temper while Lysandra sighed. Crossing her arms, the woman then turned her CK to the ashen warrior and walked a few paces away from him. Vengeance won't bring you peace, she stated, and Naruto let out a breath and looked away from the woman, all too aware of that simple fact. I know, but I can't turn back now. The fallen also need me for what was done to them as well. Naruto replied, and Lysandra was silent, then walked away from the ashen warrior, back into Sparta while Naruto palmed his face. The only one able to brave your fury, right Kratos? Naruto questioned while looking to the sky, then reached back and pulled out the blade of Olympus. Looking at the sword for a moment, Naruto then stabbed it into the ground and created a shimmering blue portal. Walking into the portal, the blonde looked back towards where Lysandra had been for a moment, before leaving. Entirely. He still had other graves to visit after all. Takamagahara. Amaterasu mentally sighed as she looked out from one of the windows in her home in heaven. She gazed out over the island below, feeling the pure malice and evil radiating from the monsters that Susanoo had literally dragged to their island as a buffer for whatever forces Naruto brought with him. Given who he was with, it'll be a grand army that will destroy everything in its path, including us, Amaterasu thought to herself while looking on silently, leaning her cheek into one hand as she gazed out at the island with a thoughtful frown. However, these were not her only thoughts, they were not her only worries, and this whole situation was indeed practically killing her with worry as she tried to figure out a way for both her Sochi and her brothers to survive. She was, after all, a goddess who radiated light and warmth. She didn't have it in her to be cruel or spiteful. She couldn't even stay mad for extended periods of time, and the worst punishment she ever gave someone was that time with Tsukuyomi. Susanoo was a prankster when they were little, and always loved getting a rise out of her. This was of course so nothing that Naruto had sadly inherited from his uncle, and yet even after Susanoo trampled her rice fields, filled up heaven's irrigation ditches, threw a dead horse into her house, killed her handmaidens, and threw his own excrement all over her temple, all she did was seal herself into a cave and cause the sun to go out as a result. Granted, she kept a bow and quiver with her at all times afterward. RDS on the off chance he decided to go back to his drunken rowdy ways. Her father on the other hand was thoroughly pissed, add on numerous pissed off Kami, and Susanoo didn't get away from that little stunt without punishment. He'd had both his beard and mustache cut off, his finger and toenails pulled out, and then their father had banished him from Takamagahara. Unfortunately, she was easy, and giving her the Kusanagi no Tsurugi as atonement for his actions was enough for her to forgive him after her furious father had actually banished the moron. The fact he had a wife with him didn't hurt either, though she didn't let him back into heaven. Instead, he'd made a palace for himself somewhere on earth, and she really needed to visit her nephews and nieces sometime. Shaking her head of absent thoughts of her extended family, Amaterasu then thought about her other moronic brother and growled slightly. Oh yes, then there was the time Tsukuyomi murdered Ukemochi, the food goddess. He got a headache just thinking about that mess. She had personally asked Tsukuyomi to meet with the goddess in a meeting on her behalf, because he was one of the more level-headed kami, at least Kampa. Read to Sud he'd keep to etiquette and all would be well. Things went to hell however when the goddess made a feast for them to partake of. While it looked nice and smelled divine according to Tsukuyomi, she'd literally shit, barfed. And generally made it in the foulest, most disgusting way imaginable. He'd been so utterly disgusted by how she'd made the, admittedly exquisite, feast that he said shish. He was impure before he killed the goddess on the spot. And what did she, Amaterasu, do when she found out? How did she punish him? The idiot actually killed a goddess, and not just any goddess, no, she was Inari's wife as well. So, you may ask what she did to him for doing what he did, and it's fairly simple really. She moved herself to another part of Takamagahara and said she'd never look at him again. The fact that he was the moon and she the sun never even registered to her at the time. He was used to never being around her, so it wasn't like he cared, but she thought he'd freeze or somethy. Since she was the source of warmth for almost everyone in Takamagahara and on the planet below. And honestly, what was she thinking? He murders a goddess and she moves away from him. Sometimes, she could swear she was too forgiving of her brothers and their stupid antics, more Tsukuyomi than Susanoo, as he at least had a problem with drinking too much sake. Huffing for a moment, Amaterasu tried to figure out what she did after the two morons, as she currently liked to think of them, killed her Sochi. Something that she, for all rights, should have had them executed over. And while she had indeed had kids before, they were all born as adults, and she hadn't actually given birth to them, not to mention they were 3 goddesses and they had all come from Susanoo's sword. Yeah, she still blushed whenever she saw that stupid sword now. Shaking her head of those disturbing memories, Amaterasu frowned when she realized she'd been so distraught over Naruto dying, she'd never actually got around to punishing her 2 moronic brothers. Add on the fact her Sochi was more or less becoming the god Slayer, reborn, and they had quickly thought to prepare defenses against the coming storm he would surely bring. Basically distracting her from dishing out punishment in the process. I shouldn't get so distracted, but then again, my Sochi is trying to kill both my little brothers, they do deserve it. But I don't want to see them dead, Amaterasu thought to herself and then sighed while rubbing her face, wishing for what felt like the millionth time that her life wasn't so hard. She so wished she hadn't had to lie to Naruto about why she couldn't have taken care of him. It wasn't that Kyuubi could burn her, well it could, but not when she possessed a mortal body. It was actually her having to resurrect her mortal self, since everyone knew she had died that night, and then someone figuring out she wasn't a normal human. Uzumaki Kushina had been the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi for years. As she was also Amaterasu and a kami, she was easily able to suppress that bitch of a fox. Unfortunately, this was a double-edged sword in that while she could suppress the fox, it also mean she couldn't just magically reappear or questions would be asked. None of those questions she wanted to have answered lest her offspring be put into danger, unlike anything he'd faced until he'd grown up. Among the largest of those many fears was that Amatsu Mikabashi would kidnap her Sochi and use him against her. As for why she never brought him with her to Takamagahara, besides him only being half kami, it was also because of Kyuubi burning her godly form. She couldn't touch him, so it'd be hell trying to raise him. Admittedly, she'd also believed that Sarutobi would be able to take care of him, and every kami in Takamagahara knew how that had eventually worked out. Sighing sadly, Amaterasu crossed her arms and pulled her knees up to her chin while looking down to the island below. Her Sochi was now the new god slayer. She was the Omikami he was most likely going to slay, and her moronic brothers had gotten her into yet another mess with their antics. I'm sorry Sochi, so very, very sorry I couldn't help you, Amaterasu thought to herself while closing her eyes, silently awaiting the next move, either from Naruto or her brothers. Voice. In the world flooded by Kratos upon the defeat of Poseidon, none were more affected than Athens. Perhaps as some final punishment from the god of the sea for not choosing him as their patron, the city was now nearly consumed by the ocean. However, Naruto came here, not for the city, but for the bluffs that overlook the Aegean Sea, the same bluffs that Kratos himself had visited many times before. Suicide Bluffs. Naruto found himself exiting the portal he'd created and came to a stop on the suicide bluffs from Kratos' past. Walking forward, over the ancient depiction of a phoenix upon the top of the bluffs, Naruto approached the ledge that Kratos had stood upon so many times before. Looking down to the waters below, Naruto blinked as the memories of the cliff stood out in his mind. Moving 1 foot forward, Naruto heard several rocks fall down before bringing his leg back and looking to the sky. Kami-sama, what have I become? Naruto wondered aloud while turning his eyes away from the sky and turning his back to the ledge. Walking over to the side, Naruto saw a spear and shield dug into the ground and slowly walked forward, before kneeling down where they lay. Hello, brother. The voice of Kratos echoed in Naruto's mind, as he looked to the old grave for a moment, then to the weapons used as a headstone. I hope you have somehow found your freedom in death, Deimos. For your brother still has not. Naruto whispered while looking down to the grave of Deimos, the lost brother of Kratos and Zealous. Looking down for only a moment longer, Naruto then got up and quickly turned on his heel and started to make his way towards the steps leading down the side of the cliffs, only to stop at a sound. Looking up, Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw 2 white-winged warriors flying through the air towards Athens. Frowning as they did, Naruto turned to look at the grave of Deimos for a moment longer before frowning and making his way down the suicide bluffs. As he did so, and unseen by the ghost of Konoha, a tanned hand slowly made its way out of the dirt, soon followed by yet another as a heavily muscled figure pulled his way out of the dirt. Meanwhile, Naruto made his way down the canyon of sorrow with a frown, soon coming out on a path leading to a doorway that was spewing water. Looking to the side, Naruto saw a statue of Athena, its body submerged by water up to its neck. Alright, if Kratos' memories are right, then that is the way to the Temple of the Oracle. It must have been flooded when Poseidon died at Kratos' hands. I guess they weren't prepared for this kind of thing happening to them. Unlike the Spartans, Naruto reasoned to himself before jumping into the water and swimming towards a doorway. Making his way over to the doorway, Naruto then launched himself into it. Throwing the blades of Pandora forward against the current, Naruto then had to reel himself through it. Coming to the next level, Naruto did the same, constantly making his way further and further upwards. Soon enough, the Ashen Warrior came to the topmost portion that he could reach and narrowed his eyes. Crouching in the water for a moment, he then soared through the water and soon came out and into the remains of what had once been the Oracle's temple. However, Naruto stayed low in the water and narrowed his eyes, when he saw several strange, yet also vaguely familiar, figures walking around the ruined temple. Each of the strange figures was as white-skinned as he, Mammon, Lilith, or even Amaterasu were. However, they all had on blue clothes with silver or gold armor with a strange bird motif to it. Much like him, they had white hair, but unlike him it was long on them, and they wore helmets that completely covered their faces of billowing white wings stretching out from their backs with looked like blue ribbons somehow weaved into the feathers, but one, the female, was carrying what appeared to be the Spear of Destiny, and had Helios' sun shield on their opposite arm, surprising high. Greatly as he thought he'd left those in the inferno. Though the other, the male, had a different golden spear and shield in his own hands. Copies. They must have copied those weapons at some point. Since a similar being had them in the inferno, then they have an army of warriors who fight like me or Kratos, Naruto realized before quietly swimming closer to the beings, as they seemed to be looking around for something. One of the bird-armored warriors seemed to notice him, and Naruto quickly ducked underwater when he turned back around to check. While he was normally not one to shy away from a good fight, these beings were admittedly strange, and he needed to know just what the hell they were since one had infiltrated the inferno. Coming back to the surface, Naruto swam under a barrel and used it to block the being's view of him, keeping close enough to hear them, yet far enough that the barrel obscured any kind of view of him. Naruto quietly swam closer to the strange beings while the bigger of the two, a male this time, kicked a wall down and looked inside of it. Have you found her yet? The female of the two questioned impatiently, and the big male grunted while twisting his staff in hand for a moment and then placing it and his shield onto his back with a frown. Had I found her, I would tell you, and you wouldn't even need bother to ask me, Cassandra. The man reminded the woman darkly. While making his way around the ruins, the woman, Cassandra, stalking up to him from behind. "Don't talk back to me, Achilles, and stop wasting precious time. This place is no longer for the likes of our kind and you know it." Cassandra reminded only for Naruto's eyes to bolt open, as he was well aware of whom Achilles was from Kratos' scattered memories. Wait, Cassandra, she was a mortal woman Apollo gifted with the power of foresight because of her beauty, then cursed so that no one would ever believe her when she wouldn't be his consort, and Achilles, he's a dead hero of great renown. What are they doing in a place like this, and why do they look like that? Naruto wondered to himself with a frown and then inwardly smirked when he saw that Achilles' foot, or rather his heel, was heavily armored. At least he learned from that mistake. The Ashen warrior mused to himself before swimming closer to the two as Achilles threw several rocks into the water before grunting and crossing his arms over his chest. "You may be happy to have been revived by Our Lady, but I am not so amused with this existence I am forced to endure." The former warrior led out at Cassandra before turning on his heel and crouching down, placing his hand onto the ground silently. "She's one girl, a still living girl no less, Achilles, certainly a hero of your caliber. Can find someone like that in this all but abandoned ruin easily," Cassandra remarked snidely, and a growl reverberated from Achilles' chest as he got up and turned towards her, the glare from behind his helmet clear to anyone watching. "Girl or not, she's a child of a god. Finding her will not be as simple as you seem to believe it to be," the man reminded darkly and then stomped off to the side, kicking down a wall with one quick swing of his leg. Nice to know he hasn't gotten any weaker with age. If anything, he's stronger than he used to be. Naruto thought to himself as he knew of the Trojan War from Kratos' slowly returning memories. Do not forget those fools are not gods, only our Lord is the one true God, Cassandra said while walking towards Achilles as he moved several rocks around and then grunted angrily while turning back around to her. "Leave me be, Cassandra. I'll find the girl and you can take her back to Our Lady, if you so wish," Achilles grumbled out while peeing through the hole he'd made and leaned into it before looking around. Grunting once more he then came out and looked at Cassandra. Clearly she didn't hide here, so let's move on before something else finds us, Achilles stated while opening his wings and rising into the air, Cassandra following behind him and looking around, Naruto ducking under his barrel as she did. "I thought you were Achilles. One of the greatest heroes to ever live. Certainly you of all people don't fear anything that might find us in a place like this," Cassandra noted aloud, arms crossed and head tilted to one side. And Achilles grumbled before pulling his shield and spear from his back once more. "I don't, but Milady tends to get aggressive if we waste too much time. And that monster has been hunting us ever since she found out who Milady truly is," Achilles reminded, and Cassandra was silent for a moment before nodding her head in agreement. "True, I suppose we should be off then, but remember to stay low to the ground. She could be hiding anywhere in this place," Cassandra stated while flying out of the temple, Achilles looking to the ground for only a moment before flying after her, flapping his two billowing white wings as he did. Waiting for a moment longer, Naruto came back up and then narrowed his eyes once the two were gone. "So, these people are fighting under a woman ruler, one who they believe the only true God. And something is out looking for her or any of her servants. Let's find out what is looking for them, and who they are looking for in the first place," Naruto decided, inwardly before pulling himself out of the water and onto a platform. Looking around for a moment, Naruto then ran out of the temple and slid to a halt when he saw that a majority of the outside was also flooded. Any bridges or passages that would have led him to the main portion of Athens had been completely destroyed, and water seemed to have completely flooded the city. Grunting in annoyance, Naruto walked forward and then came to a stop at the edge of the bridge that once led to the city and frowned deeply. "Looks like I'll have to try and glide over," he mused before taking several steps back and coming to a stop. Pumping the boots of Hermes with some of his power, Naruto then lunged forward before jumping off of the edge. The blonde was shot forward for a moment before he then opened up Daedalus's wings. Soaring through the air for a short while, Naruto then brought the wings inwards and shot forward. Dismissing the wings, Naruto then rolled forward, coming onto the ground in a roll before flipping up onto his feet. Nodding his head, Naruto then ran into a small canyon and made his way down its length before sliding to a halt at a broken bridge. Looking down for a moment, Naruto then jumped to the ground below, landing in Athens town square and cracked his neck. Looking down, he saw that the water reached up to his ankles now, while enormous cobwebs seemed to have somehow formed everywhere around him. Webs. Naruto wondered to himself before shaking it off and making his way into the city, absently looking around and seeing citizens of the city had somehow been turned to stone. A Gorgon was here, and judging by my luck recently it was probably a queen. Naruto reasoned to himself with an annoyed frown crossing his features. Walking further into the city, Naruto started to notice webby cocoons of some sort and stopped when he saw one start to shudder. I know it's a bad idea, but what the hell? Naruto thought while walking over to the cocoon and pulled one of Hi's blades of Pandora from his back before poking the cocoon with the tip of his blade. The cocoon shuddered when he did, and Naruto quickly took several steps back as a pair of long pointed legs jabbed through the webs, revealing a large black spider. The spider seemed to look around for only a brief moment before settling on him and spitting a glob of green fluid towards him. Quickly rolling out of the way of the glob, Naruto quickly swung one of his blades of Pandora, slicing in half. Hearing a sound once more, Naruto looked around and palmed his face when he saw all of the web cocoons around him were starting to shake and shudder. I knew it was a bad idea to touch it, the Ashen Warrior said to himself while pulling both blades of Pandora from his back and crouching down as the spider hatchlings shot out of the cocoons and lunged at him. Several of the spiders quickly spit acid towards Naruto, only for the ancient warrior to roll out of the way and then lunge forward, twisting arrow and slicing his way through the spider hatchlings with practiced ease. Seeing several more crawling from the webs around him, an idea suddenly came to Naruto and he formed Karen's mask into his hand. Burn, he declared while pushing a blast of green fire from the mask that flowed into the webs and set them all ablaze with emerald-colored flames. The flames burned the webs and spider hatchlings with ease, soon leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. Scoffing at how ridiculously easy it was to defeat the spider hatchlings, Naruto put Karen's mask away and made his way further into the city. Now then, if I wanted to hide in a city like this, where would I go besides the Temple of the Oracle? Naruto wondered to himself for only a moment before thinking of well over a dozen places she could hide in the admittedly large city of Athens. Clicking his tongue, Naruto crossed his arms, wondering briefly where he should check first, then grunted as he looked around. The Temple of Zeus is near the center of the city. It'd be the only other place to hide, unless you wanted to try wading through the sewers, or worse still the catacombs beneath those to get to a more isolated area. Naruto mused to himself and thus grunted as he realized he'd have to trudge his way through only the gods knew how much water to get there. Shaking his head of such thoughts, the Ashen Warrior looked around the town square for a moment. As he did, he noticed a large almost temple-like building with a massive iron gate barring its entrance. Looking beyond the gate, Naruto saw rubble and debris before a large open wall. Clicking his tongue for a moment, the blonde then reached back and pulled the blade of Olympus free. Might as well check around here. Kratos knew of a few hidden rooms in the Lee K in there, Naruto mused to himself while swinging the blade of Olympus and quickly carving out a section of the gate. Climbing inside of the temple, the Ashen Warrior then twirled the blade in hand before stowing it behind his back. Looking to another heavier-looking gate, the blonde grunted before spotting the rubble in the open hole in the wall to the temple. Walking over to the rubble, Naruto then slowly climbed up and over it before sliding inside of the temple with a frown. Looking around, the Ashen Warrior narrowed his eyes upon noticing that everything within the temple was still practically made out of gold. Crossing his arms, the blonde walked forward, scowling when he saw other precious metals and stones had also been used in the construction of even this admittedly small temple. I can't believe that I'm still surprised by the sheer greed and arrogance of these Olympians. While I still hate the Kami for killing me, I believe you were truly more justified in your hatred of these gods. Kratos, Naruto muttered under his breath while making his way through the temple, before suddenly stopping at a wall where he vaguely remembered a hidden room. Placing a hand onto the wall, Naruto then reared his other arm back and slammed it forward, smashing the wall to reveal the hidden room. Frowning when he saw there was nothing inside, Unlike last time, Naruto thus scoffed and turned around. Making his way over to the next one hidden room, the Ashen Warrior smashed that wall as well, finding what looked like a small idol sitting inside of it. "What the?" he mumbled while taking the idol, then frowned when he saw it was made in the image of Zeus. Probably some form of protection. Lot of good it'll do this place with him dead, Naruto mused while throwing the idol behind his back and made his way through the temple into the next secret room before smashing the wall hiding it as well. Looking inside, Naruto raised a brow and pulled out what looked like armor before frowning in thought. A warrior could have stashed this here on the off chance the city was attacked again and he needed it. Naruto decided while putting the armor back and turned on his heel, making his way over to a set of stairs. Making his way up, Naruto then cursed while rolling back as a pair of serpentine women tried to bite him. Coming out in a crouch, Naruto grunted while looking to the floor. The gold below reflecting the image of the two Gorgons clearly. Muttering something under his breath, the Ashen Warrior quickly pulled the blades of Pandora from his back and crouched down as the Gorgons lunged at him once more. Flipping over the attack, Naruto landed behind one of the Gorgons and quickly dug his blades into its tail. Yanking it back with them, he then jumped onto her back and threw his blades around her neck. Placing a foot between her shoulder blades, he then reared back on his arms, the chains of his blades superheating with blue-white fire as he did. Roaring out loudly, the blonde then ripped the Gorgon's head from its shoulders, causing a burst of its magic to flow outwards. Sadly, however, the other Gorgon seemed all but immune to the magic and quickly lunged at him and slammed into his side, knocking him into a wall. Letting out a low grunt as he rolled along the floor, the Ashen Warrior then glared at the Gorgon furiously. "This place is too cramped. If they'd tacked me out in the open, this would have been much easier," Naruto thought to himself while rolling out of the way as the Gorgon came at him, swinging its claws wildly. Hissing as the Ashen Warrior climbed to his feet, the Gorgon then lunged quickly and wrapped itself around his body. Grunting as she did, Naruto held up his right forearm over his eyes to block the magic of the Gorgon's gaze while clenching his fists on the handles of his blades. Feeling as the serpentine woman started to try and squeeze the life out of him, Naruto then twisted one of the blades in his hands around and stabbed it down into the Gorgon's tail. The Gorgon shrieked loudly in pain as he did, but the Ashen Warrior didn't let go, stabbing his other blade into her as well while digging his feet into the ground. The former blonde then held her from moving away. Hissing and shrieking out, the Gorgon struggled against him in an attempt to get free, only for the Ashen Warrior to growl. Roaring out, Naruto twisted around, throwing the Gorgon into a wall before lunging at her, jumping onto her back and then grabbing her head with his hands. Gritting his teeth as her serpentine hair started snapping on his hand, biting into his flesh in an attempt to force him off of her. However, Naruto then twisted her head to either side jarringly, the pain of the action causing her snakes to stop. Once they had finally stopped, the blonde placed his right foot between the Gorgon's shoulder blades and grit his teeth while heaving back on her head. The Ashen Warrior heard the pops of bones and tearing of sinew from the creature, before giving one last roar as he ripped the Gorgon's head from her neck, her final shriek echoing down the halls of the temple. Breathing heavily, Naruto then jumped off of her back and looked at the head with a frown across his face. Gorgons, one of the most annoying monsters to ever exist, but why are they here? This place looks abandoned. No one is here any longer for them to turn to Saint One, unless they have claimed this city as their own now. Naruto muttered while throwing the Gorgon's head to the side and then making his way up the stairs. Coming out on a long balcony, Naruto made his way to the side and into a large room with a reflective floor like the last. However, upon noticing the plethora of webs and cocoons with skeletons hanging out of them around the room, Naruto briefly considered leaving, only to scowl. "I'm no coward," he thought while marching into the room boldly, the Ashen Warrior pulling Chronos' scythe from behind his back and started to cut his way through the webs. However, as he did, he noticed a strange, almost hissing noise coming from behind him. Quickly turning around, the Ashen Warrior then watched as several skeletons cut their way through their web cocoons. Falling to the ground, the skeletons shattered before rising back up and giving a roar. Picking up swords, shields, and even armor, the skeletons then marched towards the Ashen Warrior. "Okay, Walking skeletons, I have to admit I've never seen this before, Naruto noted while leaning Chronos' scythe along his shoulders as the skeletons approached him. Running at the ancient warrior soon after. The skeletons moved into spinning slashes while Naruto rolled his eyes while rolling under the poor attack. Twisting around once he was out of the way, the ashen warrior swung Chronos' scythe, cutting the legs out from under the skeletons. Shaking his head, Naruto was about to leave, only to turn and raise a brow as the skeletons started to get back up. Frowning for a moment, the ashen warrior then put away Chronos' scythe and pulled the blades of Pandora back out before twirling them in his hands. Catching them in a forward grip, the ashen warrior crouched down while narrowing his eyes onto the incoming horde of skeleton warriors. Shrieking out, the skeletons lunged at the ashen warrior, Naruto dodging swing after swing from their swords before rearing his arm back and punching the skull off a one. Slamming his fist into the remains of the skeleton afterwards, Naruto then twisted around and launched his blades to the ground next to the skeletons. The blades embedded themselves into the ground with a minor explosion, knocking the skeletons off balance while Naruto narrowed his eyes. Growling low in his throat, the ashen-skinned warrior then pulled himself at the skeletons, ramming into them and breaking them apart. Slowing himself, the ashen warrior pulled his blades from the ground and then quickly threw one of his blades back into the ground to stop himself. Watching as the skeletons started to reform, Naruto quickly ran to one and grabbed hold of its leg. Twisting around on his heel, he slammed it into the ground several times before snapping it to the side, smashing it into numerous pieces. Turning around once that skeleton was dead, the ashen warrior smashed the skull off of the next one before twisting around and smashing the skeleton's body completely into dust. Taking a momentary breather once both of the skeletons were dust, the ashen warrior put his blades away and walked out of the room with a frown. "At least now I know to be wary of bones," he muttered with an annoyed tone of voice. Then turned and marched out of the room and back onto the stretch of balcony. Making his way to the side, Naruto jumped over to another balcony before walking up a set of stairs. Heading the same way that Kratos had many years before. Walking out of the building and looking down to the town square below for but a moment, Naruto then turned to his left and hopped over to another ledge. Before taking a bridge to a door on the side of the roof. Gripping an old handle with both hands, the ashen warrior then grit his teeth while slowly lifting it open with a grunt. Hopping inside, Naruto landed behind some old rubble where the iron gate from before lay on the other side. Sighing for a moment, Naruto made his way down into the catacombs of Athens, noticing that the place had been partially buried. Most likely from a combination of the flood, and the many monsters now roaming the streets of Athens up above. However, unlike when Kratos had been down here before, Naruto frowned upon seeing the left path was completely blocked off, a small hole in the right path his only way through the rubble. Great, Kratos never went down the other path, this should be interesting if nothing else. Naruto mused while walking over to the pile of rubble and pushed back against the wall where the hole was. Sidling through the small hole, Naruto slowly made his way out of the rubble and into a long hallway. More webs consuming it than there had been up above. Twitching slightly, Naruto formed Chronos' scythe into his hands and walked forward, swinging the weapon as if he were some kind of reaper. Cutting the webs out of his path. Making his way through the web-filled corridor, Naruto soon came out in a large room and looked around with a frown. The room was large and completely circular, with nary a web in sight around him. Instead, the room was wreathed near completely in shadow, the only visible light source being a large fire in the center of the room, Ru's pillars lining the circular room's wall, far enough apart from one another and the wall to allow something to very easily move between and even around them. Water had flooded the floor up to Naruto's ankles. The ashen-skinned warrior only idly noticing a small wall around the flames illuminating only a small portion of the room. Pandora's voice. As Naruto journeyed further and further through Athens in search of the angel's mysterious target, he soon found himself in the den of a fallen mortal. Cursed by Hera for an affair with Zeus, this woman had long since lost her sanity, due to her endless grief. She who had long since lost any trace of her humanity, now less than a woman, more a beast, a monster, beyond any hope of redemption. Walking forward slowly, Naruto stopped and knelt down. Finding a snakeskin lying on the floor, The Ashen Warrior quickly got up and took a stance with Kronos' side. What's the matter? Does man not know where he is? Maybe she can helps you, she know. This place. Come to her. A calm, almost seductive voice with a slight insane ring to it whispered from around the ashen-skinned warrior. Twisting around, the Ashen Warrior narrowed his eyes dangerously while looking around. From the hiss and the snake skins, I'd almost say that you were some kind of Gorgon, but last time I checked they don't talk to people, just slaughter them. Naruto noted aloud while turning all around to try and find the creature. Ooh, how rude to compare a queen like Lamia to such a vile monster. Man is naughty, Lamia is not monster, Lamia is. Still Lamia, the voice commented, and Naruto blinked before narrowing his eyes, wondering who, Lamia, was, as Kratos' memories were pretty vague on his life unless he found something that kick-started them. If your voice is anything to go on, I'd still have to guess you're some kind of a monster. Naruto stated while looking all around for the Gorgon-like creature Lamia had probably become. Monster. Why would you call Lamia a monster? She is the real monster. Mean and nasty and vile as she. She made Lamia devour Lamia's own children. They were Lamia's. Why? How could she be so cruel? Is she not mother also? Lamia didn't want to. Why she make Lamia eat them? Lamia loved them. They were Lamia's. Why she take them from Lamia? And he didn't help Lamia. Didn't help at all. Left to her fate. All alone. Cursed to dream and see. Lamia's voice came in an insane rant, and Naruto winced, feeling a brief sense of pity and sigh. Empathy for the now twisted and insane former Libyan queen. And then she turned Lamia into this thing. Lamia was beautiful before, was demigoddess and even queen before. Cursed to never sleep, always see her children. Always see their faces. She just jealous of Lamia, turns her into snake monster because of it. Like Medusa by Athena, Lamia turned into ugly thing because she jealous. Yes, jealous of Lamia. Jealous and petty, all of them petty. Gods are not gods, gods nothing but petty children. Lamia's voice rang out in an angry rant, still with a clearly insane ring to it. Her voice echoing across the halls of the strange web-covered building, Naruto turning around and around, trying to catch even a glimpse of the creature. Masti, the curse on you should have ended with their life. Naruto shouted while gripping Kronos' scythe tightly in his hands. Not to mention it should have also taken you with it, the ashen-skinned warrior thought to himself, and heard a hissing laugh echo out all around him. Foolish little mortal. My curse endures, yes it goes on. On and on all because of her. She doesn't want me to be free, she wants me to suffer and suffer. Why do I suffer? How do you refuse the king of Olympus himself? How? If I must suffer, so should they should all suffer. All of them. Lamia children taken from her, make them suffer, they children belong to Lamia. Eat Lamia children, eat all the children. Lamia reported with an angry hiss, and Naruto frowned for only a moment before rolling his eyes. Get to the part where I care. Naruto stated angrily while looking around only to grunt as the snake woman moved like lightning and managed to wrap completely around his body. Gritting his teeth, Naruto moved Kronos' scythe just in time, using the shaft to block Lamia's open jaws as she snapped at him. Twisting the scythe in his hands, Naruto managed to knock it into the side of her head, causing her to recoil. Narrowing her eyes, the former queen then twisted around, releasing the blonde from her tail before slamming it into Naruto's chest, sending him flying back. The Ashen Warrior hit a wall, back first, and let out a pained grunt before falling to the floor face forward. Pushing himself back to his feet, Naruto looked to the former queen and raised a brow for a moment. Much like a Gorgon, her waist downwards was encompassed by a serpentine tail. The scales along it were an admittedly beautiful amethyst color and rose up over her belly, ultimately stopping short of her breasts, her hands shared in these scales up to mid-forearm. Her hands ending in long black nails. Claws, however, her ribs and down to the small of her back he could see that she still had human skin, making her significantly less snake-like than a Gorgon. Her hair was long and a dark red in color, however it was also dirty and matted down to her skin. Her eyes were a luminescent green color with slit pupils and dark circles around them, and her human skin was notably dark color with dirt and grime covering her, and her upper body had a very light physical build. She was dressed in a snake skin around her waist, gold ornaments in her long crimson-colored hair. A pair of gold spiral armlets on her biceps, a gold Egyptian-style collar around her neck with chains looping under her arms, a gold bracelet on her left wrist that covered the top of her hand. And last were her gold earrings. However, all of her golden jewelry was also noticeably tarnished. However, contrary to her belief, she was definitely not ugly. For a Mons chair, she wears quite a bit of jewelry, though that's probably because she was a queen once. Naruto thought to himself while watching Lamia crouch down low to the ground, her exposed breasts nearly touching the floor as she hissed lowly. As she suddenly opened her mouth and let out a distinctly serpentine sound, Naruto saw her near vampiric fangs and crouched down with Chronos' scythe in hand, hissing loudly. Lamia placed her hands flat on the ground before twisting around, showing a remarkable feat of strength belied by her arm's flimsy nature by lifting her entire tail and swung her entire body at the Ashen warrior. Cursing under his breath, Naruto rolled out of the way as the weight of Lamia's tail shattered the floor beneath it. Coming out of the roll with wide eyes, Naruto then looked back. To Lamia only, she then twisted around and whipped her tail at him. Grunting as the tail connected and sent him skidding back, Naruto twisted Chronos' scythe around and dug it into the ground before quickly getting back to his feet and looking around as Lamia slunk back into the shadows. How can she blend in so well with all that jewelry on anyways? Naruto wondered to himself before shaking his head and focusing on the here and now. Lamia, why do you attack? I have done nothing to provoke you. The gods were the ones who cursed you, not me. Naruto demanded as last he checked, neither he nor even Kratos had ever wronged Lamia. Although since the Gorgons were probably her friends in some way, he supposed that could have pissed her off, the fact she was clearly insane also didn't hurt. Man stinks, man stinks. Stinks like her. Smelly smelly. I smell her on you, I smell her. She punishes me yet you go unpunished. Why? Hate her. Hate smell. Stop smell, stop smell. Lamia exclaimed from the shadows. Her voice loud and now clearly very insane. Blinking for a moment, Naruto backed up, keeping his back to a wall while looking for Lamia once more, a thought ringing out in his head. Smell. He questioned mostly of himself before hearing a hiss and turned to see Lamia lunge from the shadows and ram into him. Grunting as his back hit the ground, the ashen-skinned warrior looked at Lamia. As she put her hand against his throat to hold him down and then leaned down and started to inhale. However, it was when Naruto saw her leaning towards the golden fleece that he realized what she meant. Crap, Hera was wearing the fleece. And snakes have excellent olfactory sense. Which means she can somehow still smell Hera on it. And probably Zeus on the Aegis, Naruto inwardly realized while Lamia opened her mouth and tried to bite into him. Twisting his neck to the side to avoid her bite, the Ashen warrior then kicked Lamia off of his body. Quickly rising back to his feet, the Ashen warrior twitched as she slithered back into the shadows and out of sight. Grunting as she did, Naruto then looked around before looking down to the water in the room with a frown. Water. She's a snake, she slithers. Her movements make less noise than my steps, that's why I can't hear her coming. But she can hear me easily, I have to figure out some way to track her and fast, Naruto thought to himself while closing his eyes. Focusing on all of his senses save for sight in an attempt to find Lamia. Listening for her, Naruto frowned, as he could hear nothing from the snake woman who was being silent as the grave. Trying his sense of smell, only to grunt under his breath, as his sense of smell was far weaker than her own, thus he could only smell the smoke from the fire. Next was his sense of touch, concentrating on the air around him and the water around his ankles, he finally noticed something. A ripple pattern was coming towards him from the right, it was coming closer and closer, snapping open his eyes. Naruto then twisted out of the way as Lamia came at him, swinging her claws. Twirling Chronos' scythe in hand for a moment, Naruto then swung the weapon and caught Lamia's tail. Digging his heel into the ground, the ashen-skinned warrior growled while throwing Lamia to the side. The serpentine woman grunted as she hit the ground and Naruto quickly lunged at her, twirling Chronos' scythe in hand and swinging it at her once more. Hissing angrily, Lamia flicked her tail at the ashen warrior, knocking him back before lunging at him, practically crawling along the ground as she did. Rolling out of the way as she came at him, Naruto twisted back to his feet and put Chronos' scythe away, pulling the blades of Pandora from his back as he did so. No more games, Naruto growled out Kaylee while closing his eyes and focusing on his senses once more. Feeling the ripples once more, Naruto turned and lunged at Lamia, ramming into her and then plowing through one of the walls in the catacombs. The two landed on an elevator and Naruto quickly kicked a lever for it, almost instantly causing it to rise upwards. Flipping to his feet as they were brought up, Naruto watched as Lamia got back up and hissed towards him. Crouching down once more, the serpentine woman placed her hands onto the ground and twisted into a swing, her entire body flowing like a living whip. Activating the boots of Hermes, Naruto flipped back onto a wall to evade the attack, then launched himself at Lamia. Once her tail had blades into her arms, he heard her shriek in pain before digging his heels into the ground and turning, slamming Lamia into a wall. Pulling back on the chains, Naruto dragged Lamia back to him and into a kick to the face. Falling back, Lamia let out a slight hiss of pain while Naruto arched forward and ripped his blades out of her. Reaching down, the Ashen warrior lifted Lamia up by the throat just as the elevator came to a stop on the rooftops of Athens. Quickly rearing his arm back as they did, Naruto then threw Lamia away, her body slamming into a wall, which buckled and fell inwards. Lamia shrieked in pain as she fell beyond the wall, before rolling to a stop on the ground. And holding her sides in a great amount of pain. Watching as Lamia slowly pushed herself back up, Naruto took several steps back before crouching down. Lunging forward, Naruto launched himself at Lamia, grabbing her throat in midair and slamming a fist into her face. The force of the hit caused Lamia to fall back, the back of her head ramming into the ground. Lamia quickly retaliated by flicking her tail around, slamming it into Naruto's back and knocking him off of her. Rolling forward and coming out in a crouch, the Ashen warrior quickly turned as Lamia came at him with a swing of her claws. Moving out of the way, Naruto then swung one of his blades upwards, slicing Lamia's right arm clean off her body. The serpentine woman's eyes widened as he did before a sudden piercing shriek echoey out as she grasped the stub that had once been her arm. Frowning at the display, Naruto then stabbed his blades into her tail and reared her back, grabbing her by the back of her neck and lifting her into the air. Lamia struggled in the Ashen warrior's grasp, only for him to place his foot against the blade still in her tail, pinning her to the ground as she wiggled around in a vain attempt to escape from his grasp. Twirling his other blade in hand, Naruto concentrated and caused familiar blue-white flames to form over it. Narrowing his eyes, the Ashen warrior then stabbed Lamia through her back and out through her chest. The snake woman's eyes and mouth widening in a silent scream before she slowly fell limp in his grasp. Releasing the snake woman, Naruto watched as she hit the ground with a soft plop, her body twisting and writhing on the ground even as he did. As the snake woman twisted and writhed upon the ground, Naruto stepped over her and began to walk away, sheathing the blades of Pandora on his back as he left her. However, when he heard a mumbling from Lamia, Naruto turned around, then blinked when he saw her eyes sparkling. Frowning to himself, the Ashen warrior walked back over and knelt down at her side. Then looked to her face and saw tears slowly forming in her eyes. Children. Lamia, see you. Children, mommy coming. Never leave you again, she whispered to herself even as her eyes grew dark and the life finally left the poor lost and lonely soul that had been cursed and tormented by Hera for so long. Reaching out silently, Naruto closed Lamia's eyes and stood up, watching on as her body began to glow, before suddenly turning into sparks of light that began to rise up into the sky. Her jewelry and the snakeskin around her waist were all that remained of the once mortal queen. While Naruto bowed his head, "Find your children, so you may finally find peace, tragic queen," Naruto whispered as the sparks of light began to vanish, then turned on his heel and continued his journey through the depths of Athens. Pandora's voice. And so Lamia was finally freed from her cursed fate. Her soul now free to be reunited with the children she had lost to Hera's jealous cruelty so long ago. However, as her own soul was freed, the rage within Naruto only grew. He now knew the truth. Killing the gods was no longer merely for the sake of simple vengeance for himself or even the fallen, but also for those suffering the same cursed fate as Lamia, those whom the gods had changed into beasts or tormented eternally. Walking through Athens, Naruto soon spotted Zeus's temple and ran over to it with a frown on his face. Hearing a sound in the distance, the Ashen warrior then looked up and spotted the two winged forms of Cassandra and Achilles flying into the city. Better find this girl before they do. I want to know who they work for and why they want to find her so bad. Naruto said to himself before running towards the temple of Zeus in Athens. Eyeing more and more spider webs on his way in, Naruto frowned deeply. What is with all these spiders? Naruto wondered to himself as he came to a halt on a building across from the temple. Looking down as well, the Ashen warrior grunted upon seeing the majority of the streets had been submerged underwater. Clicking his tongue, he then looked around and narrowed his eyes onto a nearby two-story building with a hole in its side. I can probably get in there easily, Naruto mused inwardly and then took several steps back and crouched down with a light exhale of breath. Looking up to ensure the two angels weren't watching him, Naruto then lunged forward and jumped across the gap between the buildings and into the two-story building near the side of the temple. Brushing off his arms and looking around, Naruto mentally groaned upon finding himself surrounded by a mass of spider webs. Second later, numerous cocoons started to shake and shudder as spider hatchlings started to crawl out of them. Seeing this, the Ashen warrior grumbled something under his breath while taking a stance, slowly reaching back and pulling his blades of Pandora free. Deciding not to waste any time with the spiders, Naruto lunged forward, twisting on his heel and spinning the blades of Pandora around. The blades ripped and tore their way through the many spider hatchlings, only for more to start crawling into the building, spitting acid at the ashen-skinned warrior as they did. Rolling out of the way, Naruto then crouched down and activated the boots of Hermes, lunging forward at unreal speed and swinging his blades into the mass of spider hatchlings. Tearing through the spiders, Naruto then heard a familiar screech and quickly looked up, only to grunt upon seeing a Gorgon looking down from a hole in the ceiling above him. Great, more Gorgons, just how many monsters are in this city, anyways? The Ashen warrior wondered to himself while the Gorgon hissed before twisting around, dipping her body into the building. As she did, she swung her tail and slammed it into several support pillars, causing the building to shake and shudder. Cursing under his breath, Naruto twisted the blades of Pandora around, then threw them into the ceiling. The pillars slammed into the ground just as he did, knocking the floor down to reveal the water had flooded the floor below him. Gripping the chains on his wrists tightly, Naruto looked up and grunted as the Gorgon then slammed her tail into the ceiling, causing it to collapse and drop the ashen-skinned warrior into the water below. Pulling his chains out of the bit of rubble that had once been part of the ceiling, Naruto quickly looked around before swimming around. Slowly moving around the underwater area, the Ashen warrior soon spotted a weak spot in the wall. Crouching back in the water, Naruto then launched himself at it, ramming through the weak spot and into the water beyond it. Quickly looking up to where the Gorgon had been, Naruto narrowed his eyes as it launched itself over to the next building, the one it had been on, collapsing soon after and making a wall path he could take to follow her. Growling low in his throat as he glared at the Gorgon's escape route, Naruto then swam over to the side of the building it was on and quickly pulled his blades from his back. Digging them into the stone of the building, he then made his way up its side, coming out on top of it. The Gorgon saw him as he did and hissed while narrowing its yellow eyes onto him, and upon hearing more screeches, Naruto turned and twitched as several harpies flew towards them. Of course those damn things just had to. Naruto thought to himself while gripping the handles of the blades of Pandora tightly and twisted into a spinning slash. Several of T. harpies were cut into pieces while Naruto landed on his feet and the Gorgon came at him, raising the Zeus Aegis to keep from looking at its eyes. He then rolled to the side, narrowly evading her tail. Coming out of the roll, Naruto turned and threw his blade up at one of the harpies before roaring out and throwing it into the Gorgon. The blow knocked the serpentine creature back and Naruto took several deep breaths before lunging at it. Coming out on top of the Gorgon, Naruto roared out while channeling Poseidon's rage through his body. A bolt of lightning shot from the heavens and was channeled through Naruto, the Ashen warrior, spinning around and causing multiple blasts to hit the harpies and Gorgon around him. Soon coming out of the attack, Naruto grabbed the Gorgon by her neck and threw her to the ground. Jumping on top of her, he then threw his twin chain blades around her neck and pulled back on them, making sure to keep his eyes closed. Gritting his teeth, Naruto then roared "OU!" while pulling back on his blades completely, severing the Gorgon's head from her body while a wave of its magic spread. The magic instantly turned the harpies around him into stone, a few of them falling into the water while still others were shattered upon hitting the ground at his feet. Looking around and making sure that was the last of them, Naruto then placed the blades of Pandora onto his back and turned around. Walking over to the edge of the building, Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw more harpies in the distance. Without the Olympians to control them, the monsters of the land survived the flood must be running amok. Naruto realized and felt a twinge of pity for the people of this land, only to shake his head and frown. This is no time for such thoughts, the blonde grew. MB led to himself before activating the boots of Hermes once more and launching himself in the direction of the Temple of Zeus. Soon closing in on the temple, Naruto ran forward with the boots of Hermes before lunging forward. Launching from a rooftop and smashing his way through a weakened wall. Coming through the wall in a roll, Naruto landed in a crouch before climbing to his feet with a grunt. Rubbing his shoulders for a moment, Naruto then looked around, some of Kratos' memories of the building coming to the forefront of his mind as he did so. Some things never change, Naruto noted to himself darkly as he walked through the Temple of Zeus with a frown. Coming into a familiar room of the temple caused Naruto to stop as he saw two statues of Zeus, each one holding a bolt of lightning and standing beside of a doorway. Narrowing his eyes for but a moment, Naruto then turned his back onto the statues and made his way further into the temple, in search of the girl the winged warriors were seeking. Journeying deep into the temple, Naruto frowned when he could see no sign of the woman or of the winged warriors. Making his way deeper into the temple, the Ashen warrior did see something else. He found himself in a large room, a ballista pointing towards him, one that Kratos had once used no less, and 4 doors, 2 to either side. Clicking his tongue, Naruto walked forward and walked around the room before walking over to a door. Taking a quick breath, Naruto gripped the handle for the door before lifting up on it, revealing a small room inside. Inside of the room was a skeleton. A note in its hand that drew Naruto's attention to it. Walking over to the skeleton, Naruto picked up the piece of parchment and looked at a note that had been scrawled on it. So alone, the gods have abandoned us. The monsters, they never rest, never sleep, never tire, we're outnumbered. Lady Athena, where are you? Have we not given all that you have asked? Why do you leave your city at the mercy of these beasts? Why do you not come to our aid? Frowning at the contents of the note, Naruto crushed it in his hand and flicked it back at the skeletal Athenian. Walking out of the room, Naruto opened the next door with a grunt and rubbed his shoulder. Idly wondering if he was as strong as Kratos had been, Naruto frowned when he saw a room that is identical to the last. However, when he feels a cool breeze coming from the room, a frown crosses his features. Walking inside of the room, Naruto placed a hand at a series of small cracks before walking out of the room. Making his way halfway across from the room, Naruto then crouched down before lunging back at the room with the boots of Hermes. Throwing the golden fleece forward, Naruto rammed it and his body through the far wall of the small room. Instantly the wall caved in, leaving Naruto trapped in a newly revealed passageway with no way of returning back to the temple, short of trying to break down the rubble obscuring his path. Deciding better of it, Naruto made his way down the newly revealed passage, and soon found himself in a dark, dank, subterranean area, holding up Karen's mask and forming an orb of green fire with it. Naruto continued on with his course. Making his way through the tunnel, Naruto stopped suddenly when a bad feeling came to him. Shaking his head, the Ashen warrior narrowed his eyes. Something is coming, he stated, and then launched himself forward, down through the depths of the tunnel, hurrying towards the end. But unseen by him, following him silently was a burly figure, his left eye glowing white and orange markings on his body giving off a hellish glow as well. Pandora. As Naruto made his way through the ruined city of Athens, another being followed him. And, just out of his reach, lay the girl that the winged warriors sought after. However, unknown to Naruto or the girl, their meeting was to come sooner than either of them expected, and their meeting with this other being would be the true beginning of the end. Naruto slowed into a skid as he approached the end of the tunnel, then narrowed his eyes and looked around. Now way for me to get out, so it looks slick. I'll just have to make a way out, Naruto noted to himself while taking a couple steps back and crouched down low. Bracing himself, the Ashen warrior then lunged forward, throwing his shoulder into his lunge and breaking down the wall. Sliding to a halt, the Ashen warrior reached up and brushed himself off before taking a quick look around. Raising a brow, Naruto frowned upon finding himself completely surrounded by thick spider webs. Wonderful, the Ashen warrior muttered before forming the blade of Olympus and hacking his way through the webs. Soon coming to the end of the room, Naruto and the blade of Olympus into his shoulders and frowned upon seeing a depiction of Athena with a spear in one hand and an owl in the other. Did I wander all the way to one of Athena's temples? He pondered for a moment before taking a step back as the statue started to glow, its eyes actually blinking open. What the hell is going here? Naruto muttered to himself before the statue seemed to look down at him. Hello warrior. A woman's voice echoed out and Naruto sneered upon recognizing it, thus leaned the blade of Olympus into his shoulders. Athena, so you are still alive. Naruto read more to himself than the goddess who merely blinked for a moment. You speak as if we have met before, but wait, Athena started to say before she seemed to squint while looking at the Ashen warrior. Finally taking note of the ash-colored skin and bright red mark on the man's body, her eyes widened in a mix of shock and surprise for but a moment before she continued. I see that death, still, cannot stay your hand nor take you in its grasp, ghost of Sparta, and now you have even returned from the grasp of oblivion, an impressive feat if nothing else. Athena noted aloud while gazing at the ashen-skinned warrior. Naruto scoffing before giving an annoyed look to the goddess of wisdom. Spare me the flattery Athena, though the soul of Kratos may dwell in this body I'm my own man. And Eizan's, and they are not those of Kratos. Naruto growled out while pointing the tip of the blade of Olympus towards the goddess, causing the lips of the statue to turn into a familiar smile. Is that so warrior? Then tell me of your reasons and mayhap I can give you good counsel. Athena offered and Naruto sneered towards the statue once more while turning on his heel. I need no more help from Godess, I'll stand on my own feet and fight my own battles. Naruto growled out while swinging the blade of Olympus to cut through some of the webs, never seeing the amusement that formed in Athena's eyes. Perhaps, but take heed warrior. You walk the same path as Kratos, should you continue, you too may fall as he did. Athena's voice echoed as the glow faded from her statue, Naruto turning to it with a sneer on his face. Don't tell me what I already know. Naruto shouted over his shoulder before grunting as he cut a path through the webs and came to a hallway. Making his way down the hallway, with the blade of Olympus along his shoulders, Naruto soon came out into a large circular atrium that was covered in even more webs. I'm getting sick of all these webs, Naruto muttered before noticing numerous pods for more of the giant spiders he'd encountered earlier were along the walls. Great more spiders, Naruto muttered under his breath before hearing a deep hissing rasp suddenly echo out from all around him. What now? Naruto muttered under his breath while looking all around and then jumped back as an enormous leg came from a broken mirror. Taking a step back, the Ashen warrior narrowed his eyes as what looked to have been a woman once crawled through the window and started to move down the webs. The woman was extremely spider-like, having 8 legs that attached to a spider-like body with a red hourglass on its back. However, she still somehow managed to have the upper body of a woman with deep gray-colored skin, such as breasts, arms, and neck and head. Her nails were long and sharp like talons. Her face bore a deep slash through it with 8 red eyes, and her long dark hair obscured all other features save for her many sharp teeth. Moving towards Naruto, the man crouched low while glaring at him with her many eyes. You, servant of Athena, how dare you come here? The woman hissed out and Naruto scowled deeply while deforming the blade of Olympus and pulling out the blades of Pandora from his back. I am a servant to no one, let alone that bitch of a goddess. Naruto snarled at the mutated woman and she chuckled deviously while crawling to her side along the webs while Naruto kept her in his sight. So you deny speaking with the horrid one that did this to me? The woman demanded while motioning to her current state of being, and Naruto raised a brow for a moment before scoffing. I deny nothing of the sort, but I am not her servant, Naruto declared, and the spider woman hopped from the web and landed on the ground before the ashen-skinned warrior. Taking long strides with her long legs, the spider woman looked him over before her eyes widened and she hopped back several paces before hissing. Ghost of Sparta, I don't know how you survived the wrath of Zeus, but Arachne won't be another of your victims, she declared, and Naruto grunted for a moment before twisting his blades of Pandora into a reverse grip. Watching the spider woman Naruto quickly rolled out of the way as she came at him in a lunge. Coming out in a crouch, the ashen warrior frowned towards Arachne before cracking his neck. Marching towards her, Naruto reached up and placed a hand on his shoulder as he rolled his arm in its socket, seemingly uncaring of the battle he was in. Hissing in anger, Arachne brought her arms down while raising her head upwards. Come children, destroy this fool and feast upon his flesh, she declared loudly as the many giant spiders burst from the pods on the walls. Looking around, Naruto hummed lightly before forming Cronus' scythe into his hands and spun it over his head. Gripping the shaft of the weapon with both hands, Naruto then brought it down and lunged into the fray of giant spiders. Swinging the scythe in a wide arc, Naruto then rolled out of the way as several jumped at him and spun in a crouch, slicing at an angle and tearing through the spiders. Rolling back to avoid several more spiders, Naruto then jumped up and brought the scythe down on top of them, slicing clean through several of them with the barest of effort. Looking behind himself as more spiders marched towards him, Naruto scowled and formed the claws of Hades before twisting and summoning the soul of a minotaur to his aid. The ghostly minotaur let out a mighty roar as he lunged forward, swinging an axe through the hordes of spiders before finally fading out. Looking on darkly, Naruto then summoned a pair of Cerberi at his sides that breathed out a torrent of fire at the remaining giant spiders. Walking forward as many of the spiders started to fall over dead, Naruto then formed the blade of Olympus into his hand and twisted on his heel before sending a bolt of energy ripping its way through the spiders. This did still not deter the spiders, and Naruto scowled while forming a sphere of energy around himself that held back the spiders. Twisting on his heel, Naruto sent out a wave of energy that ripped its way through all of the spiders, Arachne jumping over it only to land as all of her children had been cut down in a single move. Looking to Arachne sternly, Naruto dismissed the blade of Olympus and reformed the blades of Pandora into his hands. Hissing darkly, the spider woman jumped onto the web-covered walls and then opened her mouth, sending a wave of small spiders scurrying towards him. Raising a brow, Naruto formed Charoen's mask into his hand and then fired a ball of fire that burned through the spiders and then started on the webs. Seeing the flames heading towards her, Arachne twisted and shot a line of web at the roof before swinging to the other side of the room. Turning towards her, Naruto then rolled to the side as she shot another line of web at him. She's beginning to really annoy me, Naruto thought to himself while forming Karen's wrath and sending a blast of green fire all around the room in a wave. The flames spread outwards, setting all of the webbing around the walls on fire, Arachne widening her eyes before quickly firing a stream of web and then pulled herself up when she was trapped in the center of the room. Hissing darkly, the spider woman glared down at Naruto while he merely looked at her with his amber eyes narrowed darkly. Shivering for but a moment, the spider woman then pushed off of the ceiling and dropped down on top of Naruto. However, Naruto merely spread his legs and braced himself, catching Arachne, who widened her eyes as the ashen warrior then tossed her to the side. Placing the blades of Pandora onto his back, Naruto then cracked his knuckles while approaching the now wide-eyed spider woman. I wasn't planning on killing you before, but since you've decided to attack me first, I'll just have to make a change of plans, Naruto noted more to himself than anyone while Arachne tried to scurry away, only for him to quickly grab one of her legs. And what's even more annoying is that I don't even need my blades for a simple weaver-turned-spider, Naruto noted eel twisting on his heel and slamming Arachne into the ground with enough force to leave an indentation of the spider woman. Grunting in pain, Arachne tried to drag herself away from the ashen warrior once more. only for him to step on her back and grab her by her long hair. Rearing his arm back, Naruto then smashed her face into the ground 4 times consecutively before then kicking her to the side. Brushing off his arms, Naruto then walked over to the badly injured Arachne as she coughed and hacked out blood from her mouth. Gasping for breath, Arachne then looked to Naruto with wide eyes as he approached her with slow deliberate steps. Pushing herself back, Arachne then tried to climb on the wall only for Naruto to form Karen's wrath and send Flameser and knocking her down at the same time. Seeing him coming, Arachne quickly inhaled before seeming to breath out dozens of smaller spiders towards the Ashen Warrior. Raising a brow, Naruto merely formed Typhon's Bane and pulled back on its string. Releasing the string, Naruto sent a gust of wind forward that tossed the spiders back into the wall. Holding his hand to the side, Naruto then formed one of Zeus' thunderbolts before throwing the bolt of lightning into the spiders, catching all of them on fire as they scurried over one another. Looking to where Arachne was trying to climb out of the window from before, Naruto twisted on his heel, sending one of the blades of Pandora into her back and pulled back. "And no, please, I'm sorry," the Spider Woman declared loudly, and Naruto scoffed while gripping the chains of his blades. "Let me go, please." The woman tried to plead with him, only for Naruto to scoff and rear back on the chains, pulling Arachne from the wall and smashing her into the ground at the same time. Placing his blades back onto his back, Naruto then marched over to the Spider Woman as she hacked and coughed up more blood before turning to him, eyes wide as he loomed over her. Listen, please forgive me for my actions. They were hasty." She tried to plead out only for Naruto to step on her throat in order to silence her. The woman reached up and tried to pull the foot from her neck, however the Ashen Warrior's strength proved too much for her. "You only pled for mercy when you're about to be killed, yet when you attacked me before it was with such confidence in yourself. Are you really so weak?" Naruto questioned of the Spider Woman before leaning down, arms crossed over his knee as Arachne struggled for breath. "Or maybe, you're just so filled with foolish pride that you can't control your own actions." Naruto questioned of her further and saw the anger that formed in the Spider Woman's eyes at his words. However, rather than give her a chance to further dig her own grave, Naruto stepped inward on her throat, crushing it under his foot as she clawed at his leg, her own thrashing about, all in an attempt to try and remove him from her neck. Soon the struggles slowed, her arms fell fro. Naruto's leg and her own legs began to slow before finally stilling. Blood leaked from Arachne's eyes and mixed with tears as she looked up into the stern gaze of Naruto. The said Ashen Warrior leaned up, arms crossed over his chest while still compressing her throat with his foot. Trying to gasp for breath a few moments longer, Arachne stilled completely before her head lolled to one side, all life having faded from her eyes. Removing his foot from Arachne's throat, Naruto then turned around and walked out of the atrium and into the main lobby of the large temple to Athena and finally spotted the woman he'd been seeking. Lowering his arms, Naruto ran in her direction as he saw her fighting with the 2 angels from before. Behind him, the familiar figure that had been following him through his journey stopped at Arachne and knelt down. Looking to the damage that the Ashen Warrior had done, the figure narrowed his eyes before standing back up and marching out of the atrium to follow after Naruto. Said Ashen Warrior slid to a halt across from the battling warriors and raised a brow upon seeing the girl. "If that isn't a daughter of Kratos, then I don't know what is," the Ashen Warrior mentally decided while watching the girl roll back from a thrust from Achilles and then flip back to her feet in time to grab Cassandra's spear and twist into a throw, sending Cassandra into a Chiles and knocking both of them to the ground. The girl was about his height and had an Amazonian build in that she was extremely strong yet sacrificed none of her feminine curves. Her skin was ash white, her hair black and formed into a mohawk that reminded Naruto of the plume on a Spartan helmet with 2 small ponytails at the base of her neck. Her lips appeared to be painted red, with a pair of green eyes like Kratos, and a long curled red mark on her right side that started over her right eye, traveled back along her spine and then curled up over her right breast, stopping short of her nipple. Bandages are wrapped around her forearms and hands, a bandage over her right bicep, a barely there tattered red and gold loincloth that was held on by a thin string, a pair of black leather Dolls that cover her legs up to her calves with a thick metal plate covering her instep and a skull strapped to her left knee. She also wore intricate golden greaves over her legs that had a golden ring hanging around her ankles. With a golden girdle waist belt around her waist with a leather quiver attached to it at the sides with leather straps falling from the front and back of it, a necklace around her throat shaped like two snakes that fasten together at their mouths with jewels strewn throughout it. She also has a large golden armlet like the golden fleece or Zeus Aegis, only with a segmented portion like a chest plate that covered the upper portion of her chest yet left her breasts bare. The shoulder plate looked like Medusa's head with Pteruges falling from it, and it was a bit more intricate in design than the other two shields. Raising a brow while watching the girl, he then noticed something that made his eyes widen. Upon the girl's arms were long chains. These chains had stained her arms a deep red from searing into her flesh and were attached to a pair of blades he knew all too well. The blades of chaos, he realized before shaking his head as the girl flipped over a lunge from Achilles and twisted into a kick to his face, her leg cracking against his helmet and causing him to stumble back. Landing in a low crouch, the girl then rolled to the side as Cassandra fired a bolt from her spear at the girl. Coming out with a frown, the girl then kicked forward into a shoulder thrust, knocking Cassandra to the ground. Cassandra fought against the girl, however she grabbed Cassandra by her helmet, reared her arm back and then slammed her head into the ground. The sheer force of the blow caused the temple to shake, Naruto letting out a low whistle when it did so. Kicking the girl off of herself, Cassandra scrambled to her feet while Achilles lunged at her, this time stabbing his spear towards her. Blocking with her armlet and throwing him back, the girl moved the side to avoid the spear's point and slammed a fist into Achilles' helm, the ancient warrior backing up and grunting in his throat as she actually managed to dent his helmet. Looking back and forth between Achilles and Cassandra, the girl then scowled while backing up slowly. "Cease this foolishness and come with us, Bia. Our Lady awaits to make you a champion in her name," Cassandra stated while looking to the girl, now named Bia, who merely sneered towards the other woman in a manner similar to her father. "I'd rather die than serve that wench. I'm the daughter of the god of war, and I was trained by the Amazons. I'll never serve the likes of her," Bia stated darkly, having a rather feminine voice though it carried a strange familiarity to it. However, that didn't matter. Reaching back and unsheathing the blades of Pandora, Naruto marched forward, the sound alerting those present that they were not alone. Achilles and Cassandra took a step back as he approached, while Bia Meryl raised a brow seeing the ashen warrior. "And just who are you supposed to be?" she questioned rudely, and Naruto merely looked to where Achilles was. "That doesn't matter right now. What say we deal with these two first?" Naruto offered while nudging towards Achilles, and the woman frowned before turning towards Cassandra. "Very well," she grunted out while lunging at Cassandra with a roar. Naruto and Achilles circled one another. "So it's true. A new god slayer has risen," Achilles noted while looking at Naruto with a thoughtful ring to his tone, Naruto grunting as he came to a halt. "What of it?" Naruto questioned, and Achilles came to a halt as well before reaching up and cupped his chin. "It woolen foe, our mistress, also seeks the death of the gods. Would it not be prudent to work together rather than fight each other?" Achilles questioned, and Naruto scoffed while crouching into a stance across from him. "I make it a point to never work with gods, they always seem to turn their back on you," Naruto replied, and Achilles slowly nodded his head before twirling his spear in hand and crouching low. "Then at least I'll be able to fight you, and whoever should win, they will carry on the fight further for honor and glory," Achilles declared, and Naruto scoffed before narrowing his eyes onto the armored angel. "You talk too much," Naruto growled out while lunging at Achilles. The armored angel rolling to the side to avoid the ashen warrior before quickly stabbing his spear at him. Blocking with the golden fleece, Naruto threw his arm forward, knocking Achilles back he then lunged into a swing of the blades of Pandora. However, Achilles blocked with his shield, moving back from the strength of the attacks before digging his heels into the ground and lunging forward, throwing the spear at Naruto. Achilles then jumped over a swing of Naruto's blades of Pandora into a roll where he landed and quickly picked the spear back up while coming out in a crouch. Twisting around, Achilles swung the spear at Naruto, the blonde moving back to avoid the weapon before twisting on his heel and bringing the blades of Pandora down on top of him. Rolling back and out of the way, Achilles raised his shield to block the flames that exploded from the ground a second later before lunging forward in a powerful jab with his spear. Moving to avoid the spear, Naruto growled "Why?" Then kicking forward and jabbing the butt of his blade into Achilles' helmed face. Stumbling back for a brief moment, the armored angel then shook his head and raised his shield to block yet another strike from the blades before kicking Naruto back with one foot. Sliding back several paces, Naruto growled while forming the gauntlet of Zeus over his right arm and narrowed his eyes onto the ancient hero. Watching him rise up, Naruto formed a ball of energy in the hand of the gauntlet before lunging forward at him. Seeing the Ashen warrior heading towards him, Achilles raised his shield to block. Only for the energy within the hand of the gauntlet of Zeus to tear through it easily. Falling back from the blow, Achilles moved into a roll and came out in a crouch while still holding his spear. Flipping it in hand, he tossed the weapon at the Ashen warrior, only for him to roll out of the way and come at him swinging. Blocking with his shield, which was knocked off of him from the blow, Achilles then quickly flew up into the air. Forming a bow into his hands, Achilles then fired several arrows at Naruto, the Ashen warrior cursing lightly as he rolled out of the way. Moving quickly, Achilles flew back down and picked up his spear and shield before turning to Naruto and jabbing his spear at him. Jumping back to evade the attack, Naruto then grabbed the spear with the gauntlet and lifted Achilles into the air before slamming him into the ground with it. Quickly releasing the spear, Achilles pushed himself into the air and kicked the blonde in the face before reclaiming his weapon and twirling it in hand. Reaching up to rub at his jaw, Naruto narrowed his eyes on Achilles and formed the blades of Pandora once more. Meanwhile, Bia rolled around a spear attack from Cassandra with a frown on her face. The female of the two was clearly not built for combat, probably more of a scout, and Bia was fully intending on using that to her advantage. Tensing her muscles, the ash-skinned girl then lunged forward as Cassandra swung her spear at her, the weapon lengthening yet missing her completely. Moving with great speed, Bia jumped onto a column to the side before kicking off of it and into a flying kick to Cassandra's face. The former prophet stumbling back from the blow. Lunging forward, Bia then got down low and kicked upwards, knocking the fake sun shield from Cassandra's wrist. Before flipping back several times and breaking the object with her bare hands. "What? But, how did you?" Cassandra started to question, and the ashen-skinned woman scowled deeply while glaring at her. "I am not the same warrior that Athena tricked so long ago," she growled out as she glared at Cassandra, her eyes dimming as memories from her past suddenly flashed before her eyes, quickly shaking those thoughts from her head. Bia watched as Cassandra flapped her wings and rose into the air before stabbing her spear downwards. The shaft lengthened towards her, yet Bia merely sheathed the blade of chaos and raised Athena's aegis up to block, then grabbed the shaft of the spear and tugged on it. Cassandra was yanked out of the sky and fell to the ground where she landed in a heap, Bia flipping the fake spear of destiny in hand to hold it at her side. Narrowing her green eyes onto Cassandra, Bia then crouched low before lunging forward and stabbing the fake spear of destiny into her gut. And lifted her up into the air with one arm. Gasping in pain, Cassandra looked down to her midsection where her armor had been pierced and slowly shook her head in disbelief. How can this be, my lord? Why said we would be powerful enough to face anything? How can you defeat us? Cassandra started to say. Only for Bia to slam her into the ground with the spear and then pull it out of her with a wrenching motion. Walking forward, the girl then stepped on Cassandra's wounded midsection and looked at her with a sneer. "I'm a trained Amazon warrior worm. We're not so weak as to die at the hands of someone as pathetic as you," Bia declared, sounding every bit as proud of her heritage as her Spartan father was, then kicked Cassandra to the side before narrowing her eyes on the strange fake boots of Hermes she was wearing. Marching over to her, Bia dismissed the fake spear of destiny and grabbed Cassandra by her right leg. Placing a foot onto her back, the Amazonian woman then ripped her leg off at the knee. Cassandra screaming in pain as she did so. Frowning and pulling Cassandra's leg from the boot, Bia tossed the useless bit of flesh and bone behind her back before following Cassandra as he flapped her wings and started to raise herself up into the air. However, this was not to be. Bia's blades of chaos came from behind and yanked her out of the sky. grunting as she hit the ground, saws. Sandra was then pulled to Bia, who grabbed one of her wings and sliced it off with one of her blades. Screaming out in pain once more, Cassandra whimpered as Bia then grabbed her by her hair and yanked her back. Narrowing her eyes at the weak woman, Bia merely sneered while forming the fake spear of destiny before stabbing it through Cassandra's chest to hold her down, the angel screaming out in renewed pain. Scowling, Bia then kicked the back of Cassandra's remaining knee, snapping the limb effortlessly. Cassandra shook and spasmed in pain, Bia merely scowling at her weakness as she then grabbed both of her arms. Placing a foot onto Cassandra's back, Bia then reared her own arms back, pulling Cassandra's back at an angle and causing her to scream before going hoarse pain as her arms were then ripped clean off her body. Screaming and coughing out blood at the same time, the angel whimpered in pain as Bia pressed her foot into her head with a snarl. "Stop your sniveling and die with some dignity," she growled out at her before lifting her only remaining leg and then tore it off of her like the last, Cassandra only managing to gurgle out past the blood in her mouth as she lay bleeding to death on the ground. Leaving the fake spear of destiny and fake boots of Hermes on her, Bia then reached up to rub her shoulder before frowning as she remembered Naruto. Turning to where Naruto was still fighting against Achilles, the Amazon crouched down before lunging at them. Activating the boots of Atalanta, the Amazon then jumped into a kick to Achilles' head, knocking the hero to the side while Naruto looked at her in annoyance. Ignoring her in turn, and he got up, Naruto formed the blades of Pandora once more before lunging at him with a swing of the blades. Flapping his wings to create a burst of speed and move back from the swing, Achilles then flapped them once more and rose up into the air where he formed a fake bow of Apollo into his hands before pulling back on its string. Grunting, Naruto raised the golden fleece when he did, deflecting the shot back at the man. However, Bia then lunged at Naruto, running up his back and jumping off of his head into the air, swinging her blades of chaos at Achilles. The girl then growled as he flapped his wings to fly further back into the air and out of her reach. Frowning deeply, Naruto then formed Typhon's Bane into his hands before holding the weapon and pointing towards Achilles. Firing it off, Naruto sent a massive burst of air at him, catching his wings and knocking him out of the air. Twisting in the air during his fall, the fallen hero managed to land on the ground on his hands and knees, and then looked up in time for Bia to slam her foot into his face. Grunting, Achilles rolled back from the force of the blow before coming out and aiming his fake bow of Apollo and fired several flaming arrows at Naruto and Bia. Blocking with the golden fleece and Athena's aegis respectively, the two then lunged at Achilles from either side. Naruto reforming the blades of Pandora and flung them over at the fallen hero. Achilles quickly rolled out of the way, only for Bia to catch him with the blades of chaos through his chest and lift him into the air. Twisting on her heel, Bia let out a roar, slamming the angel into the ground, before then twisting once more and throwing him over to the side. Growling under her breath, the Amazon then lunged at the fallen hero, before slowing to block another flaming arrow with Athena's aegis. Moving with the helm of Hades over his head, Naruto then moved it up and jumped at the angel with the blade of Olympus. Stabbing the weapon through Achilles' waist, Naruto then lifted him up into the air before throwing him up and then jumped into a swing, throwing him to the side with a large gash through his torso. Skidding along the ground and dropping the fake bow of Apollo, Achilles came grinding to a halt and managed to push himself up for a moment before falling forward with a hacking cough. Dismissing the blade of Olympus, Naruto reformed the blades of Pandora and walked to the angel with long strides. Bia soon followed, kicking Achilles' spear up and twirling it in her hands before it vanished in a flash of sparks at her approach. Looking to Naruto, Bia frowned as the other ashen-skinned warrior knelt down and grabbed Achilles by his armor. "Who do you serve, Naruto?" demanded while glaring at the angel, and Achilles merely leaned his head back for a moment before chuckling lightly. "I serve Athena, who believes herself rightful ruler of all humanity, though it is not by my choice that I do so," Achilles replied before letting out a hacking cough, and Naruto growled while pulling him closer. "What do you mean?" the blonde-haired youth demanded, and Achilles let out a grunt before taking several deep breaths. "My soul, when it was released from Hades, it was touched by the power of hope released by Kratos into the world. Athena used it to pull my soul to her new kingdom, as well as others. There, She gave us these forms, using hope, and turned us into an army to fight the gods. Imbued with the power of hope, we could kill them. Achilles responded, and a deep frown crossed Naruto's face at that information before reaching up to rub at his chin. So Athena is the one who sent that angel into the inferno, Naruto mumbled, and Achilles' ears perked up at that tidbit of information. She was seeking to destroy Zealous, brother of Kratos, and threat to her power, as well as gather more souls for her armies. Achilles explained, and a deep frown crossed Naruto's features as he released the fallen hero and stood up. Then why were you two chasing her? Naruto asked while nudging over to Bia, and Achilles reached a hand up to his chest and let out several breaths. She is a daughter of Kratos, Athena. She wished to have a child of Kratos as her most powerful warrior, one who could truly call upon the might of the ghost of Sparta to kill the gods in her name. Achilles replied while Naruto frowned deeply and rubbed his chin for several moments before narrowing his eyes on the fallen hero. Then why not seek out the fallen? They are just as if not even more powerful than her. Naruto noted, ignoring the glare he got from Bia as a result, and Achilles nodded his head before continuing. Yes, but they are tainted by the power of the inferno, see. Hanged into demons by it, milady cannot turn them into her warriors, her champions, as a result of this. The fallen hero replied, and Naruto frowned deeply and then crossed his arms over his chest and hummed lightly. Now then, please warrior, release me from this infernal existence I am bound to, let me rest. Achilles pleaded of Naruto, and the blonde silently looked down at him for only a moment. Before forming one of Zeus' thunderbolts into his hand, then reared his arm back and tossed it into him, an explosion rocking the area as Achilles was soon nothing but dust in the wind. As the dust cleared, Naruto lowered an arm and looked to where some ashes remained of Achilles silently. You are free now, Achilles, Naruto mumbled before turning on his heel and rubbing his chin with a contemplative look on his face. However, Bia then marched over to him and turned him around with a deep scowl on her face. Now for my questions, who are you? She demanded, and Naruto felt his eye twitch a moment before brushing her arm off his shoulder. My name is Naruto, ghost of Konoha, and warrior from the far east. Naruto replied flatly, the woman scowling at his answer before both noticed someone was watching them. Turning slowly, they saw a hulking figure walking from the shadows of the temple of Athena and into the light. It can't be, Naruto whispered in disbelief upon seeing the familiar sight of the brother of Kratos. Deimos, the arms of Sparta held in his hands. Pandora's voice. Upon seeing the brother of Kratos alive and well, Naruto felt a memory from Kratos he'd yet to see. He saw visions of Kratos' mother calling on her son, visions of the brother that was taken before Zealous, and then he saw the death of a brother he had never known. Like the many times this had happened before, Naruto found himself in the body of Kratos, looking up to see Deimos hanging from chains on his wrists. Brother, Kratos exclaimed before looking to either side and narrowed his eyes on a pair of trees that was holding the marked one aloft. Moving quickly, Naruto felt as he ran to each of the trees, quickly destroying them and causing Deimos to fall and hang by a single chain. Forming the arms of Sparta into his hands, Naruto then felt as he hurled the spear up and into the chain, releasing Deimos at long last. Walking over to his panting brother, Naruto felt himself kneel at his side and place a hand onto the man's shoulder. Brother, you are safe now, Kratos told the younger man softly while Naruto wondered just what had happened to the man before him. In response to his brother's words, Deimos merely chuckled, an almost psychotic sound echoing from his throat. Safe, Deimos demanded while slamming his gauntlet-clad fist into the ground with a snarl and looking up to his brother, his eyes nearly glowing with hatred. You let this happen to me. You were supposed to protect me. Deimos roared while clasping his hands onto his older brother's shoulders, his bod racked with heavy pants and shaky breaths, clasping a hand onto the side of the man's face while glaring at his brother once more. Did you think I would forget? Deimos demanded before leaning forward to Kratos' ear. Did you think I would forgive? The man questioned while backing away from the man and glaring at him furiously. I will never forgive you, brother, Deimos declared back in roaring out as he slammed his gauntlet-covered fist into the ground. A clang echoed as Deimos suddenly jumped into the air and brought his fist down on his brother, teeth gnashed together. Rolling away from Deimos and quickly getting back to his feet, Kratos frowned while pulling the blades of Athena from his back. "I do not wish to fight you, brother," Kratos exclaimed, but Deimos ignored him while lunging forward, ramming into the ghost of Sparta before slamming him back into a large wall. "But I will if I must," Kratos growled under his breath while lunging at Deimos, blocking a hit from his gauntlet and knocking the blunt side of the blade of Athena into the side of his younger brother's head. Deimos grunted while stumbling to the side from the hit, then grit his teeth and knocked Kratos to the ground. Roaring out, Deimos grabbed Kratos' head before repeatedly slamming it into the ground. Quickly flipping them over, Kratos grabbed Deimos by his throat, a look of fury in his eyes as he started to repeatedly punch Deimos in the face. Grunting, Deimos kicked Kratos off of himself and climbed up to a kneeling position. Kratos growled while lunging at his brother, however Deimos quickly threw some sand up and into his older brother's eyes. Grunting, the ghost of Sparta backed up while clutching at his eyes, Deimos getting up and then roaring as he lunged at Kratos once more. Tackling the older Spartan, Deimos ran forward and smashed Kratos through a wall. As the two fell from the floor above, Deimos landed on top of his older brother, Kratos grunting as his back hit the ground. Gripping Kratos' throat, Deimos glared at his brother furiously as his eyebrow twitched. "You left me," the man roared out and then reared his right arm back and slammed it into the side of Kratos' face. Grunting as his head was forced to the side, Kratos looked up as Deimos brought his arm down on top of his face before gripping the side of his head. "Get up, fight me," Deimos demanded of Kratos, before rearing his arm back and repeatedly slamming it into Kratos' face. Again and again Deimos slammed his fist into Kratos' face, the ghost of Sparta coughing up blood as he looked to Deimos through blurred vision. "I hate you, Kratos," Deimos growled out while lifting his arm with a roar and then slamming it into Kratos' face one last time. The sheer force Deimos used caused the metal gauntlet to shatter and break from his arm. Looking to his arm for a moment, Deimos grit his teeth while lifting his arm to deliver the final strike, only for a large hand to grasp him. Bloodied and beaten, Kratos watched on as his brother was taken away from him once more, carried off by the large being. Grunting, Kratos pushed himself onto his arm and watched as the being carried him to the edge of cliff, holding Deimos out over an abyss, turning around to glare at Kratos as he did so. "You killed my daughter, Spartan, and now you will suffer for it," the being declared while Kratos pushed himself up and watched as the being jumped into the abyss below. Stumbling to his feet, Kratos then walked towards the abyss, his heart beating in his ears as he slowly approached cliff. Falling down as he approached, Kratos coughed up blood before slowly pushing himself back to his feet and ran forward. Growling low in his throat, the ashen-skinned warrior then jumped off of the cliff and towards the abyss below. Falling out of the abyss, Kratos found himself falling towards the suicide bluffs outside of Athens. Seeing his brother struggling with the being who abducted him, growling lightly, Kratos slowly made his way up the side of the cliffs towards where the two were. "You no longer have power over me, Thanatos," Deimos growled at the god of death while holding the god's blade back. However, Thanatos snarled and quickly shoved Deimos back, the younger Spartan nearly falling from the cliff, barely holding as he looked up at Thanatos. Sneering down at Deimos, Thanatos growled as he watched the Spartan struggle to hang onto the cliff. "The Oracle lied," Thanatos decided before unfurling a pair of wings from his back and flying off into the distance. Seeing that Thanatos was gone, Kratos looked towards his brother and shook his head of his dizziness. "I'm coming for you, brother. Hold on," Kratos declared before quickly making his way towards his Deimos, the burly man holding on for dear life. "Kratos, I can't hold on much longer," Deimos cried out as he tried to pull himself up, only to nearly lose his grip entirely. "Don't leave me again," the man then cried out as Kratos climbed onto the cliff and ran to his brother, catching one of his arms just as he was about to fall. Pulling him up with one arm, Kratos then quickly reached for his brother's other arm and slowly pulled him back up onto the cliff. Panting heavily, Deimos knelt down while Kratos caught his breath and then held his hand to his brother. Looking up to Kratos, his rage forgotten, Deimos reached up and grasped his brother's hand, allowing his older brother to pull him to his feet. A Spartan warrior never lets his back hit the ground. Right, brother. Deimos questioned while looking to his brother, and Kratos silently nodded his head. I will not lose you again, Deimos. Kratos declared while releasing his brother's hand, a slim smile spreading across Deimos' lips as he did. Come, the fight is not over, Kratos declared while holding a spear and shield out towards Deimos, the younger of the two taking them and nodding his head. Running to the side, Deimos made his way up the cliff before turning to Kratos. Come, brother, follow me, he called out, and Kratos nodded while following behind his younger brother, rising up the cliffs until jumping down to where Thanatos awaited them. Pandora's voice. And so, working together at long last, Deimos and Kratos would do battle against the god of death, Thanatos. But, not all was well, for Deimos would be fatally wounded in the ensuing madness. Kratos' rage would only grow even stronger than ever before. Thanatos, god of death, slammed Deimos into the sides of the cliffs around he and Kratos, then dropped the Spartan's body to the ground. Turning with his eyes widening at his brother's gurgle of pain, Naruto and Kratos looked with wide eyes to see him now lying bloodied and beaten on the ground. Deimos, Naruto heard Kratos exclaim before feeling as he turned around to face Thanatos with a snarl. The beast let out a roar while looking down at him, and Naruto felt Kratos roar in fury while Thera's Bane roared to life with him. The blades of Athena turned black with red runes, the chains upon his forearms superheated to inhuman levels, the very air around him growing hotter and hotter while Kratos looked at Thanatos with raw fury in his eyes. Lunging at Thanatos with a roar, Kratos jumped over a swing of one of the god of death's arms and twisted into a downward spin of his blades, bringing them down onto the beast's arm in a massive explosion. Thanatos hissed from the attack, then brought his right fist down, Kratos rolling back to evade it before roaring out as he twisted his blades of Athena around by their chains in a horizontal spin. The blades of Athena, empowered by Thera's Bane, ripped and burned their way through Thanatos, the god of death roaring out in pain. Twisting on his heel, Kratos then started to swing his blades into Thanatos once more, the god of death slamming his hand down at him only for the Spartan to catch it with a snarl. You will pay, Thanatos, the Spartan roared while throwing Thanatos' arm into the air and then twisting on his heel and sending his blades at the god of death. The blades embedded themselves into the chest of Thanatos, and Kratos reared back on the chains, slamming him into the cliff where he fell forward panting. Roaring out, Kratos started to spin and twirl his blades into Thanatos' head, his blades exploding on impact and causing the black substance that makes his body to start to crack and crumble from his skull, revealing a glowing yellow ichor beneath it. Roaring out, Kratos then slammed his blades, inching his body to fall back in a minor explosion, his body shrinking and returning to his original form in a wave of flames. Chuckling lightly even as he lay on his hands and knees, Thanatos spit out ichor while Kratos approached him. You are insignificant. I can't. Kratos, the god of death stated before hacking up blood, Kratos kicking him onto his back with a snarl. Pulling the blades of Athena from his back and stabbing them into Thanatos' chest, he then threw him over to the side, where the god of death coughed before pulling himself up to lean on a boulder. Your brother suffered, because of you, Thanatos stated, and Naruto grimaced as the god of death dug his own grave. Kratos however punched Thanatos back to the ground, then picked him up and slammed him into the boulder. Reaching back, Kratos pulled the blades of Athena free and pierced Thanatos' chest with both. Flipping the god of death over his shoulder and into the ground, Kratos then twisted on his heel, flinging Thanatos to the side where he impacted with the side of the cliff. Coughing heavily, Thanatos reached a hand to his chest before letting out a hacking chuckle as he looked to Kratos. Your fate is in the hands of Olympus, ghost of Sparta, the god of death declared the ghost of Sparta marched over to him and gripped the crack in his chest with both hands. Growling low in his throat, Kratos then ripped Thanatos' chest open, the god of death attempting to stop Kratos as he then stabbed the blades of Athena into his chest. The flames of Thera's Bane burned into him, destroying everything, even the core of his power. Kratos snarled while glaring at the god of death. However, Thanatos merely leaned forward to glare into his green eyes, and then grinned towards the ghost of Sparta, a mere second before exploded in a burst of power. The power spread outwards, dust scattering as Kratos found Thanatos completely gone. And then as the dust began to settle, Kratos turned around to see Deimos' bloodied and beaten body still lying on the ground to the side. Silently, the ghost of Sparta sheathed the blades of Athena back onto his back, before walking over to his brother's corpse. Kneeling down at his side, Kratos gently pushed him onto his back, before slowly scooping him up into his arms. Closing his eyes as he held his brother in his arms, the ghost of Sparta then walked forward, taking the steps that led up the cliffs of suicide, to the path of solitude. Walking slowly, silently, with his brother's corpse in his arms, the ghost of Sparta soon came to the suicide bluffs, and saw the old gravedigger waiting for him. "Come, I have a fresh spot for I am," the gravedigger noted while waving to the empty shallow grave he had been digging. Silently walking to the grave, Kratos knelt down and deposited his brother into the grave. There he gazed at his brother's corpse for a moment, before slowly standing back up. "You are free now, brother," Kratos stated before turning and making his way over to the cliff at the side. The gravedigger silently starting his work by filling the grave of Deimos. Coming to a stop at the very edge of the cliff, Kratos gazed down at the churning waters and waves below before slowly edging his foot out over the water. Bringing his foot back, the ghost of Sparta knitted his brow together, while a familiar question rang in his mind. "By the gods, what have I become?" Naruto heard Kratos ask himself while looking to the sky. The Ashen warrior then widening his eyes at a familiar voice. "Death, the destroyer of worlds," the gravedigger offered while Naruto felt himself pause before turning around, only to see Deimos' grave covered. The old gravedigger gone without a trace. "It is done," the voice of Athena echoed out as the goddess walked out of the gate to Olympus in a flash of light. "You have let go of that which made you mortal," she continued while walking over to Kratos, Naruto mentally frowning as she approached him. "Your ties to this world are severed," the woman continued to say before coming to a stop before the ghost of Sparta. "You are ready to be a god," Athena stated while placing her glowing green hands onto the sides of Kratos' head, Naruto mentally twitching as she did. Kratos himself soon scowled and knocked Athena's hands away, the goddess backing up from a furious Kratos. "Is this all a game to you, Athena?" the ghost of Sparta demanded in a low even tone before walking past the goddess to stand before the gate to Olympus. "It is not over, Athena. The gods will pay for this," Kratos growled at the woman before walking into the portal, the gate to Olympus ceiling shish oop behind him as he returned to his throne, as the new god of war. Pandora's voice. And so the story fully unfolded before Naruto's eyes, a story of loss, a story he now knew and understood, the full story of Kratos, the man who would become the god of war. But that was merely a passing note, as he now stood before the brother that Kratos had lost, but was it as a friend, or an enemy? Shaking his head of his thoughts, Naruto blinked his eyes open and looked in shock as Deimos stood before them, panting heavily, the many disfiguring sores across his body opened wide and glowing. Kratos, the man managed to grit out while taking several slow strides forward, Naruto frowning as he saw him snarl. "Kratos," he grit out angrily and Naruto glanced over to Bia while crouching down. The older Deimos was even more muscular than either Kratos or Lucifer had been. The red birthmark on his left side was now glowing a fiery orangish red, his left eye milky white with blindness and right eye a deep green. His hair was short and a beard covered a majority of his face, his deeply tanned skin covered in glowing sores. He wears a battered white loincloth, petrages over top it, a red and gold metal plate at the front of his waist with a ram design on it, a tarnished and cracked gold Zoster belt is around his waist with chains wrapped over top it and attached to several plates falling down over his right hip. Thick brown leather bands are wrapped around his left arm and left leg, red gold armor covering his right shin. Knee, a red gold pauldron on his right shoulder with a ram motif, a red gold bracer on her right forearm with chains, and last is a pair of old worn brown leather sandals over his feet. "Prepare yourself," the Ashen warrior ordered as Deimos dismissed the arms of Sparta and crouched low. Bia raising a brow as she looked between the two. "For what, and why does he keep saying Kratos?" the woman questioned. However, Deimos then roared and lunged forward, ramming his shoulder into Naruto and lunging with him straight through a wall. Eyes wide for only a moment, Bia growled in her throat before following the two to find out why the man had been all but shouting her father's name like that. As she did, Deimos knocked Naruto off of a ledge and grabbed his head as they fell to the ground, the larger man slamming Naruto's head into the ground with a mighty crash. Gritting his teeth in pain, Naruto looked to see Deimos, and the man rolled away from him and formed the arms of Sparta into his hands. "I'll make you pay, Kratos," the man roared out while twisting around and throwing the spear at Naruto. The Ashen warrior cursing as he rolled out of the way and flipped to his feet. "Listen to me, Deimos, get a hold of yourself. I'm clearly not Kratos." Naruto shouted at the man only for him to lunge at him with a roar, swinging his spear at the young Ashen warrior wildly. Mentally cursing as he dodged and weaved around the swings, Naruto then formed the gauntlet of Zeus and grabbed the spear while pushing back on the larger warrior. "Deimos, open your damn eyes and look at me," Naruto shouted at the man, only for him to grit his teeth, the Ashen warrior widening his eyes when he saw the flames of hope glowing in his eyes. "They are open, brother," he growled out while twisting his spear to slam it into the side of Naruto's head, the Ashen warrior stumbling back before rolling out of the way as he charged at him. Coming out in a crouch, narking to Deimos as he quickly turned to face him. "Fight me," he roared out while lunging forward into a jump before coming down with his spear at Naruto, the blonde rolling to the side with a deep frown on his face. "He has the power of hope in him. This is definitely Athena's work," Naruto inwardly seethed before clenching a fist with the gauntlet of Zeus and glaring at the marked warrior. "Looks like I'll just have to knock some sense back into your thick skull," Naruto grumbled before lunging forward and ramming into Deimos, knocking the larger man onto his back before slamming his gauntlet-covered fist into his face. However, Deimos then turned them over and started to do the same, quickly punching him in the face before Naruto kicked him off of himself. "He's stronger than me, and he's fast, he's more balanced than Heracles, and more physical than Lucifer. This is a true Spartan warrior," Naruto noted to himself while Deimos then lunged at Naruto again, only for the Ashen warrior to swing his gauntlet-covered fist into the man's face. Deimos stumbled back from the blow and fell to one knee. However, he quickly picked up some sand and threw it at Naruto. The Ashen warrior blinked as he was blinded by the attack, and Deimos lunged at him, grabbing the gauntlet of Zeus at the wrist and then kicking Naruto away. The Ashen warrior skidded back several paces before flipping back to his feet and grimacing as Deimos pulled the gauntlet of Zeus onto his arm and clenched his fist with a dark look over his face. Great. That thing was all but made for him considering his old gauntlet, Naruto realized while narrowing his eyes onto the man as he then lunged at him with a roar, the Ashen warrior flipping over him and kicking him to the ground. "I can't fight like Kratos. If I do, I'll just make Deimos believe I'm him even more than he already does," Naruto thought before taking a breath and slipping into one of his old taijutsu stances with a frown. "This is really gonna suck," the Ashen warrior thought to himself while Deimos got back to his feet and lunged at him, only for Naruto to dodge around the strikes before blocking with the golden fleece and Zeus Aegis, throwing Deimos back several paces. Crouching down with a stern look on his face, Naruto then lunged forward, the boots of Hermes activating as a trail of fire followed him before he rammed into Deimos and knocked him back to the ground. Quickly sending several punches to the older man's face, Naruto then kicked off of Deimos and landed in a low crouch several feet away. Rolling into a crouch, Deimos then lunged at Naruto, forming a sphere of energy into his hand only for the blonde to zip around him with the boots of Hermes. Moving quickly, Naruto lunged at Deimos and jumped into a double kick to the back of his head, causing the marked warrior to stumble forward. Moving quickly yet again, Naruto then lunged up Deimos' back before moving and grabbing his shoulders at the same time. Coming down in front of the marked warrior, Naruto then threw the man across the way, Deimos digging the gauntlet into the ground to slow himself. Brow twitching, Deimos brought himself back up to his feet while glaring at the Ashen warrior. "I'll make you pay, Kratos," Deimos declared while forming his spear in hand and throwing it at Naruto. Catching him along the head as he tried to dodge. Gritting his teeth and placing a hand over his right eye, Naruto narrowed his left one onto Deimos, who then started running towards the Ashen warrior. However, a second later feathers started to fall before being down on Deimos' head, Naruto blinking his left eye as she then brought her hands together and slammed them down on the back of Deimos' head, slamming it further into the dirt and finally knocking the marked warrior out. Blinking for a moment, then hissing as his right eye throbbed, Naruto walked over to Bia while looking down at Deimos. "What took you so long?" Naruto questioned, and the woman scowled before getting off of Deimos and looking at the unconscious man. Kneeling down, Naruto removed his hand from his eye before pulling a blade free and then scowled at seeing the long gash that Deimos had made. "Wonderful, and there's the scar," Naruto inwardly muttered while letting out a breath as he placed a hand onto Deimos' back and focused. "Why did he attack you?" Bia questioned, only for Naruto to raise a finger with his free hand and then move back while pulling a blue-white flame out of the marked warrior with a frown. "The flames of hope," Bia questioned, and Naruto nodded his head before crushing the flames in his hand and crossing his arms over his chest. "This reeks of Athena's handiwork." "RK," Naruto mumbled and noticed the scowl that formed on Bia's face at the name before she crossed her arms. "I thought so as well, but what do we do with him now?" the woman questioned, and Naruto hummed lightly before sitting down with his legs crossed under himself. "We wait for him to awake so we can have a word with him. I somehow doubt that Deimos attacked me of his own free will," Naruto replied with a stern look on his face. Bia scowling as she sat as well, arms crossed and an annoyed frown on her face. Luckily, it wasn't too long before Deimos groaned while rolling onto his back and blinked his eyes open. "Where?" "The sky," he whispered while staring up at the endless sky above him. Having not seen it for many years, it looks so beautiful right now, Deimos noted to himself, and Naruto lightly kicked him on the top of the head. Blinking and looking to the one who kicked him, Deimos saw Naruto and rolled onto his front before pushing himself up to a kneeling position. "Who? You look like my brother," Deimos noted, and Naruto reached up and wiped some of the blood that had collected over his right eye before scowling. "Yeah, you kind of did this," Naruto stated while pointing to his eye, and Deimos blinked before grasping his head with one hand. "Why, what quarrel would I have with you?" Deimos questioned, and Bia cleared her throat, the man looking to her before seeming to stammer while looking at the woman. Naruto couldn't help an amused look at this, since it seemed that Deimos was much more shy around women, specifically half-naked women like Bia, than his older brother was. "You just randomly attacked him while shouting Kratos. And since we're on the subject, how do you know my father?" the woman responded, then questioned with a frown, and Deimos just started to gape before stammering and then shaking his head to collect his thoughts. I mean Kratos is my older brother. I was trapped in Death's domain for so long before he finally came for me. I fought and could have killed him if not for Thanatos. Then, together, we fought against Thanatos, but Deimos responded before placing his hands over his face and letting out a groan, Bia seeming more than a little surprised by that before frowning. "At least that explains your inhuman strength and endurance," she mumbled to herself while rubbing her chin, and then looked back to Deimos. "I am Bia. I was trained as an Amazonian warrior, until Athena's treachery caused me to kill Lady Hippolyta," the woman explained, and Deimos blinked for a moment while Naruto frowned deeply while looking at the woman. "Hippolyta? She was one of Ares' daughters, wasn't she?" Naruto questioned with a deep scowl, and Deimos snarled, one of his fists crashing into the ground and causing it to crumble to dust under it. Raising a brow for only a moment, Bia then nodded her head to the two before Naruto then looked over to Deimos as he waved his hand for a moment to flick off the rubble. "Deimos, do you know how you got here?" Naruto questioned of him, and Deimos let out a shuddering breath before placing a hand onto his face. "I know not how I've returned. I remember dying and then being trapped in the underworld. Zealous was there too, but he had been changed. He had become a monster. He left me trapped down there, locked in torment, but then a light, and I was sudden HT. Explained before then looking to Naruto and shaking his head for several moments. "I saw you, and I thought it was my brother, Kratos, and so I followed you, and then everything goes dark." Deimos replied, and Bia crossed her arms over her chest with a deep frown on her face, Naruto reaching up to rub his chin for a moment. However, he then smirked as a sudden thought occurred to him, and he shed himself up and faced Bia and Deimos. Then it would seem that fate has decided to smile on me. I have need of help. The fallen children of Kratos have agreed to aid me in my quest to rid the world of the remaining gods. Would you both follow me as well? Naruto questioned of the two, and Bia didn't even think before she stood also and stepped towards the ghost of Konoha. I'll follow. I have a score to settle with the Olympians, as well as Athena. Bia hissed out, and Deimos looked at the two before taking hold of the arms of Sparta once more and then pushed his way to his feet. I do not know how I have returned, but I remember that it was the gods who trapped me in death's domain. Deimos responded as his green eyes took on a familiar light, one once seen in the eyes of Kratos. I have died once already. I have suffered at the hands of the gods, but I am a Spartan warrior, Deimos started to say before he then jabbed the butt of his spear into the ground with a clang. And as my brother once said, a Spartan always stands ready for battle. So I will, and I will have my revenge. Deimos replied, through gritted teeth, and Naruto nodded his head silently before turning on his heel with a smirk. Then come, we must return to Sparta, where an army awaits us, Naruto noted while reforming the blade of Olympus, a look of joy crossing Deimos' face as he was finally returning home. Bia merely crossed her arms over her chest, and Naruto spun the blade of Olympus in his hands before stabbing it into the ground. A sphere of green energy formed around him before shooting out Uru. Deimos and Bia and all three then vanished in a sudden flash of light. Elsewhere, Amaterasu marched through the halls of her home with a deep frown on her face. She had finally decided she needed to have a word with her brothers. Mostly her yelling at them for being idiots, when she saw them talking to Omoikane and Hachiman. Also with them were Fujin, Raijin, Tsurutahiko, Aim no Uzume, and of course Inari. Essentially the whole pantheon, which confused her as she'd heard no summons for a gathering. Are you absolutely certain of this, Omoikane? This is most distressing news if you are. Tease. Ukuyomi questioned with his skin having paled considerably, and the goddess of wisdom silently nodded her head for a moment. Unfortunately I am. The day that Naruto was born was also the same exact day. Right down to the barest of moments in which Kratos killed Zeus and died, releasing hope to the mortals. Omoikane stated gravely, and Susanoo backed up before falling into a seat with wide eyes. Quote, this can't be, he can't be, that would mean that we've done the same thing that they did, Susanoo started to say to himself while reaching up to rub at his face with his entire body shaking from a mix of nerves and raw unbridled fear. By Izanagi-sama's beard, that kid is him. But he was always so much fun. Well, before he got all moody at least. Inari noted, now in the form of a fox woman. Her head that of a fox with a tail slipping out from her kimono. Briefly, Amaterasu wondered why Inari loved to appear in various different forms, before deciding she might do so as well if she could. It gets even worse. I went and spoke to Izanagi-sama. He confirmed that Naruto wasn't born as an ordinary mortal at the very least. He was born as a Kinetsu Kami, god of the earthly realm. Child of the sun goddess and immortal man, hence his warm personality and kindness before all this started happening to him and the rest of us. It also explains why he could use our abilities, relics and weapons so well. Hachiman explained to the group and saw the wince from both brothers of Amaterasu, who blinked while approaching them. What are you all talking about? And why didn't I hear a summons? Amaterasu questioned while approaching them, and Tsukiyomi quickly looked to Omoikane. We shouldn't trouble her more with this, he started to say before Hachiman grabbed him and glared into his eyes heatedly. She deserves to know, Tsukuyomi, and she's still the chief, not you. Hachiman reminded the moon god, who silently moved to the side to allow Amaterasu to approach with a confused look on her face. Omoikane, what's going on? Amaterasu questioned of the goddess of wisdom, and she let out a light sigh before leaning back in her seat. We've been looking into matters surrounding your son's birth, sadly. We've discovered several disturbing circumstances, Omoikane stated while leaning forward with her fingers laced together while Hachiman nodded his head. First, we spoke with your father, who confirmed that Naruto was born as a Kinetsu Kami like Tsurutahiko. Since he was born of a human and you, an Amatsu Kami, god of the heavenly realm. Hachiman started to explain how. Ever Omoikane then decided to interject as she sat up and gave her another grave look. Unfortunately, while this is true, After Yami got her claws into him, her powers seemed to have awakened something better left buried within him. Omoikane started to say before closing her eyes and allowing Amaterasu to absorb the information, then continue. As it turns out, he was born at the exact same moment that Kratos died in Greece. And it seems that the soul of Kratos was not ready to die. It fought its way from oblivion, and bound itself to the first body it could. Only a god's body could hold his soul, that of the god of war himself. And so his choices were limited. Omoikane stated, and a look of shock crossed Amaterasu's features before she shook her head and gave them a look. But that wouldn't cause all this. It's impossible for a soul to influence the mind of its holder unless, she started to say before her eyes widened and she seemed to pale even more than she normally was. Unless his body fades and his soul and mind reside as one, unless he becomes a spirit, a yore, a ghost. Tsurutahiko stated from his spot to the side, the sun goddess shaking where she stood as memories of that day started to play in her mind. Her own words suddenly haunting her. The ash of your friends, and your loved ones shall be forever fastened to your skin to show all what you truly are. You shall live on, not as Uzumaki Naruto. Nor as a mortal, but instead as a yurei, a ghost. Her own voice stated in her mind, that last word, ghost, echoing out endlessly, the truth of just what she had wrought that day suddenly hitting her. I turned my Sochi into this thing, she thought to herself while slowly shaking her head and falling to her knees. It's all my fault, she whispered with tears threatening to fall. Susanoo quickly rushing to his sister's side to try and comfort her while Tsurutahiko reached up and stroked his beard for a moment. Your fault. No, you had no idea that this would happen, none of us did. Kratos wanted to live, he found a body and he was reborn. And had he lived a life without Yami, he may never have reawakened into the world again. He would have instead passed on along with his spirit, ending the threat of the marked warrior. Tsurutahiko noted while Amaterasu looked to the old kami with a look of confusion. What about the marked warrior? Hot, that was a prophecy for the Olympians' destruction. Amaterasu questioned and the rest of the kami nodded their heads before seeing a grave look cross the old kami's features. I'm afraid not. The prophecy foretold of the coming of a marked warrior, one who would bring the end of all gods. We can be considered as something more akin to titans, but we are all still gods. Tsurutahiko stated. Gravely, and Tsukuyomi's eyes widened before they all heard thunder roar and lightning strike outside. Growlanoon God then glared at his brother Susanoo before narrowing his eyes. Susanoo, dispel that storm, this is no time for it. Tsukuyomi ordered, and the god of sea and storms gave him a glare in response. I would if I could, but I didn't conjure that storm, Susanoo stated simply, and Tsukuyomi. I looked to Fujin and Raijin with a frown. You? He questioned, and both the Oni kami shook their heads with strange looks on their faces. Looking over to Tsurutahiko, Tsukuyomi saw Ama no Uzume holding her husband from the side with a frightened look while the old man reached up and stroked his beard with a grave expression still etched across his face. And now it seems that our time has come. Now, the end begins, Tsurutahiko said gravely, turning to look at the storm alongside the other kami. Sparta. Naruto walked out of a portal, soon followed by Bia and Deimos into the city of Sparta. Deimos stopped when they did and looked around, soon spotting a statue of his brother in his god of war armor. As Deimos walked over to the statue, several Spartans looked to them in shock as Deimos stopped before the statue and stared up at it. So you've returned, Mammon noted aloud as he approached them, then widened his eyes as Deimos turned around to face him. Who are these two? Mammon questioned while looking from Deimos to Bia, and Naruto walked to the Norse warrior. Bia is your sister, raised as an Amazon, while the big one is Kratos' brother known as the Marked Warrior, Lucifer's twin, and your uncle, Deimos. Naruto replied while Mammon raised a brow while gazing towards the man, who turned to look at him and then slowly approached. You look like my brother, greatly like him. Who are you? Deimos questioned while still holding the arms of Sparta, and Mammon scowled for a moment before crossing his arms over his chest. I am Mammon, child of Kratos and one of the fallen. Mammon responded bluntly before looking to Naruto sternly. My brothers and sisters await us at the docks, we will be leaving soon. I suggest we make haste before your kami can prepare for our assault. Mammon stated darkly, and Naruto gave a silent nod of his head before following the demon lord of greed as he made his way towards the docks. Bia and Deimos closely followed them, with the brother O.F. Kratos looking all around at the many changes to his home over the years he'd been trapped in torment. So much has changed, yet so much is still the same. Deimos thought upon seeing his and Kratos' old home, and briefly wondered about the fate of his mother, before shaking his head. The four soon arrived at the docks of Sparta, where they found several dozen ships being prepared. Numerous soldiers were also heading to and fro with armor and weapons at the ready, men being seen off by their wives or lovers, while Deimos then looked to Mammon and Naruto. "We're taking so many soldiers. Won't Sparta be left unprotected?" Deimos questioned warily, and Mammon scoffed while sneering towards his uncle, having never had good experiences from Kratos' direct family members. "Sparta has more than an adequate defensive force. We are bringing only half of the army while the rest shall guard Sparta." Mammon responded while the rest of the fallen walked towards them, Deimos and Bia both readying their weapons and causing Mammon to grunt in annoyance. "Stay your hands, fools, those are my brothers and sisters, the rest of the fallen." Mammon grumbled out while Lilith sauntered forward and looked over both Bia and Deimos with interest in her eyes. My Mammon, who did our friend manage to find on his trip?" Lilith questioned while Bia grabbed the girl with a scowl on her face, lifting Lilith with one arm. Bia was annoyed to see her interest in her grow rather than become fearful. "I am Bia, Amazonian warrior and daughter of Kratos," the girl stated, and a near ecstatic look formed in her green eyes while Beelzebub flew around her head. "What are you supposed to be?" Bia demanded with a scowl while the tiny demoness came to a stop before her with her arms crossed over her chest. "I am Beelzebub, and that is Lilith, daughters of Kratos and rulers of Hell. Though technically Lilith is also a daughter of Aphrodite, and my aunt," the pixie-like demon lord explained before musing to herself while her sister snickered with an amused look twinkling in her eyes, and Bia grunted before palming her face. "Hera, help me, my sisters are a harlot and an annoying little pixie," she muttered under her breath while getting looks from her younger and older sisters, who both took offense before Lilith seemed to focus on her neck. "Ooh, I love your necklace," she declared while looking at it, and Bia snorted before sneering towards her. "That's doubtful, it's your sister Harmonia's necklace, I took it after cutting off her head." Bia noted darkly, and Lilith blinked for a moment before tilting her head to one side with a confused look on her face. "I have a sister named Harmonia," she questioned seriously, and Beelzebub palmed her face before shaking her head. "Yeah, the one with the CURSED necklace made by Hephaestus to have eternal youth and beauty and to have disaster strike everything she loved or cared for," Beelzebub reminded her, and Lilith made an O with her mouth before leaning into her fist with a slight frown on her face. "Oh right, her, honestly, mother has so many children that I tend to lose track of them all," Lilith noted aloud, and Beelzebub inclined her head, aware of Aphrodite's many misadventures in that department. However, as that happened, Astaroth and Agni walked over to Deimos, who raised a brow seeing them. "So this is our uncle. Not bad. Lucifer was a bastard, please tell me you're not?" Astaroth questioned, and Deimos seemed to grow confused by the question, having never met his twin after he took his new name. "They speak of Zealous, your twin Deimos. He took the name Lucifer and started tormenting them in hell," Naruto told the older warrior, and Deimos had a pained look cross his face before turning to Astaroth and Agni with a serious expression. "I am not my brother. Neither Kratos nor Zealous. I will aid you in destroying the remaining gods, because it is my will to do so. I will fulfill my destiny as the marked warrior and bring an end to the Olympians for my imprisonment in Death's domain, and for my torment in the underworld." Deimos responded, and Agni reached up and rubbed his jaw for a moment before Samael appeared between all of them, and Deimos took several steps away from him before forming the gauntlet of Zeus over his arm. "Calm yourself, uncle. I am Samael, child of Kratos and new lord of death, I mean you no harm," Samael stated while gripping the death scythe in his hands, Deimos not seeming to calm any given his past experience with incarnations of death. Shaking his head, the Lord of Death turned to Bia and gave a bow of his head, her brow rising when he did. "Sister Bia, I am happy to finally meet you. and I feel that I must congratulate you on killing Stithno, Ladin, Echidna, the Cadmean Vixen, Hypnos and Morpheus, and Hippolyta. And I must inform you that Nemesis sends you her regards. Samael noted with a smirk, and Lilith grinned widely towards her older sister. My, you have been a busy little minx, haven't you? Lilith noted, and Bia raised a brow towards her before looking to Samael. How do you know Nemesis? She questioned while crossing her arms over her chest, as Lilith seemed a bit too interested in her for her to be comfortable around the demoness and living incarnation of lust. However, Samael merely smirked as he gripped his scythe and closed his eyes. Ah well, let's just say I've been getting to know the goddess of vengeance quite well and leave it at that. Samael responded, and Naruto raised a brow before shaking his head, as it seemed the children weren't too different than their father. Why, Samael, I didn't know you still had it in you, Lilith said while giving her brother a grin, and he merely rolled his eyes at the remark. Grunting, Naruto then gave Lilith a look before crossing his arms over his chest. Regarding out, once we are a far enough distance away from Sparta, I'll open a portal for the ships to reach Onigoroshima, Naruto noted, and Deimos seemed confused by the declaration. Would it not be simpler to open one from here? He questioned, and Naruto turned to look at the older man, arms crossed and a flat look on his face. It would, but then we avenue the risk of anything over there just walking through and attacking Sparta. Naruto responded, and Deimos seemed to realize his mistake and nodded his head in agreement. Deimos, Bia, as you are not demons, you'll ride on a ship with me. The rest of us should split amongst the ships and keep them safe from anything that attacks us on the way there, Naruto stated while walking over to a ship on Lee for Mammon to stop him with a hand on his shoulder. We may have a problem. Pandora insists on coming with us, Mammon stated, and Naruto felt his eye twitch before palming his face. Have you tried convincing her otherwise? Naruto questioned, and Samael decided to respond this time, a somewhat pleased look on his face. We tried to, but she's as hard-headed a minotaur. She stated that if any FR relics or weapons were destroyed, that she'd be the only one able to repair them. However, I did manage to convince Calliope and Lysandra to stay away and took them to safety, Samael replied, and Naruto grunted, mentally acknowledging that the girl could be useful, but he really didn't want her in the middle of a war. Did you remind Pandora that we'd be unable to defend her in the middle of all this? Naruto questioned, and Samael silently nodded his head, the Ashen warrior grumbling under his breath before walking onto a ship. Then so be it, and if one of you can watch her, it'd be much appreciated, Naruto mumbled before stating, and Deimos walked after him with an annoyed-looking Bia following them. I'll do so. I met Pandora in the underworld. She kept me company while I was trapped in that abyss. It would be my honor to protect her, Deimos offered truthfully, and Naruto nodded his head silently before turning to watch as the rest of the fallen headed to other ships in the fleet. Naruto then heard as an order was given in the distance, and the ships started off. Naruto, Deimos, and Bia watching as they started to drift away from Sparta. So I leave only after I had just a ved back home, Deimos noted to himself, and Naruto silently looked to the man before turning and walking towards a large room with a guard before it. My lord, the children of Kratos had us prepare a room for you. Lady Pandora wishes to speak to you inside, the guard noted while standing at attention, and Naruto grunted before walking to the door, then looked to the guard. Find a place for Bia and Deimos. She's Kratos' daughter and he's his brother, Naruto ordered, and the guard quickly nodded his head before rushing off, Naruto entering into his chambers with a frown on his face, a candle on a table beside of the bed the only source of light. Entering, Naruto saw Pandora was sitting on his bed, her hands folded on her lap and a strange look on her face. He also noted she had cleaned herself up a bit, with her white bangs pushed to the side of her face and the rest of her hair pulled back by a blue hair band. Her skin was still very pale, but she seemed to have added a blue tattoo over a majority of her body. The tattoo was a thick straight blue line that started over her left eye, went down over her eye, down her neck, then branched off, one going over her shoulder and down her arm to stop at the top of her hand. The other branch went down over her breast, past her stomach, and then down the length of her leg to stop on her shin. She wears a simple black Doric chiton with the S holders tied into a pair of brooches fibulae, 3 leather zones forming a segmented girdle around her waist with a silver trinket hanging from it, and simple leather sandals. walking over and sitting on the bed next to Pandora. Naruto watched her look up with a start and then grin nervously. "Hello again," she offered before reaching up to rub at her throat for a moment, Naruto merely looking at the tattoo on her body. "That must have hurt," he stated while she blinked and then looked at her tattoo and gave a slight smile to the Ashen Warrior. "No, not really. I mean, at first it hurt a bit. But that's cause they had to scar it into my skin and all. But I treated it with a little magic and it should be fine now. My father was actually pretty good with branding, so it wasn't much trouble, and I'm rambling now," Pandora explained before rubbing her biceps, Naruto tilting his head while looking at her for a moment. "Why are you coming with us?" Naruto questioned bluntly, and the girl gave him a look before crossing her arms. "As you know, I'm Hephaestus' daughter. I watched him forge weapons and armor and relics for years. I might not be as good as he was, but I should be able to repair anything you or the Fallen managed to break," she replied with a nod of her head, and Naruto frowned before reaching back and held out one of the blades of Pandora. Holding out the blade, Naruto twirled it in hand before looking back to Pandora, who was staring at him curiously. "You forged this and it managed to survive every enemy I faced in the depths of Inferno unscathed. I'd say you're more than good enough, Pandora," Naruto reminded the girl while sheathing the blade, and she started to rub her arms again. "Well, yeah, I guess those are pretty good. I mean, all I had to do was make them out of some adamantine in the fires of hope. As a spirit, that was pretty easy, and also I suppose those are decent enough, but it took me 60 years to make them in the first place. After I first saw you become the ghost of Konoha, I knew you'd need new blades, and so I started working on them, and eventually you came to the Inferno and—" "I'm rambling again," Pandora noted while Naruto smirked towards her as she then let out a breath and started to rub her arms. "I take it that happens when you're nervous," Naruto stated, and Pandora silently nodded her head, causing him to let out a sigh. "Listen, Pandora, I know you want to help us, but you have to remember we're fighting gods. Even with Deimos protecting you, the chances of you dying are extremely high. You should go and stay safe with Calliope and Lysandra," Naruto told the girl, and she gave him a stubborn glare before leaning up towards his face. "No, I won't sit back and wait. I'm the daughter of a god, and I can take care of myself." "Ha," Endora stated, and Naruto bit his lip to keep from reminding her that technically a god made her. She wasn't born of one like he or Kratos were. "Pandora, you're being stubborn and foolhardy." Naruto too LD her simply, and she gave him a serious look. "And attacking an entire pantheon of gods is smart," she quipped, and Naruto felt his eye twitch before palming his face. Letting out a grunt, the Ashen Warrior then gave the girl an annoyed glare while leaning back to lay on the bed. "Why do you want to come with us so desperately anyways? You've only just been brought back to life. Live a little before putting yourself in danger," he told her seriously while closing his eyes, and Pandora looked at him for a moment. "Would you believe I want to stay by your side?" she asked quietly, and Naruto slowly opened his eyes to look at her. Then reached up and wiped some of the blood from the gash still across his eye. "Are you serious?" Naruto questioned flatly, and Pandora nodded her head, the Ashen Warrior sitting up with a frown. "Why?" Naruto asked the girl with a confused look on his face. Even if she had known him all his life, his only memories of her were from the Inferno and Kratos' lifetime. "You did sort of risk your life and fight my father to save me, helped me return to life, and have treated me as someone instead of something," she reminded him, and Naruto grunted with a scowl at a reminder of how Zeus had treated her before. "That sounds more like a crush," Naruto stated, and Pandora scooted over and leaned into him, the Ashen Warrior feeling a little uncomfortable as she did. "I'm S daughter and Eros' sister, Naruto. I already know the difference between love and lust," she reminded Naruto plainly, and he blinked before looking at her and frowning deeply. "You're really just too stubborn," Naruto muttered while leaning back once more, Pandora yelping as she fell onto him. Pushing herself up, she then gave the ashen-skinned warrior a cross look. "Maybe I get it from being around you and Kratos," she offered him while crossing her arms, and Naruto grunted while closing his eyes. Maybe," Naruto admitted. Given how bullheaded he and Kratos could be, it wouldn't surprise him that they had rubbed off on Pandora in some way. However, the blonde then opened his left eye when he felt her straddle him and frowned deeply. "What are you?" Doing? Naruto asked the girl flatly, his brow raised. And she gave a somewhat nervous smile. Thanking you, she replied before leaning down into a rather inexperienced kiss and then blushing as she leaned back. Giving her a look, Naruto then smirked. Reaching up, he gripped the back of her neck and pulled her down into a searing kiss, Pandora all but melting against him before he released her. Wow. That was way better than when Aphrodite wanted to play with me. She mumbled aloud before widening her eyes as she realized she'd said too much that time. I shouldn't have said that, right? She asked him nervously, and Naruto led his eyes before flipping them over so he was over the now very nervous girl. She's goddess of lust, I'm not really surprised by it, Naruto admitted, given that the goddess was bisexual for one, and slept with her handmaidens when she was lonely for another. Her playing with Pandora wasn't that surprising. Though I have to wonder why Hephaestus didn't stop anything like that, Naruto noted. And Pandora let out a breath before smiling sadly. On Olympus I was property. Since Aphrodite was his wife, she technically owned me as well, she replied, and Naruto growled low in his throat before shaking his head and then looking at Pandora seriously. You do realize I'm not by any means a virgin, right? Naruto questioned flatly, and she silently nodded her head. You also realize I'm not as skilled as Kratos in this, right? He asked, and she nodded her head yet again, then placed her hands on his cheeks and leaned back into another kiss. Leaning back a moment later, the girl gave a nervous smile while looking into the eyes of the ashen-skinned warrior as they slowly started to change back to the original blue hue she remembered from his youth. Please stop talking, the girl asked simply, and Naruto smirked slightly before snaking a hand to the back of her neck. Pandora herself smiling upon seeing the bright azure blue eyes had fully returned, rather than the golden yellow eyes he'd had since becoming the ghost of Konoha. As you wish, he replied while leaning back into a kiss, Pandora smiling into it before reaching to the side and snuffing out the flame of the candle with her fingers. Takamagahara. Upon Onigoroshima, an island just outside of the lands once known as the Elemental Nations, which starts as a beach, turns to a desert, then to a hilly plain before forming into a forest. Then comes a large swamp or bog before forming into a jungle, and ends in a series of mountains which circle around the center of the island, each of the areas forming a perfect circle around the island. Rivers and lakes making spider's web trails through the island to the center, and a few sparse temples and buildings lay around it. Within the circle of mountains the bridge, or Ain no Ukihashi, the floating bridge of heaven, rises up from the land and then spirals around the Ain no Mihashira, the pillar of heaven, which leads down from Takamagahara to the land of Onigoroshima. Over the pillar, vines now crawl up and down its length before forming into a protective net around it, dozens of different types of plants forming off of it and leading to the mountains around it. Within the forest and plains of the island, dozens of female warriors ready their weapons, sharpening their swords and preparing their spears and shields or bows and arrows. Beyond that, in the swamps and bogs of the island, the souls of dead warriors, now ghouls, prepare as well, all armed by the kami and the Olympians, all readying their weapons for the coming war. Lightning suddenly flashes. As the dark sky above them fills with clouds, the strange fact that Amaterasu's light was not present to aid them, filling many of the more intelligent ghouls with dread. Within the halls of Takamagahara, Tsukuyomi stood with Amaterasu. Susanoo sat on their sister's other side, and the assembled gods before them stood at attention. Those who had been injured were healed by Apollo, and were now ready for battle as well. All who were able to fight were now dressed in armor, ready for the coming war. All were at attention as the three chief kami stood to address them. Susanoo looked to Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu as they both stood at his sides, Amaterasu farthest from him while Tsukuyomi was between them. Sighing, the god of the seas and storms took his pipe from his lips, then rubbed his eyes tiredly before looking to the Olympians, Aesir, Sun Wukong, and Kami that now stood before them. Amaterasu, on the other hand, looked paler than normal, and felt even worse as she tried to seem otherwise. The glow that usually surrounded her was now practically dead, and her eyes were red from her tears. Looking to the numerous gods about the room, she wanted to try to stop this, but knew it would be in vain. This was not a threat to only one god this time. This time it was to more. Naruto was going to bring about the end. He was no true god, but in her mind he deserved the title, god of darkness and destruction if nothing else. The irony was, he'd be replacing Yami in that right, the same goddess he himself had murdered in order to obtain his revenge. Tsukuyomi stood tall as he looked out over the assembled gods. He couldn't falter, for now they were all threatened. They could not give in, for if they did, more mortals would stand against them. If they did not fight now, then soon all of the world would fall and the mortals would destroy their world in their ignorance. It was with this thought in his mind that Tsukuyomi took a deep breath and gripped the spear in his left hand title. Why, while looking to the kusanagi sheathed at his side. Regardless of the fact this was all ultimately his fault, he would rectify his mistake, he would protect his brother and sister and stop Naruto in his path of destruction. My fellow gods, he started before closing his eyes in remembrance of those who had fallen. In the beginning there was chaos, and then we the gods were born of that same chaos. Born of the earth and sky, we came forward to end the chaos that once ruled over these lands. We fought against it and while standing together, we eventually brought order to all the lands of the world. And though our ancestors differ, and though we do not always agree with one another, we are the same, we are gods, and like the mountains we stand tall, and also like them we do not bow before anyone. Tsukuyomi started to say to the assembled gods before he then crossed his arms behind his back. Together, we gods created this world of peace and of prosperity for mankind, and together, we kept mankind safely in our shadows. Protecting them all, only then did we splinter apart due to our views on how the world should be run and the mortals treated. Where once we were all gods stood united, we then became the Jade Empire. The Olympians of Greece, the Aesir of the frozen lands to the west, and we the Kami of the east. Where once we had stood together, we then split the world apart and divided it amongst ourselves. Tsukuyomi then said while looking over the others within the room and then scowled deeply. But now our rule is threatened by a force unlike any other we have faced before. The mortal, Naruto, and the children of Kratos seek to destroy us and all that we have wrought. Tsukuyomi called out even as the room began, thunder roaring and lightning flashing in the distance. Nisan, he then said while turning to look at Susanoo. Nichan, he then said, and Amaterasu still didn't look to him even as he looked to her. And my other fellow gods, I ask only at you put aside the petty grievances and arguments that have splintered us all for so long. Tsukuyomi said while walking forward, stopping as the assembled gods looked to him as thunder boomed once more. Now we must unite once more. We must stand together, only then will we wipe out this plague that threatens our rule. In the end, we will make this threat suffer. In the end, we will triumph. In the end, Tsukuyomi started to say before bracing himself as with a mighty burst of thunder, lightning struck their home and the entirety of Takamagahara suddenly started to shake. Moving quickly, Chi-Man ran over to the edge and widened his eyes at what he saw heading their way. In the distant clouds, Hachiman saw what appeared to be a rolling fire. The rolling fire flowed forward through the dark storm clouds and towards them. The other gods and goddesses made their way over as well and watched the strange phenomena as it continued to approach them. Soon enough the clouds started to clear to show an enormous golden gate resting before a city. However, the gods then braced themselves as an enormous flaming boulder was propelled from the strange spectacle and slammed into the side of Takamagahara. The gates slowly swung open and a mass of winged warriors in silver armor with different weapons heading directly for them. As the gods watched this approach, Amaterasu heard something familiar and turned around. Her great eyesight quickly zipping across the land of Onigoroshima, turning and running to the other side, while her brothers and allies cursed while following. She then looked down further and saw several Spartan war ships heading towards them from a green portal. Upon the flagship was a familiar ashen-skinned warrior, his arms crossed, and his eyes closed for only a moment. Before he opened them to look up at Takamagahara. There will be only chaos, Naruto thought to himself, unknowingly finishing for Tsukuyomi before turning around and walking over to Bia, Pandora, and Demos just as Samael appeared in a burst of smoke. Samael, the fallen should attack first, we'll clear a path for the Spartans to get a foothold. Naruto suggested, and the Lord of Death nodded his head before vanishing in a burst of smoke, where he then went to each of the fallen. The first to go forward was Mammon, who took a few steps back before lunging off of the ship and jumping into the ocean waters. The seas started to tremble as the Lord of Greed did so, before soon an icy hand reached out of the ocean, which was soon followed by an enormous construct of ice, a glowing white energy, flowing through the cracks and crevices of his body while spikes jutted out of him, swirling water also twisting and turning around him. Now more a Titan Mammon gave a roar as he took a step on the ground and pulled himself up to his feet. Seeing this, Astaroth smirked before swinging his arms and the barbarian hammer, calling dozens of souls forward that started to swirl around his body. The Su-LS then twisted and turned as he threw his arms out, then started to shoot inside of him, the Lord of Deserts and Famine gritting his teeth as they did. He then growled low in his throat as his body began to expand, easily growing up to 15 feet tall with glowing green crevices in his now deep ruddy brown skin. Looking up with his now glowing gold eyes, Astaroth raised an arm towards Mammon, the demon lord of water and ice, looking down on him. "Brother!" Astaroth exclaimed from the highest point of his ship, and Mammon reached down and grabbed the Lord of Famine and the desert before rearing his arm back and tossed him at the ground of Onigoroshima. Rolling forward as he hit the ground, Astaroth continued to roll forward, sand and rock and dirt flowing with him before soon enough an enormous hand of rock reached out of the earth to pull an enormous being out. Astaroth then groaned once as he pulled himself from the ground. He was now nearly the size of a titan and was slowly pulling himself out of the ground. Rocks forming into plates along the body's spine, into long sharp spikes from the back of his shoulders, forming into his hands, and over his face where he had them form. Into sharp pointed teeth, and green hellfire formed between the cracks of the rocks. Some of the rocks were clearly onyx and looked more like crystal than true rocks as they spiraled over his left side like his Kratos brand had. Astaroth then looked up, eyes glowing a brilliant gold before he roared out a blast of wind from his mouth that caused the very island to shake. Lifting up one hand, Astaroth then put it down and pushed himself up, onto his feet to tower hundreds of feet in the air. Lumbering forward, the two titan-sized demon lords began to make their way towards Takamagahara with slow deliberate steps. Scoffing at her brother's overdramatic entrances, Beelzebub then jumped into the air and spun upwards. Soon, the demon lord of plague and pestilence formed into an enormous spiky insect. Skulls still emblazoned on its wings. Buzzing while hovering in the air for a moment, Beelzebub then shot towards Takamagahara, her body splitting up into an enormous swarm of locusts that shot straight for Demeter. Seeing this, Agni scoffed before crouching down, grunting as a pair of wings ripped their way from his back before he flapped them and shot high up into the air and growled lowly. Rage of the Inferno. The demon lord of fire and war declared loudly as his body was consumed with flames and the fiery beast Naruto had seen in the Inferno was reformed. Flapping his wings for a moment, Agni then shot towards Takamagahara, flying over Astaroth's shoulder in order to keep up with his brother. Seeing the others were moving out, Lilith looked to Samael, who nodded his head only once, both jumping from their ships. Samael formed into a black fog that rolled across the land, while Lilith shot up into the storm clouds above. Soon the black fog on the ground began to swirl and coil forward like an a large swirl of the storm clouds doing the same. From the fog, an enormous black armored serpent with glowing white eyes formed, its spiky body bearing no limbs save two long extra tails ending in sharp scythe-like blades. And as it lunged through the trees of the forest around Takamagahara, it easily ripped its way through both the trees and Amazons who were still within them. Soon, however, the serpent surfaced and roared while lunging towards Takamagahara, sending a ball of the scourge of Aranus from its mouth and into the ground. The ground then started to buckle and bubble before hands started to rip free, the undead warriors of Greece screeching as they pulled themselves from the dirt. Tormented souls of the underworld, rise up, rise and take your revenge on the gods that damned you. Samael's voice roared out in a hiss, and the undead needed no other order and instantly ran towards the home of the Kami, screeching and howling along the way. As that happened, the storm clouds above that had formed into a long coil started to shift away, revealing a long spiky serpent with black scales and a purple mark on its left side forming. Several pairs of wings were extended from its back. And as it flew towards Takamagahara, it opened its mouth and a thundering roar echoed out, lightning flying from its body and wind tearing apart everything in its path as it flew forward. Watching with more than a little shock, Naruto and Bia nearly gaped in shock as the fallen marched forward on Takamagahara. I had no idea they could do that, Naruto admit. Ed before shaking his head and taking several steps back, stopping only to look at Demos. Have the men ready to defend against the Amazons, Demos. And don't forget the undead out there either. Naruto ordered, and Demos silently nodded his head, Naruto lunging forward with the boots of Hermes before jumping off of the Delos wings to fly over the water. Soon touching down on the ground, Naruto used the boots of Hermes and hurried towards Astaroth. Meanwhile Bia frowned before following after the Ashen Warrior with the boots of Atalanta, kicking off of the side of the ship and opening the Ikaru's wings to fly onto Onigoroshima and then lunge forward. Waiting for the ships to reach land, Demos then saw Pandora close her eyes and form a familiar pair of hooked blades, the metal-bearing deep R. Ed runs with demonic faces with yellow eyes taking up much of the blades save for the black handles that attached to a pair of chains. The blades of exile, the last blades used by Kratos before death. Pandora offered while holding them to Demos, the Spartan warrior slowly reaching out to grasp their hilts. Instantly the chains of the blades wrapped around his wrists and he gripped their handles tightly. Thank you, Pandora. I will be sure to use these with pride. Demos stated, and the girl gave a faint smile before they both looked back to where the fallen were heading towards Takamagahara silently. Meanwhile Naruto jumped onto the side of Astaroth and began to climb up the length of his body, soon coming out onto his back where he lunged up along the demon lord of famine and the desert's back. Atop Takamagahara, the many gods looked down on this scene before theme, some with familiarity and others with surprise. Frowning deeply, Apollo adjusted the shield on his arm, and then tightened a pair of cestus over his fists. Placing his fingers in his mouth, the god of light then whistled loudly and Zeus' chariot roared to life and flew into the air, Apollo quickly jumping onto it and grabbing the reins. He was followed by his sister Artemis, who held on as he flicked the reins and flew into battle over the armies of the fallen and towards Astaroth. However, as they approached the enormous demon lord, Artemis then jumped from the chariot and into the forests below instead, forming her bow and landing on a tree branch before firing an arrow into the sky. The arrow flew out over the forest before falling before the queen of the Amazons, who narrowed her eyes. Pulling a sword from her side, she then gave the order to charge to her soldiers. With the Amazons on the move, Artemis then placed her bow onto her back before jumping to the ground. Landing with a soft plop, the goddess of the hunt lunged forward, heading straight for Bia. Shaking his head when he saw this, Sun Wukong then flipped onto his feet with a grin before jumping off of Takamagahara. Soon a flying cloud flew towards him and the Monkey King landed on it with a wide grin before reaching behind his ear. Pulling out something that was the size of a toothpick, he then flicked it into the air and it suddenly lengthened into a staff. Reaching up and catching the weapon in his hands, the Monkey King twirled it over his head before flying into battle as well. Behind him, Balder and Vidar looked to one another before nodding their heads. Balder then crouched down before lunging forward, jumping off of Takamagahara fearlessly and heading straight for the ground below. Narrowing his eyes, Balder couldn't hide a slight grin as he then reared an arm back, forming a large sphere of light into his palm. Soon enough he hit the ground with the sphere of light, a burst of energy knocking down the trees around him as he then pushed himself up and brushed off his hands and ran towards the armies of their enemies. Seeing Mammon at his approach, Vidar reached to his side to retrieve Thor's hammer before crouching down. His greave-covered legs seemed to shift before he lunged forward, flames trailing behind him as he jumped off of Takamagahara as well and then fell towards the trees below. Moving in midair, Vidar approached the nearby tower before moving his legs and running down its length with unreal speed. Jumping off of the tower when he was close enough to the ground, Vidar landed on a tree and then started to make his way towards Mammon with a scowl. As they left, Hachiman gave a look to Sarutahiko, the old man nodding his head gravely before they jumped down to the earth as well. The two impacted with the ground soon after, Hachiman falling to his ass as Sarutahiko made the earth rise up and catch them. Sitting up the earth, the old kami then looked sternly towards the fallen known as Astaroth before pointing his spear forward. Instantly he was carried towards the enormous demon lord, Hachiman riding with him and preparing his sword. Frowning for a moment at this, Inari then gave a look towards where Samael was before lunging off of Takamagahara. However, the god of foxes then started to shift and change. soon becoming an enormous serpentine dragon that lunged at the demon lord of death, Samael unleashing the scourge of Aranus at his approach. Seeing this, Demeter looked to the other gods around her for a moment before lifting a hand. Several vines rose up and curled around each other before her, the woman walking forward and allowing the vines to pull her down. Sitting down side saddle, the goddess of the harvest then raised her arms, dozens of vines and other plants twisting and curling around her body, forming an enormous plant beast that gave a roar at Beelzebub's approach. Shaking his head at this, Eros then checked on his bow for a moment before opening his wings and flying into battle, heading straight for Lilith, whom he unleashed a hail of arrows on. As the rest jumped into battle, Susanoo adjusted his armor for but a brief moment before glancing at Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. The god of the moon silently nodded his head and Susanoo reached up to remove his pipe before nodding his head with a grave expression. Jumping from Takamagahara, Susanoo then brought a hand towards himself and the seas shifted and rose up, flying towards him where they quickly started to swirl and spin over his form. Much like Poseidon, Susanoo landed in water-based form, his body hidden beneath a layer of mud, rock, and shells as he lumbered towards Mammon to aid Vidar in some way. Back in Takamagahara, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Omoikane, Amphitrite, and Aphrodite stood back, watching on silently as the others went to battle. Amaterasu closed her eyes as she saw Naruto riding on the back of Astaroth. "I'm sorry, Sochi," she thought to herself as a tear fell while Tsukuyomi crossed his arms, glaring out at the sight before him as impassively as always. "So, this is your army, nephew, impressive. But it will still take more than this to defeat us all," Tsukuyomi thought to himself before turning one eye to look towards his sister as she looked down as well. He flinched upon seeing how pale and listless her form was becoming. Regardless of how much he hated to admit it, he felt like a monster. "Forgive me, Nichan, but we cannot allow these mortals to defy us. If we do, all that we have built will come to an end. He may survive, but I fear you will never be a family with him," Tsukuyomi thought to himself before closing his eyes as the battle below them all continued to wage on. As the demon lords and the gods marched into battle, Naruto himself stood on the back of Astaroth, the blade of Olympus held tightly in his right hand. Lifting the blade up for a moment, Naruto then swung the weapon to point it up at Takamagahara with a snarl on his face. "Mother!" he exclaimed loudly, thunder booming and lightning crackling as Athena's army approached from the rear. "Your son has returned," Naruto offered with a slight mocking bow, a sneer then crossing his face as he dug the blade of Olympus into the ground. He also snarled as he saw Athena's approaching arm swoop down on the undead and Amazons from behind, before ignoring them for a much bigger annoyance. "I bring the death of all gods," he cried out loudly, as the battle continued to wage, which the victor of it would be still anyone's guess. TENDBEGINS. TBC. Cleaner than previous chapters as I took more time to make it than any of the others. I used concept art for the games for a majority of different characters. Mainly the Fallen, Thuys were also added. The Amazons were based on concept art for Ghost of Sparta, which I managed to dig up somewhere. Pandora's Blue Mark is also based on concept art for her, as it looked interesting on her, and I plan on using a few other ideas for future chapters. Among many ideas, I've sadly had to abandon many of the original ideas I had for this story due to the amount of time it had taken to implement them, which included gathering a larger force, gaining the alliance of the many cursed mortals who would undoubtedly be angry with the gods such as Arachne, Lamia, Medusa, and others, as well as encountering some of the still living gods such as Nyx, Nemesis, Nike, Morpheus or Hypnos. However, Bia has already done so. Bia and Mammon's stories, how they got their powers, relics, weapons and turned out as they did, were also originally to be parts of this story. However, I will probably make 2 strict God of War stories to expa ND on them separately, as this story doesn't need something like that added to it. There are more children of Kratos, and at least one of them has attacked the Egyptian pantheon, which is another grow up that are said to appear in a future Gao game. Whether or not she will appear is still up for debate. Bia is named after the sister of Kratos. In Greek mythology, she was the goddess of, and her name means force. Her design, however, is based after the female Kratos, or Goddess of War. Concept art scene in God of War. Ghost of Sparta. Since it wasn't used in-game, I figured it'd make a perfect design for one of his many children. Her character was based on the idea for a female Kratos, and her backstory represents it as she is an Amazon, the closest female version of the Spartan Kratos. Her mother was one of the prostitutes from Ghost of Sparta. Mammon is based after the concept art for a blue Kratos rather than the red one we know. One of the concept arts just looked the best and I picked it to be Mammon's form. His name comes from the personified form of greed, and Prince of Hell, which is his lair in the Inferno. However, he is not based on the Morpheus armor Kratos. He is a LSO based on the idea for a child of Kratos, or actually having Kratos go and fight the Norse gods like what happened to the Olympians, hence his Norse-themed weaponry. His mother was one of the two women from God of War 2. Samael looks like the version of Death from Dante's Inferno with a white mark. He is named after the angel of death of the same name. His mother was one of the Persian twins from God of War Chains of Olympus. Astaroth is based after the design of the Forgotten Warrior, with a brown mark, as I thought the design looked cool. He is named after a crowned prince of hell, said to be the prince of accusers. In the Inferno of this story, his level is the 8th in hell. That of Fraud, his Titan form, is based on the rocky look of Astaroth in Soul Calibur 4. His mother was from God of War 1. She was a daughter of Aphrodite. Beelzebub looks like the character of the same name from the Spawn manga, with a green mark. Her name is from a demon lord, who is also known as the Lord of the Flies, which is why she is briefly referred to as the incarnation of pestilence and rules over gluttony. Her mother was from God of War 1. She was a daughter of Aphrodite. Lil, Ith and Agni are based on two demon lords of the same name I use in all my stories. They are even mentioned as the parents of Trigon the Terrible in Red X Rising. Lilith is rather ironically somewhat based on Lamia in Greek mythology. Thus her snake theme also is a storm night demon of the same name, hence, the wind of lust, as well as the Lilith who is mother of all succubi, hence why she's the living incarnation of lust. Agni's name comes from the Hindu deity of fire. His Persian mother named him after the events of Chains of Olympus for being able to generate flames unaided. Zealous, who would eventually become Lucifer, was named after the brother of Kratos, Nike, and Bia in Greek mythology, who was god of zeal or will and whose name meant the same thing. I chose this name at the time for the fact I had no idea what Kratos' brother's name was and chose a link to Kratos from actual mythology. He was more literally based after the birth of the beast from the first game than Deimos was. Current weapons. Blades of Pandora. Naruto. Chain blades formed in the fires of Olympus, from the adamantine metal of the gods, and imbued with the power of hope by Pandora. Claws of Hades. Naruto. Taken from Lord Hades. These cruel hooks grant you power over souls. Blade of Olympus. Naruto. Forged by Zeus, it is a powerful weapon able to kill gods. Typhon's Bane. Naruto. The power of Typhon, Titan of Wind, given form. Cronus Sickle. Naruto. Based on the mythical weapon of Cronus, used to castrate his father Uranus. It is essentially a replacement for the Death Scythe. Zeus' Fury. Thunderbolts. Naruto. Attack enemies from a distance with Zeus' powerful thunderbolts. Blades of Sparta. Mammon. Forged by Spartan blacksmiths and imbued with power by Kratos, these weapons were to be given to his champion. These are based on the original design for the Blades of Chaos during Gao's development. Blades of Chaos. Bia. Weapons forged in the fires of Hades and imbued with great power. Once wielded by both Kratos and Naruto respectively, Bia has come across them in her travels to replace the swords of Athena that she lost. Heracles' bow. Bia. A powerful bow once used by Heracles. Its arrows are doused in the poisonous venom of the Hydra. Spear of Achilles. Bia. A spear used by Achilles, functions in a manner similar to the spear of the arms of Sparta. Barbarian Ha. Mmer. Astaroth. A hammer stained with the blood of the barbarian king, Arlik. Nemesis Whip. Lilith. Crafted from the Omphalos stone by the smith god Hephaestus. Death's Scythe. Samael. The chosen and primary weapon of the Grim Reaper. Samael. The dark angel of death. Sword of Thanatos. Samael. A blade once wielded by the god of death. Arms of Sparta. Deimos. The weapon of Kratos, the Spartan general and coat of arms of Sparta. Gauntlet of Zeus Deimos, a weapon commissioned by Zeus and forged by Hephaestus after the Titans were chained in Tartarus. It is able to kill a god with its power. Blades of Exile Deimos. These wicked hooked chain blades were the last weapons wielded by Kratos before death. Current relics. Golden Fleece Naruto. The mythical fleece allows you to reflect enemies' attacks, projectiles, and beams. Boots of Hermes Naruto. Greaves taken from the messenger of the gods. They grant the gift of agility. Poseidon's Trident Naruto. The legendary relic of Poseidon. Allows the user to breathe underwater indefinitely. Daedalus Wings Naruto. Icarus' father also had a pair of wings yet didn't fly too close to the sun. These wings don't fall apart as easily as those used by Kratos and Bia. Helmet of Hades Darkness Naruto. Seen briefly in GOW2 as a golden helmet worn by Perseus, changed into a more sinister helm by Naruto with Perseus' death. It was once owned by Hades after the Great War against the Titans. This artifact allows the user to become invisible. Zeus Aegis Naruto. Based on the armlet worn by Zeus in GOW3, as well as the mythological Aegis worn by both Zeus and Athena. It is like the Golden Fleece. Charon's Wrath Naruto. A golden mask worn by the ferryman of the river Styx, the brother of Thanatos, Charon. It is able to conjure ravenous green-black flames. Power of Poseidon. Poseidon's Rage Naruto. Power given to Naruto by Poseidon so he could traverse the underworld. Attack multiple foes at once with this powerful gift from Lord Poseidon. Gleipnir Mammon. The magical chain from Norse mythology said to be as light and thin as silk yet strong as all creation. It was used to bind Loki and Fenrir before breaking at the time of Ragnarok. As the one who broke them, Mammon wears the chains as part of his weapons and attaches them to the blades of Sparta. Armor of Thor Mammon. The mythical belt and gloves worn by Thor. They is Megingera which doubles its wearer's strength, and a pair of heavy gloves known as Jarngripr that allow the wearer to wield Mjolnir Thor's hammer. Svalin Mammon. The mythical shield Ik stands before the sun, and thus is similar to the sun shield of Gao chains of Olympus. The Falcon Cloak Mammon. The mythical feathered cloak of Freya, which allowed its wearer to fly. It funked ions like the Akari's wings of Gao 2 and 3. Horn of Boreas Mammon. This artifact summons the power of the god of the north wind, Boreas. Athena's Aegis Bia. The mythical chest plate, shield of Athena. It is basically a feminine version of Zeus' Aegis. Hippolyta's Girdle Bia. A magical waist belt worn by the queen of the Amazons. In this story it functions as the quiver to Heracles' bow that produces infinite arrows. A bit of irony as in myth it was Heracles that stole the girdle from Hippolyta after killing her. Boots of Atalanta Bia. In mythology, Atalanta was said to be a huntress, princess with unmatched speed, and so it seemed appropriate for a feminine version of the boots of Hermes to come from Atalanta. Harmonia's Necklace Bia. A necklace forged by Hephaestus for Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite. It was said to grant eternal youth and beauty but cause great misfortune to its wearers and owners as a curse for Aphrodite's infidelity. Stithno's Head Bia. The head of the final Gorgon sister. Murdered by Bia, she now has use of Medusa's gaze. Icarus Wings Bia. Wings torn from Icarus, they grant you brief flight. Recovered by Bia, they were originally used by Kratos during his war with the Olympians. Ancial Agni. A Roman shield said to have fallen from the heavens. It is said to have belonged to the god of war, Mars. This is used like the sun shield. Scourge of Aranus Samael. This artifact can unleash a power no mortal nor god should wield. Aphrodite's Ambrosia Lilith. A brew fit for the gods, grants the power to unleash a might kick, Kratos' Replié.